All right. There we go. Fucking live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? All right. How we doing, guys? Happy belated Halloween. All right. All right. There we go. Fucking live.
Oh, whoops.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? All right. All right. First of all, guys, meet Edgar.
Hello.
Me and Edgar have been friends for like 12 years now. We met in college. He was assigned actually as a roommate. I didn't even know him. He was randomly assigned as a roommate, and we lived together that year, obviously. Then we lived together, just the two of us, the next year, and then again the next year. And yeah, we've been friends ever since. And we've been wanting to do this series together for quite a bit. We have very identical senses of humor, so we knew this would work.
And that like even went back to like college too, like living together, just like sitting watching things like South Park and just like anything, just constantly riffing off of that.
We watched many big shows together. We watched Breaking Bad together, How I Met Your Mother together,
Friends.
South Park, Friends, Family Guy. We watched all that. So I'm pretty sure our senses of humor were molded by what we watched.
Yeah, I got really lucky too because I transferred into our school, Cal Poly, and we were assigned to a 6-person on-campus apartment where 5 of the people knew each other, and I was the one random assignment that we got really lucky.
Yeah, we were in a 6-person, basically, on-campus apartment, but we had only 5 of us, me and 4 of my other friends. So we needed one roommate, and it was just randomly assigned to us, and it happened to be Edgar. So that was our story. But yeah, friends ever since. And this year, if you follow me on Instagram, pretty much most of my vacations he's been a part of.
Yeah.
I was on his honeymoon with him too, so we hang out a lot. Oh my god. But yeah. Okay, so we weren't sure exactly how to do this live stream. So what we're gonna do is kind of talk about the series, what we did making it. We're gonna show some of the videos. I'm not gonna show all the video, I think, during the live stream. But we can do that later.
Yeah, we could, yeah.
But there are certain parts of the videos we want to talk about specifically, and then we'll do Q&A later. We will emphasize... Holy shit!
Whoa!
Someone just gave $100! Oh my god!
So nice of you.
Douglas!
Didn't even ask a
fucking
question, just
thank
threw it out
you.
there. Wow.
God damn, that was fast. Thank you, Douglas. Holy shit. Love your channel. We love you, man. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. What a great start. All right, the minimum is now 100, guys. Douglas has set the fucking standard here.
Oh, also, too, shout out these shirts from the merch store. Promo code Kidnappers, $5 off, get a discount.
Yeah, we all the shirts from that first episode, which we did get some comments from or about, are available. Top link in the comment section. And it's to Kill a Pineapple store. It's our kind of production company. And we did do a discount. We'll have it go through like the weekend, so anyone who's watching this, you get a nice discount if you want any of these or any of the shirts you saw. And there's a few other things in the store which we didn't include in the videos because it was so many shirts.
Yeah, and even then too, like when we tried shooting, like when we look back at whenever we go over the political, like over during the checks and balances, like there were so many things we wanted to do. They even had to cut some of them out. That, yeah, it was just
because we got the shirts before we wrote the full first episode, right?
Yeah.
So we were like, we know we're gonna have a back and forth liberal conservative kind of thing, but we had no clue how many of them we were gonna do. So we got, I think, 12, 11 or 12.
Like 12, yeah.
So we have 11 or 12 shirts and like 3 mugs, which I didn't even put in. But there you go. Sorry, I'll try not to spam much with like buying shit, but we worked a lot on this series, so I will do it a few times.
One of the questions was, what do you plan to do next? And there's another one of do you have the best 3 videos, or which of the videos do you like best of the 3?
Someone asked that?
Yeah, do you have one of the 3 videos you like best? Yeah.
Oh yeah. We're gonna ask that before I answer. So first of all, if you have not seen the Kidnappers series, lots of spoilers coming. I recommend going to watch them. 3 of them. They're the last 3 videos on the channel. They're all linked in the description, episode 1, 2, and 3 of this live stream. So you can watch those there. And we'll be streaming for probably a few hours, so you can come back. If not, lots of spoilers coming. And this live stream will stay up on the channel, so you can watch it tomorrow, next week, or whatever, if you need to go. So there we go. Okay, but that is something we wanted to do first. We wanted to poll everyone and see what everyone's favorite of the 3 was. Because we have a bet, not really, because we both agree, but we have a guess on what everyone's going to say. Don't write it in the chat yet. You don't need to. Just think of it. But we're going to put a poll up of what was your favorite episode of the 3. As a reminder, the first one is the beginning. It's where we introduce the negotiator character. They wine and dine all the politicians. They call all the countries. They call the Federal Reserve, and then they crash into the mosque at the end, and to be continued. The second episode is where they start World War III. They have the draft. They go to Saudi Arabia. They do that. There's the McDonald's scene there, and then it ends with the weapons of mass destruction
going off. Yeah.
At the end, and they have to overthrow the government of China. And then the third episode is government of China. The whole entire coup, the NSA, the last beautiful shot at Turks and Caicos, and yeah. So those are the 3. Let me get this poll going. What was your favorite episode? Episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. All right. That should work. All right. Let's see what we get. We have a bet. Not a bet, but a guess of what we're going to see. Let's see what we got so far. 96, 121 votes. Oh my God.
I'm surprised.
Wow. After 145 votes. That's insane. Okay, so the winner looks like 1, 2, then 3 at the moment. Which I think will stay. Maybe episode 2. Episode 2 and 3 are pretty close. This is not what we guessed at all. Just so you know, holy
actually.
shit.
It's like not even close.
It's not my. It's the order is not what we think either.
So while those are coming in, one question: did you do the final shot just so you could write off the traveling expenses on location?
I see you, IRS agent. Fuck yeah, come at me. No, we'll talk about that later because we're gonna talk about that. That was the whole thing. But no, that's not why we did it.
But that is a good perk.
That is a good perk. Fuck yeah, we expensed that. All right. Wow, the poll is pretty... Okay, 2 and 3 are basically tied.
Yeah.
And 1 is the easy winner. I mean, usually the first ones...
Yeah, by double, too.
Oh, shit. Usually the first ones of a series are always the best, but I'm surprised. 250 votes? That's crazy. Like, everyone
but I
voted.
guess, too, people have been watching the Kidnappers series, and it is the most, extreme thing that they have done, so that can kind of make sense, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, our guess of what you guys were going to say was 3 was the best, then 2, then 1. We were completely fucking off. My favorite is 3, and then 2, and then 1. I think is my order. I loved how 3 came out.
It was just so much more action.
It was
too.
action-packed. It had the cool ending. It kept moving differently. Like the first one had the calling the countries, but it was a very long calling the countries, fairly consistent. I liked the third. It was just a different thing.
Yeah.
It moved well. It had it had the cool music. I like the music.
Even the third one though, like when we were editing, we were just laughing constantly as we were like watching it back.
Yeah.
Without the edits. That was so much fun to edit too.
Yes, editing like the action stuff was very cool. Finally seeing it, like when you get stabbed. It looks very stupid, but then we started seeing it come together, and we were laughing very hard. That was very funny. All right, end poll. Wow. Very interesting results. I like it.
Yeah, we were not even close. Yeah, so 50% for episode 1. Wow.
Yeah, half the people said episode 1 was the best. That's awesome. Personally, 1 was just a bit better. 3rd had a boring spot. 3 had some nice twists and jokes, but we got used to running jokes from 1 and 2. Yeah. Everyone's got their own.
Writing another trilogy based on the post-credit scene.
Not a trilogy. Not a trilogy.
I mean, we don't know. I guess we don't know if it's a trilogy. or not,
we don't know. That'll be. I feel like it's gonna be more of like just a continuation.
Yeah.
It'll like transition. It started as like a movie that like transitions into like a show kind of.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah, we'll see. 3, 2, 1 from the bottom. It's one hell of a kidnapping. Hell yeah. CIA was good. Yeah, the CIA scene. I thought that was so fun. I'll talk about that soon too. Okay, cool. Should we go through some of the videos now?
Yeah, let's do it.
I can show some of the video stuff. Okay. So let's see what we're gonna talk about. I'm just gonna show some stuff and talk about like the process. Actually, let's talk about like just the generic process. We started doing this. We looked through our records in April.
Yeah.
Right?
April 26th was it was when I was here and we actually did all of the writing.
Yes.
And actually started working.
We didn't write out any episode. We kind of storyboarded it on the whiteboard here, and wrote out what's gonna happen. We had the ideas. Then we're like, okay, they kidnapped the president, and what we wanted was it starts with the president kidnapped, and then gets more exciting.
Yeah.
It goes up from there. Like that's a pretty peak start, and we're like, how does it get worse?
How do you escalate from there?
What can it do? And we were debating a lot of things like. Should the world be destroyed in any way? Should actually things blow up? But that seemed to mark like an end, kind of, to me.
Yeah, because you don't want to start off with a peak and then just start going slowly down in the story or whatever stuff that happens. Just continue to escalate from there.
The nukes actually hit, the Eiffel Tower and Mount Rushmore and like the big landmarks. But we didn't. We decided not to do that. But yeah,
and that's part of what we did in the writing is like figuring out what was the start and how it's gonna end. Like that was an easy pick of okay, well, it's gonna crash into the Mecca on the first day of Ramadan, and so that being okay, what's the time between and figuring all that?
Exactly. So we were like, okay, it's crashed into Mecca. Now, how do we make it get crazier? What do we do that keeps it still exciting? So that was the goal, and then we just found out that weekend is when we booked our trip.
Yeah. So I flew in I think on a Friday or Thursday night, which is what I've been usually doing, and on Sunday morning at some time before my flight, we booked flights to Turks and Caicos. For that shot.
Yep. Because I knew I wanted to end with that Shawshank shot, the zoom out, the blue water
on the beach.
And so what we did was we looked up what's the bluest water in the world. What the beaches with the bluest water. And there's a lot out there. I've been to a few places with that kind of water. Greece has it. Thailand has it. The Caribbean has it. French Polynesia has it. So we were looking up all these. Maldives. So we were looking up Fiji, Maldives, Caribbean, Greece, and we just said which one's closest. Like it's really all we're gonna go there for.
But Turks and Caicos was also it's a place we had at least heard of that a lot of people go for vacation specifically for the beach.
Yeah, exactly. It was somewhere new we hadn't been because we wanted to try something new, but we really just went for that. If this had never happened, we would not have gone on that vacation. Did you hear that, IRS? If we didn't do this series, we wouldn't have gone on that vacation. Pieces of shit. So we knew the ending and we shot the ending before anything else was fully written.
Yeah.
We had storyboarded it, but there was no episode fully written until
and we might have loosely written some script, but it wasn't. We just actually I remember showing up at Turks and Caicos when we were setting up for those shots that you just pulled it out on your notes, all right, here's what we're gonna shoot, and then we just started going for it too.
Yes.
So we didn't really discuss a whole lot. We knew what the concepts were, and that was easy to ad lib if you know what the general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we also, if you saw the end of the third, the very end, you'll see that there is more to come. It's not over because the Kidnappers will never be over. The more to come, we have filmed some of that too while we were in Turks and Caicos. I will say that. I won't spoil much else.
That is funny too. That we filmed part of the what's next before anything else.
The second season, if you want to call it that, before anything else. KMS, thank you for the $20. Your kidnapping video is only seconded by the Diddy video. It's the funniest thing I saw in a long time. Great job. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Gotta love that Diddy video. Dude, Diddy's trial, I'm so excited for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to start content for days. But thank you seriously for the $20. That's huge. Thank you. But yeah, that was our tax write-off for everyone saying, hell yeah, we tax wrote it off. But we wouldn't have gone on that trip. We will talk about the Turks and Caicos trip when we start showing the episodes. Because it was quite an eventful trip.
Yeah, it wasn't like we showed up and there was like a limo ready to pick us up. It was.
It's not what you're picturing.
Not that
it's
at
not
all.
what you're picturing.
Not
But that shot was really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so after we started doing it in April, Edgar came back 4 times. This is one of them, though, right?
No, this is the 5th time.
This is the 5th time.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So 5 times total. And yeah, one was to film the first episode, then to film the second, and then also revisions from the first. And then the next was to film the third and revisions from the second and first. And then this. So as I've said in another live stream, this series, I usually take 2 to 4 hours to record a video for most of my videos. If it's like 5-6 minutes, maybe that's 3 hours, maybe 4 if it's complicated. If it's a 3 to 4 minute video, I might be able to do that in an hour and a half to 2 hours. The total recording time for this, we're guessing was, what was it?
Everything was 120 hours. That was like
120 is what we calculated.
Probably recording, I mean, even the last one was like, it was like 13 or so hours of footage we had to go through. So
my revisions, just the revisions, were after I put it all together in Final Cut, and then I watch it, and I'm like, okay, here's what I want to do over. Those are usually 10 to 15 minutes, because there's only a few things. In this case, it was about 6 hours for episode 1.
Yeah.
Just that. Episode 2 and 3 had less revisions, but still like 2 hours worth.
And that's just the filming. Then we're still pulling backgrounds, music, sound effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was super long. So 120 hours, which is 3 weeks of an 8-hour job. So you can consider this, if you genuinely worked 8 hours a day, which no one does, but if you did, it'd be like a 3-week project is what we'd call this. But we did it over a course of 6 months, on and off. Edgar lives in California. I live in Nevada, so he had to fly out a lot. So although this is on my channel, he did the most traveling for this. He's technically paid the most for this this project.
Scott Pierce, thank you. Zach and Edgar, a great team for this contribution. Either become gay and make out or high five.
We'll do all 3 later. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, let's go.
Only fans for the good stuff. Thanks, Scott. I see you in the comments all the time, man. Appreciate you.
How many days did we go? Did Turks and Caicos, when did we leave?
We left on a Thursday. Oh, we left Thursday night, and we got there at like 10 a.m. on Friday.
That's right.
And then,
because there was nothing direct. Oh yeah, because I spent the night like in North Carolina.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like,
and did I meet you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we're on the same flight.
My
from North
layover
Carolina.
just happened to be there.
Oh, because it was changed last minute too. Because didn't you have like a delay and you were gonna miss your
Yes,
flight?
I had a weird delay. Yes, that's right. It was a super short layover, so I changed it, and then we happened to be together. That was
on
actually
the same flight. Yeah,
on
that
the
was
same
very,
flight.
That was very
convenient.
actually. Yeah.
And then he left on Sunday. I left on Monday. I stayed an extra day just so I could chill. So yeah, it was only like a 2 to 3 day trip. It's probably the IRS agents checking in on us again.
Just cross-referencing your itinerary.
Yeah, right. All right, let's just double check. But yeah, we'll again talk about that later.
How long have you had idea to make this video? That's actually a good question because I think it was just like a random conversation, like, oh, this would be a good premise for this Kidnappers series.
Yeah.
That it wasn't until like coming back for April. I think it was actually in February we briefly talked about the premise. Literally just like a couple of paragraphs of like what could happen of just jokes that could already work.
That April date was the first time we sat down and said, let's make a full-blown series together.
Right, yeah. Like on your whiteboard, like we had post-it notes. I'm sure we still have pictures too, like post-it notes just all over.
Yes. That
all
was the first time. We have other ideas for things, but that was the first time we were like, let's make something we could make right now, low budget, on the channel. That was the first time. Oh, and by the way, Edgar has a channel as well, also a comedy sketch channel. It's linked below. Go check that out. Let's get him up in subscribers. But yeah, so that was the first time we'd ever done that.
Do I do any martial? I do. I used to do a lot more martial arts. I recently moved in the last year from like the Bay Area to like Central California. Haven't gotten my schedule back, but used to do a lot of jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, that stuff.
Edgar has a lot of tattoos, as you can
I
see,
do, yeah.
so he frequently can't. You can't go, right, because you have to like wait.
Yeah, usually so you don't get infections. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of.
That's super annoying.
Yeah. What actually? If the president actually gets kidnapped, we might.
Dude, yeah, we were talking about it. Like, if the president gets kidnapped at all, we're getting investigated for that.
And actually, when Trump had the assassination attempt, I was like, oh, this like, what if something does happen that is in one of our videos that we just didn't plan? It's coincidental.
If it happens, this video is going mega viral.
Yeah.
It's going so viral. We're getting investigated hardcore, but it's going viral.
Oh, Pancake, I moved from the Bay Area, so I'm no longer in the Bay Area. I was there for like 7-8 years.
Yeah, he's from NorCal.
Yeah.
I'm from SoCal. Can you link his channel? It's in the description. It's the second link.
Emma, thank you.
His channel name is Hey, It's Edgar, one word, but there's 3 Y's in Hey. H-E-Y-Y-Y, it's Edgar. And again, we have very similar senses of humor, so you should like his content if you like mine. Sorry, we're reading comments. No super chats we missed. No. Okay, cool.
Yeah, outside of the 5 back and forths to Vegas, I mean, they were just constantly working on it, like, independently, too.
Yeah.
And even then, like, what the scripts look like, if we had actually included everything that was in the scripts that we originally wanted to, these would easily be, like, 23, 24-minute videos.
Yeah, it was we probably cut out, like, 5 to 6 minutes of fluff, for some. Like, for example, them calling all the countries. There were more countries that we had planned, but we said, okay, the scene can only go on for so long. It will get old unless we're constantly like refreshing. But we said, all right, let's just cut it off at a certain point.
Yeah, or even just the question, like, what happened to the people that were enlisted in episode 2? That was actually something we wanted to talk more about, is like them, like the vegans going to war in like Ramadi, Iraq, or something like that.
Yeah, there were some things we asked ourselves, like, what would you want to do if we made this into a movie? What would you want to add?
Yeah.
And one of the things was that. Another thing, I would want more of a centralized bad guy in the 3rd episode. So as they're overthrowing the government, there is like the leader of China or something there who's like trying to stop them. As opposed, and the negotiator was the only bad guy, but not really. So there was no like central person there. That's something I would add.
Yeah, because he's an antagonist, but he's also like the good guy because he's trying to save the president. But so you're rooting for like the kidnappers too.
Exactly. So he's not a true bad guy. But yeah, so there were several things where we thought we could add more. And we totally predicted it. As we wrote the episodes, we said this is probably going to be between 10 to 15 minutes each. And we nailed it. It was 15, 12, and 14. So we were spot on with that, which is pretty cool. Is this the last of Cruz and Pink Panther for a while? No, I mean, I will likely do another one with them shortly, but it won't be a long one like this, and it won't be with Edgar. It would just be a normal one, like a prequel type thing. And then this series will continue with us.
A prequel would be cool of like figuring out how they get
100%. Yeah, I totally plan on doing that. And were you gonna do like a negotiator prequel? Like
we were thinking backstory. Like that's a whole other thing. Backstory for
there's 1,000 things you can do.
Things.
There's 1,000 things. Damien, thank you for the $5. I love you. I love you too, man. We need a face reveal for Pink Panther. Maybe one day.
Filming and editing. Yeah, 120 hours. Everything total.
Yeah. How long did filming and editing take? Yeah. We guesstimate 120 hours total. When we were together, when Edgar flew in and we worked on this together, he would fly in on Thursday night, and Friday and Saturday, that's all we would do. Yeah. We'd wake up, work for 12 hours, and the only break we'd have is dinner or lunch, and I might have jujitsu practice.
And for the most part, too, when we get food, we would decide, like, we would look at how much we have left. Okay, cool, we can go out, or we'll just order in and just pick it up and just keep working as we're getting to.
We just did nothing. So those days were like 12-hour days pretty much.
And actually, because for me getting back home, because I'm in, like, Central California, it's, like, not easy to get into. It's not a big hub. My flights are I either leave Vegas at 6 a.m. or at, like, 6 p.m. and get home at 10. So we would be working until like 4:30 a.m. and my Uber is outside.
Yes,
I have
yes.
to pack. I
Yeah.
have to stop.
It's 4 in the
and go.
morning, and we're like editing, and Edgar's like, "All right, my Uber's
Yeah.
almost here." I'm like, "Okay, I'm just about done fucking with this last part." When do you leave on this Sunday?
Same time, yeah.
Yes,
Same-
it's
yeah,
always
same.
6 a.m.
And we usually don't sleep until I leave. Essentially, then I just sleep on the plane and get home.
Yeah,
by
yeah, we're
noon.
both night owls, so we'll stay up all night and just instead of because fuck sleep. When are you gonna
Yeah.
sleep? 2 a.m. and then
Yeah.
wake up at 5? Yeah, fuck
but,
that.
yeah, I'll feel worse if I end up taking a nap.
Exactly,
Yeah.
100%. Is there really no like midday flights ever?
There are, but like I'd fly into Phoenix and have a layover for like 3 hours versus
Oh, that's annoying.
going to LAX or SFO for like 50 minutes and then into slow.
I hate how come when you book a plane ride, it's like every one of them is at 6 to 8 a.m. Like that. If you want a 6 to 8 a.m. flight, no problem. If you want a 1 p.m. flight, it's really hard depending on
Yeah.
where you're going. And I don't get that. I have never met a person who's like, "Oh, I'm glad I got the 6 a.m."
Yeah, or
Just
they're
go the day before.
Crazy expensive too. It's like double the price for like
Yeah.
a reasonable flight.
Why?
Yeah.
Fucking stupid. Yeah, fucking stupid. Put more slightly dirty jokes in.
Behind the
Fire
scene.
shirts, hell yeah, dude.
Thank you.
Shirts available below.
One other thing too that was so like when we were actually doing all of the editing, being here at Zach's place, so like he has his whole workflow set up for like editing on his computer, so that's when I'm like pulling up backgrounds and music and finding all this
Yeah,
stuff.
that was kind of the process. So I would be editing in Final Cut, and he would be getting everything we needed, from backgrounds to music to
Like
any animations.
animations, yeah.
Explosion sounds, explosion animations. The missiles from episode 3. That was impressive. That
Yeah.
actually looked... How'd you get... I didn't even ask you this. How'd you get to do the little wiggle within those?
There's a
That
plugin
was really
I
cool.
have that's like a camcorder like shake to make it look more realistic, and I turned it down so it just like slightly like it's got air
that's
friction. It's cool,
smart.
right?
Yeah, I noticed
Just
that.
little touches like that are cool.
And I was like, no, that's not automatic. That is not a thing that just automatically randomly happens.
But like even in pulling backgrounds that we both would try to do when we just couldn't get a certain angle right, doing all the backgrounds for the Oval Office for the different countries, ChatGPT really didn't like us asking for backgrounds for the U.S. President's office, China, or ISIS.
How interesting is this, guys? So we got a lot of our backgrounds from ChatGPT because we had so many.
Yeah.
But when we needed the Oval Office shots, we said, "Hey, can we get an image of just the Oval Office, like the wall,
Yeah, just
like
like
the
a
wall
wall,
of the
yeah.
Oval Office?" And every single time it said, "I cannot help with that." What the fuck? That's like conspiracy theorist
It-
shit.
it
Like that, like
definitely- it
fuels
definitely
the
is.
fire
Yeah.
for conspiracy theorists. But yeah, it wouldn't help us. Just like a wall. I just wanted like a wall, the Oval Office, maybe with a picture of fucking George Washington on it.
Yeah.
I didn't need the nuke codes written on the wall. I
No.
just wanted the goddamn
No, I don't
Oval
need
Office look.
real life schematics of how to break in and like the air ducts.
Yeah, exactly.
Who did the drone shots? A complete
Should we-
stranger, which we'll talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, should we go out of order and just show, or should we go?
Yeah, let's show that shot. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go out of order.
Oh, for bachelor's in engineering. If that question's for me, no. I studied biology. I was the only non-engineer in the room of 6 guys.
Yeah.
That Zach was electrical. We had mechanical, aerospace,
Civil.
What was Matt? He was
computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. So I lived in the engineering dorms my freshman year, so that's how I met pretty much all my friends at Cal Poly, and then roomed with them my second year. So now it's just a room of all engineers, and then our random roommate was a bio major. So yeah, he was the only non-engineer.
Hi, Maths. Thank you.
Fine Mass, thanks again, man. I see you all the time. Appreciate it. You missed my last super chat. See, it's hard to find all of them.
Yeah.
Where did we miss that one? Let me organize
see
it.
it? Oh, I did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Kidnappers series was super
Yeah,
good.
we're
yeah.
just. I'm literally trying to read all of them, and I somehow missed them. Maybe they don't pop up automatically. But okay, Pancake. I think we also missed this one. Thank you for the $2.
Yes.
The Ith episode was the best. The root -1. Yeah, hell yeah. And then 5 Mass, thanks. The Kidnapper series was super good. Also, 213. Oh, okay. He thought 3. Yeah, he said 2, then 1, then 3. He's saying 3 was the best. Okay, cool.
Nice.
See, I'm on board with that.
Yeah, ChatGPT was all to generate the backgrounds using Dolly, and it would get to the point where it's so annoying trying to find like an eye level shot, because you can tell if it's a weird like angle from like up above in the corner of a room and then you're putting yourself in there, it just doesn't look right. So trying to get that was so annoying.
Oh my god, hang on. Yeah, this fucking fucking this. What the hell? Of course it's not working now. Hang on. I gotta reconnect. But the shot of the gold was just fucking frustrating.
Yeah, I think it's just on a delay.
No, but it's not like showing the
worse than the 79th Virgin. There might be a problem anyway. Good time, Zach. Fourth best. Thank you, Mr. Toker Archville.
Hell yeah! Thank you for the $10. $9.99. I'll wish for you the worst in the 79 Virgins. There might be a problem anyway. Good. Zach, oh Jesus, says, for the best of you, I hope everything that you do become achievable and continue bringing smiles. That was the best comment I've ever gotten.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Cherries. The president blanking on conversations. That was a nod to Joe Biden being lost during basically every interaction.
Hang on, I gotta reconnect the...
Oh, the screen share?
Yeah, the screen sharing, that's why. Of course, it's not working now. Okay, remove that.
Contacted for a Netflix adaptation yet? No, but we're patiently waiting.
Yeah, come on, fucking Netflix. Window capture, and then...
Darth Vader, bro, we met during college, so we've known each other for like 12 years. Zach was actually in my wedding just last year.
Yeah. Whoops. All right.
Adaptation yet?
What the fuck?
Grape pizza? I would never try grape pizza. That sounds... Actually, if it was a sweet one, I might try that.
Oh, that's where it was. Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying. My screen capture wasn't working. Okay, now is it working?
Why is there an after credits scene? Oh, for just showing, that what we're doing afterwards. Director's cut. Maybe we still have all the raw footage.
Yeah, it's a lot of raw footage. It's a lot of raw footage. It's literally like 40
Jesus hours Christ. Of just like going through. That's something we were talking about, is like doing like a bloopers like behind the scene, because like when we were sitting down for one of the shots of just like the eating cereal, there were so many one-liners that we were just laughing back and forth about that were just could be funny.
Yeah. So we'll see. We were considering, because it was just so much work. I was like, I don't want to do anything other than what's required.
Why did the police story never really go anywhere for now? I think it's like you can only do so much of like getting into backstories and like making different characters shine, that then it just adds to everything else too. Like for the police chief, the one that follows around Negotiator, like adding more to his story would just add on to everything else. That's more and more.
What we were going for was like, Negotiator can't get anything accomplished because the kidnappers keep getting lucky.
Really lucky.
They just keep getting lucky. They're just lack of knowledge, or their unprofessionalism.
But then that goes back to like, if we were to do a longer like movie adaptation, we did write more stuff for him and more for his character, but just given the time, like it was just there was just already too much.
Yeah.
Small reference to the league in the next vid. Is it working? Is it showing up?
There we go. Fucking
nice.
hell, finally. All right, there we go. Piece of shit. Yeah, this fucking shot. ChatGPT sucked dick at making this. It took forever. We wanted a pyramid of gold.
A pyramid, or just a pile of gold that's not just like on the ground, like huge. So it would make a pile, but it's like fish eye view, which doesn't look right.
Yeah. No, it was super annoying. And yeah, if you use ChatGPT to generate images, it is fucking stupid when it comes to like, okay, no, I need eye level shot at the thing, not up from above, not from below, or no furniture. We kept saying no furniture for a while.
Yeah.
And then it will say, okay, here's one with no furniture.
Yeah.
And then it's like the same exact shot.
You use like the eraser tool and you blur only just the chair. Okay, remove just this one item, and it would still have it again, even bigger the next time.
Yeah. No, that shit was super annoying. But yeah.
Yeah, when we got this one, this was like, okay, thank God, now we can actually move on, because this was actually one of the last things we just needed in general, because we had the ending shot already.
Yeah,
so this was like holding us up from like finishing the very last bit of it too.
Yeah, 100%. This is the very end. I'm like, oh my God, it's almost over. Because when we did the Turks and Caicos shot, we did that months earlier. So we were like imagining the day where we could finally put it out. And then when we were getting to that gold scene, I was like, oh wow, we're almost there. Okay, like I said, should we go out of order or should we just go from the beginning?
Yeah, let's go from the beginning.
Okay, so let's show some of these. Chat, you guys can hear this?
Storytime Tales, thank you. We need a Negotiator versus Leprechaun series, maybe where they go against each other and then deal with a third bad guy. That's a good one.
That's fun. That's actually very fun. Oh yeah, thank you for the $5. Hell yeah.
Fresh.
Did you guys try a fresh AI? I know when I do my research with it, it'll get stuck on certain details. I can get around that by starting a new chat. Yes, I've learned that for sure. Sometimes you have to
start a new one.
Yeah, start a new chat.
That's a good one.
Because it will remember things you've said already
within the same chat.
It sticks to like something. I'm like ignore this. Ignore what I said before.
Yeah.
Do something new. But yeah, that's a really good call. Okay, they can hear. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say. Oh, look who decided to show up! It's Mexican Jesus. That scene was the one we spent the most time on. Believe it or not. Not that it was the hardest. We just did 1,000 different fucking takes. And I ended up changing at the very end. But what it started as was just him saying, oh, look who decided to show up. Bang, getting shot.
Yeah.
And then as I'm recording it, Edgar just says, like, ad-lib stuff. Just start saying whatever.
Yeah, get upset. Yeah, because once you actually, like, understand the motive, like, that guy who got shot, he's at work. He's upset that, like, I have to wait for someone to come here to do my job. Like, it's just a frustration. So ad-libbing on, like, the anger.
Yes, just go off. And then we started saying, instead of, I said, like, look who decided to show up, the big man on campus. And then I think you said, our Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
And then I started saying, like, oh, should we just get on our knees and ask God? And then we got to instead of praying, just suck your dick. Because I thought that was such a funny term. And what we originally had was the guy who gets shot saying that, oh, should we all just get on our knees and ask God if we can suck your dick? And then he gets shot.
Yeah.
And I changed it because he says it for it's a long thing to say. So I put it before, like where he says it here. In that case, should we just get on our knees and ask God if we can suck his dick, pretty please, or are we actually gonna? And I was like, okay, so that allows like you a little longer to do this entrance. Because if this was, if what I was saying was longer, I'd have to start saying it like right here, like the second it came on.
Which is actually, that was the first cut of it too.
That was the original cut, yeah. I changed it
true.
because, I made a decision
and
at the
it does
end.
make the entrance more dramatic too, of just the music and then just watching like him come in.
Yeah, exactly. I had a few more jokes with me at the blonde wig on, and I took them off, and one is fucking hysterical, and I'm going to put it in another video because it was so funny, but it was kind of forced in the spot I wanted it in. But yeah, the White House was started being built in 1792. Little fun fact. Okay. Next thing I want to talk about was this fucking scene.
Oh, that was such a good joke too. That like, how are they going to get outside? Like, oh, different colored masks.
Different color masks. Let's just watch it together. I'll just let it play, then I'll talk about it. Different color masks. Fucking genius. Alright, so who is this guy again? Some Republican dude from Who Gives a Shit-a-Homa? Sorry I'm late. How can I help you guys? You know what's fucking gay? Checks and balances. Well, we gotta get it out of our schools. Yeah, and our government. I'm on board. Oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking easy. So how can I help you guys? So I was at this abortion rally getting my 5th booster shot, right? When I realized the reason we still have a wage gap in this country is because of checks and balances. Nothing can get done. That is so true. I'll do anything you guys say. Well, I personally think the 10 Commandments should be tattooed on every child. Not just the ones in Louisiana. This guy might be Jesus. Hey, is it getting hot in here, or is it just climate change? Yeah, some people say $15 minimum wage, but you know what I say? Infinity. These guys solve poverty. So I'm throwing a funeral for this frozen embryo because, well, they're people too. And I got to thinking, you know what Jesus really needed? A gun. Yeah, like let's see the Romans stop that, right? Hey, arm Jesus, arm the teachers. That's my motto. What do I want to eat? Well, I guess I'll have the rich. Keep 'em coming. Wink. Mitch McConnell.
How can I help you guys?
Did you know checks and balances are turning kids trans?
That is literally straight out of my nightmares.
God, that's so funny.
All right,
That was
so-
such a fun thing to write, too.
That was a really fun
That
thing
was
to write.
so much fun.
So this started, so when I talked about how the revisions took me 6 hours, this was one big reason. When I edited everything from our first set of shots, we completed episode 1, almost none of these jokes were in there. I completely changed it. And the reason was because the original jokes were all about checks and balances. Remember,
Yeah.
it was like, you know, it's gay, checks and balances. But then it was like, you know, what was it? There was a few others that it was just focused on checks and balances. You know what's causing climate change? Checks and balances.
right.
It was just kind of like those. But I was thinking, oh, those are kind of cheap and they don't have a good turn to them. It's just...
Right. And it's repetitive.
It's
too, so you
repetitive
kinda
on the
lose
same
joke.
thing.
Yeah.
So I said, nope, I don't like that. And I scratched all of it, kept the first one, the last one. The checks and balances are turning kids trans.
Yeah.
And then I just went generic political stuff. So I wrote out...
Which is one of the things we talked about originally when talking about, like, how are they going to sway the politicians? Like, all right, well, what do the hardcore Republicans and what do the hardcore Democrats really care about? And then abortion... immigration,
yes,
all
immigration,
of these things, yeah.
climate change. We wrote down like, okay, what are all the big talking points,
Yeah,
and
how can we work something in there? Yeah.
how can we make fun of those? So that's what kind of changed.
Question: where do we get the shirts? From the merch website. Was this scene
Linked
made,
below to killapineapple.com. It's the first link in the description.
Was this scene made just to show off their shirts? No, it was to sway them, but we thought that would be also really fun to do that. Because originally we were looking at, like, oh, we should get, like, mugs and stuff that, like, bribing politicians with giving them shirts and mugs and all of these things that are...
We wanted every second, if we could, to have some funny joke, some Easter egg, something cool to actually... So, like, when we started doing this, I originally had none of these words down here. And I said, nope. I want to add, let's make it fun. Let's add jokes every single chance we get. So there's just not a moment where you can like pause. That was the goal. Just so you guys know, this says straight out of Patience for liberals at the bottom. It got cut off. It was very annoying recording this. I had to keep sitting up and making sure the shirts were straight and showing everything. So if you notice, like here, oops. What the fuck?
Hope you guys.
Right mid here.
Oh,
look
yeah.
how upright I'm
right.
sitting.
Yeah, that's true.
I had to get the fact checker at the bottom, so I had to sit up very tall for that one. Wearing those 2 masks fucking sucked too.
I bet.
That was very hot.
Oh, one thing I'm sure we'll talk about. What was worse, that or doing the shots in Turks and Caicos for how hot it was?
Oh my god. I would say I'd say Turks and Caicos. It was outside and it was just like
in the
very
sun,
humid.
Yeah, in the sun too. Yeah, that's
it
true.
was very humid. But yeah, I think we got good jokes on both sides there. People seem to like that scene. And yeah, so we didn't like have these shirts and said, let's show them off. We said, oh, let's do this scene. How can we make it even more fun? Let's make shirts like showing the political stance at the moment. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that's where we started just throwing ideas back and forth of different like shirts that I thought were funny. This was also one of my favorite scenes too. Is that where he throws it or
Which one?
Where he throws the gun when he's talking to the hot hostage?
Where he yeah. Fucking money. Hey, check this out. Hang on.
Hey, check this out.
It says hostage with like non-main character vibes. Again, I was thinking, what can I do? Every second, like just put like a little joke, a little jab, a little something. And I know people had to pause it there, so there you go. We're just trying to put stuff at every goddamn corner.
Then calling. I think that was like, how do we come up with that? Where
calling the Federal Reserve.
Calling the federal, like just them calling people, knowing to call the CIA.
We did have to check. We were like, okay, if two people did kidnap the president and wanted a shit ton of money, what would they have to do? Because the president cannot move money. If you don't know, Congress is the piggy bank of America. You cannot just move money. And that's why there's a lot of like government shutdowns. It's because Congress is at a gridlock
they can't
how to move money.
Yeah.
So if they say, oh, NASA needs this money, well, it can't move until Congress approves. So if they can't approve, then it's just stuck. So we were looking up like, okay, what would the process be?
Yeah, we were looking up the actual logistics for all of those things too.
But we went extreme with it. We're like, okay, so what's the craziest thing they could do? And it was, they could remove checks and balances, which would take Congress, but it's doable. So that's what we went with. And then they'd have full access to whatever they want.
And then that theme of doing actual research for all of this literally comes back up in, I think, actually all three videos. The countries, and the CIA stuff, which we'll get into later too.
Yeah, exactly. So, that was... Okay, so then the countries. Okay. So, the country scene was tough, because I wanted to start it with Ukraine, in terms of, hey, where can we get our money back? I thought Ukraine...
Who did we recently give a lot of money to? Who have we given money to
recently?
Refund,
Ukraine and Israel were the two obvious choices. We went with Ukraine. And then the question was... How do we go from there? What does Ukraine want? Well, Ukraine obviously wants something from Russia.
Yeah, wants Russia.
But now, what would Russia want from someone else? So then we had to start just fucking with it and just saying like, okay, well they border Mongolia.
Yeah.
They want Mongolia.
Yeah, and looking back at their history too, like all the conflicts with the U.S. too, like is the first episode too also the space one as well?
Where the president?
Yeah. Oh,
this
yeah.
part?
This is, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we never landed on the moon. Edgar, I think, thought of this entire scene, and it was like, it was hilarious to picture the president just saying all these conspiracy theories out of fucking nowhere. But yeah, so we had to go through, okay, how many countries do we want, and where does it go? Ukraine to Russia to Mongolia to China to
Taiwan.
What does China want? Taiwan. And then that hit a snag. I was like, what the fuck would Taiwan want? And then we just started, okay, let's just start ongoing montage of just, it makes no sense.
Right.
But, so who did we... So the reason, for anyone who's curious, why was Edgar Mongolia randomly? We were gonna have Edgar be all the browner countries and me be all the whiter countries. But what happened was a lot of the revisions and stuff had to be done at my place due to lighting and things.
Yeah.
So I realized I needed to record because he was home and he only came over so many times.
Yeah, that's the one thing that does make it really challenging is us filming separately. Is for any there was a scene I think I tried to reshoot as negotiator. Where we were both, and the lighting was just which is
way
weird because
different.
I have a green screen, I have the exact same box lights, but I think it's just I don't know what it is, like environmental lighting or something.
Do you use a real camera or do you use your phone or
my phone camera? But you can still like edit. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, learning color grading would be a good thing
because I use like manual ISO and things like that, so it's not as grainy, so that might affect. But yeah, you're way crisper when you're here on that camera, and it was just too noticeable. So yeah, but the only thing I said was I have to do Uganda for blackface, and I have to do China and Taiwan for an Asian person. I thought this was so goddamn funny, and then doing the Taiwan, a different Asian person. You fucking racist.
Do we have a kill count of how many people died? That's actually a really good question. What would you even guess?
No, we definitely don't, because I caught when I was doing the ending shots, the montage in the third episode of them all dying. I had one person or like three people get shot. I had to time the bullet hitting them with the blood and all that. And then I just started mass copy and pasting. And I just went as far as I could. until it looked like it was a little too overwhelming, and then I backtracked like one or two,
Right.
and then I said, that's what's going to happen.
And for a while, too, your computer was like having such a hard time keeping up.
Processing
there was like
it.
9 people and just doing the shots.
I would guess, though, I mean, I think I did 3, and then I did like 5 layers, so I don't know, there could be like 15 to 20 deaths in one of those, each of those montages, kind of thing. So for example, for my revisions, I love this one. Are merging with what? Micronesia. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming either. All good? Okay, just gotta call Australia now. Oh, crikey. Australia! Yeah, what's up? Hey, so you guys are gonna give up your land to the emus, which is an animal, not a racial slur, as I just found out. All good? Okay, so fun fact, that when I'm talking about revisions, that was filmed, this scene was filmed about a week before we went live.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago actually. Oh, when I was last here.
Yeah, when you were last year. Yeah, we filmed that. That was a revision. After episode 1 was totally done, I was like, wait, we don't have Australia yet. And there's a very obvious joke I can make. Welcome to the world stage, Australia. I hope you enjoy. And so I took out Hawaii. Hawaii originally was, he called Hawaii and said, you guys are owned by the Japs now, which was a funny play on Pearl Harbor. But again, it was just another play on something historical, so I replaced it. And then we had Palestine in there, and they were just going to, like, merge with Israel, but it didn't have any crazy turn. And I had Israel in the next episode, so...
And we had more of, like, the ongoing negotiations, even, like, France, them wanting Louisiana, like, because it's, like, has the huge French influence, which we do bring back up, but it's just the phone call conversation. You don't actually get the back and forth dialogue.
Yeah.
So just even that, like, there's so much we had to cut out.
Yeah. We need to clear out my whole floor for this. Saying this up was I did it once, I think. I was like, was that good, Edgar? Can I stop doing this?
Yeah, it's tiring.
I'll see you guys at the next Olympics, though. I mean, I think I made it for Australia now. And then it was gonna be Saudi Arabia. Okay, because they fly into Mecca at the end, and so we were gonna have it be Saudi Arabia, but I was like, well, Iran is more of a natural enemy of the U.S., if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Compared to the Saudis. So I thought it made more sense to do Iran, but then we hinted at the airspace. Oh, that's a question we did have for you. Chat, here's our question. When you were watching this scene right here, I'll let it play. My Tinder profile. So cool you can do this remotely, just like the movies. I'm totally putting pilot on my Tinder profile now. But dude, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get this cargo plane to Iran. Micronesia/North Korea gets their oil money. Mexico gets their wall. Everyone's happy. Even Saudi Arabia opened their airspace for us. We're literally achieving world peace. And we're gonna get the money that we deserve. So this time next week, we'll be chilling on a beach in Turks and Caicos. I mean, should we write a book about this? Because that's pretty impressive what we've been able to... Oh my god! A U.S. cargo plane has just crashed into the Great Mosque of Mecca, Islam's holiest site, on this, the first day of Ramadan.
The music too is so good.
I love that drop so much. I made this. This was annoying to make, but the from the USA was very funny to add.
Really funny.
It was, again, just little things we just kept adding, every little Easter egg. So my question was this, chat. During this part where he's just, we're gonna be on a beach in Turks and Caicos, blah blah blah. Obviously something's about to happen, and I did hint in the beginning of that little dialogue of, oh hey, Saudi Arabia even opened their airspace. Did anyone see that coming? Did anyone know it was gonna be a crash in Saudi Arabia or even in a Middle Eastern country?
Yeah.
Maybe something big there? Or did you have no idea?
Thought it was 9/11.
Yeah, it definitely,
it's honestly the same. It
is 9/11. It's
yeah.
literally the equivalent of 9/11.
Which is funny because
Arguably worse, because it's like the holiest site.
Yeah, that's true.
That's where they go. That's where Muslims go on their
for Ramadan, right?
No, they have to do it like once in a lifetime. The pilgrimage, to Mecca.
Yeah.
I think Muslims have to do that once in their lifetime, and it's packed. I've seen videos or pictures from it. It is
It's
mobbed.
insane, yeah.
And you can't go unless you're like a Muslim, and I think they ask you questions and stuff. Like you cannot go to Mecca.
And that was actually something we even geographically researched. Like, would it actually make sense for a cargo plane to go over there? What would have to happen? Is it would have to go over Saudi Arabia, so that's why they opened their airspace temporarily.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be another interesting. The Burj Khalifa would have been cool to crash into.
Yeah, that's true.
Saudi, I still like Saudi more, but that would have been a cool one to crash in. That'd be a huge moment. The Burj Khalifa, tallest tower in the world. I thought the crash would be in Iran. Yeah, that's why we had to. There wasn't anything big enough there that I wanted to go as big as possible. So you're like, what's gonna happen? Okay, so that was that episode. All right, so let's see. Oh yeah. We love this scene.
Oh.
Hey, what?
Pick it up.
Hello?
What the fuck did you do? Also, marhaban. Hey, can I put you on a brief hold?
Are you?
If you don't know where that's from, it's Team America World Police. If you haven't seen the movie, it's fucking hysterical.
Really funny.
It's from the South Park dudes, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, and it's like puppets or like
Yeah, it's
claymation or whatever.
No, it's puppets. Yeah,
It's so funny.
Really, really
it's
good.
super like very South Park humor. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend. But yeah, it's from that movie. But I knew I wanted to put that in. We were gonna put that in other parts of the series too. Do you remember us talking about that? The Team America, when Negotiator got hung up on.
Each time they call someone, yes, like the
Every
NSA
time,
or
yeah.
CIA. Yeah, that's right.
But
that's
no
right.
one really put them on hold. So again, it felt forced to do it if
Yeah.
it wasn't like a holding situation. And I didn't want to say, oh, let's force another. I'm going to put you on hold.
I guess it could have made sense too for maybe if there was a pause. I guess when they call the Federal Reserve while they check their bank. And
Yeah, exactly. See, we could have.
But it would have been like it would have been exactly. It would have been forced.
We could have forced it.
Releasing all of this as a single video. No, but that is a good idea too. All is just one long video.
I mean, that'd be annoying to do on the channel again. Like, oh, here's the exact same thing 3 times in a
that's
row.
true.
But I could do it maybe unlisted or something, or I could put it unlisted in the Kidnappers playlist maybe. Like that wouldn't be hard. So, I mean, I can. I know a lot of people are wanting that. It'd be cool. It'd be a 45-minute. It's almost a movie.
Yeah, that's very true.
Kind of thing. That'd be very cool. Okay. Now I want to talk about this real quick. So. Hello, my fellow Americans. So, World War III is starting pretty much now. They're on the way, is what I'm trying to say. So, in honor of that, we're going to have a little draft. Woo! Yay, draft. Okay, so a few things that are actually very interesting.
So during the draft that actually happened during the Vietnam.
Okay, yeah,
War.
I'll talk about that first. This actually happened. Not to this extent, and it wasn't categories like Mexicans and feminists. But this did happen. If your parents are over 65 or so, ask them. Or if they live in the U.S. at least, ask them. During the Vietnam War, there was a draft, and they tried to make it fun. So they televised a draft based on birthdays. So they literally like drew whatever things out of a hat or whatever, made it like a lottery, and it was on birthdays. So they drew, and the first one I looked it up was September 14th. So September 14th is going to Vietnam. Let's see who's next. And I talked to my mom about this. She was 9 at the time, but my uncle, her brother, was 18. So he was of age to go to war. So she says she remembers with my grandparents and my uncle sitting in front of the TV watching to see when his birthday would come up. They called like 200 birthdays.
Oh,
it was almost
Holy
half.
shit.
It was more than half the country. So
So it was like a tiered system, like the first, and then if you get called, it's like in line, like you're number 8. So if these people die or something, you just go.
I don't know if it was exactly, hey, the first birthday called, so everyone September 14th is definitely going, and then the next, and so on. But I think it was something like that.
That's crazy.
So my uncle's birthday was called, but he was way late. He was like 150th or something. But my mom said if he was drafted, they probably would have had him go to Canada. Or escape to Canada, yeah.
Jeez.
They did not want him to go into war. So, yes, this actually happened. We were trying to do things that were historical, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this did happen, and we just made it more comedic, but yeah.
Yeah, and also, like, accurate to the U.S., like, if we did go to war, we would have to have a draft. Like, I don't think there's any way we would be able to keep up with, like, all the countries that would be feuding.
Especially with the whole Middle East just coming at us. So yeah, and we had a lot of, I love that shot.
Board and see who will be going to war. And
I might go to war if it was like this funny. So all the categories, yeah,
Vegans.
Ooh, the vegans will be going next. Yeah, I'd be a vegan myself, but unfortunately, I'm not a hero. And who will be behind them?
The dead.
We had a lot of things written out for this. You had one that was like girls over 14 who still say daddy. I don't know why I thought that was really funny. I don't know why I didn't put it, but that was very funny.
Yeah, there's so many options.
There were a lot of things we thought of. But yeah, that was a fun scene to make. So like that. Oh yeah, that was an example of this. I'm doing the editing, so I'm putting them into the scene, doing the dancing, and then Edgar's making that background, and then he's finding the music, and then I remember him sending me that song. You're like, put this, it's gonna work perfectly, and we were cracking up seeing it like with the fucking
it's like
dancing.
A Family Feud.
Yeah, we were going like Family Feud type thing, fucking game show. That was so funny. And then Operation Human Shield. Was there anything else I really wanted to mention in this one? The ukulele.
The McDonald's scene.
Oh, yeah. When I shot this McDonald's scene, this was annoying. I ordered McDonald's, and I said, I'm going to do this in one try. So oh my God. Oh, Andrew! This guy's back!
Whoa.
Andrew, Jesus Christ, man.
Shit.
Dude, if you're ever in Vegas, man, I'm taking you out for a beer
Please.
or something. God damn. Dude, thank you so much for $500. This guy's fucking... I hope you're rolling in it, man. I hope this isn't, like,
seriously.
hurting. Thank you so much. Please give this to Abe and that Cherry Tree hater to get them to finish. I love it, man. They're coming back. Don't worry. They're coming back. Yeah, guys, fucking show some love for Andrew in the chat. Oh, my God. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I'm mind blown right now.
Wow, yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm just watching everyone react. Jesus Christ. God. At this point, you should get a cameo. Yeah, dude, if you ever want a cameo or anything, just let us know.
You want to get shot?
Yeah, you want to be one of the first people who get shot? Absolutely. Got you covered. Anyways, going back to the McDonald's scene. I ordered McDonald's, and I was like, okay, I had most of the lines I wanted, but I also ad-libbed a lot, and I just did it all in one. I just started like eating slowly and talking as much as possible. I said 1,000 things, which actually I realized works well, because if you don't remember everything you said, when you hear it back, you kind of get to hear it as a viewer instead of the maker.
Yeah, if you make so many variations of it too.
So you can tell. So I would listen to it, and certain things would make me laugh, and I would say, "Oh shit, I forgot I even said that," and I'd laugh and say, "Okay, that's going in because it made me laugh."
Yeah, especially that this is the first. It's during Ramadan too.
During Ramadan, where they have to fast. I'll play the scene. Dawn. Hey, do you guys mind if I eat real quick? I'm so hungry. But keep talking. I'm totally listening. Yes. Hey, did you get my McNuggets? You know it. And you got the dipping sauce, right? Of course I got the dipping sauce. Dude, it's just not the same without the dipping sauce. Yeah, bro, this... Oh, there you are. Oh my gosh, so fucking good. This is heaven. Yep, this is heaven. That's where we are right now. We're in heaven. It's like everything else that happened today. Who gives a shit, right? I mean, who cares? I could drink this sauce. No, straight up. I could just drink it. You want to see me do it right now? Like the McNuggets are like, without the dipping sauce? Here, right? Yeah. Easily. But with the dipping sauce? Oh, at least here. Like, it just takes it to another level. We got any napkins? Nah, I don't think so. You can just wipe it on your shirt. Oh, that guy has a towel he's wearing. Oh, and guess what I got you? Is it a McFlurry? Bro, if you got a McFlurry, I'm about to McCum in my pants. Stop. I did have a lot of fun, and that McDonald's was very good. But yeah, as I'm like opening the sauce, I only had really one take. I think I had 2 sauce packets, so I had like one take. I said, okay, better make this fucking good.
Which is like, when you think about it, it's like, oh, like this is just 30 seconds at most. Like, okay, how hard is it going to like get that right? But
exactly.
It's very easy to mess up.
I was double checking everything. The camera, the sound, every little thing. I was like, this better not be it's out of focus. Oh, and I realized it after. So I trip. I filmed that scene on its own. I filmed most scenes just straight. So I just sit in front of the camera for 3 hours and read every line I did. That one I did on its own. I said, okay, let me set up the camera, triple check everything, then shoot it, and then take it out and put it in the computer. So that was nice. Then we got that, them, airport, getting shot, the broom.
Oh, the weapons of mass destruction reference. I think that was the only one. I think that's towards the end.
Yeah, I thought, so the weapons of mass destruction being in Iraq, or being in America versus Iraq, I thought was just a very funny like,
twist, yeah.
very cool twist of, oh, that's where they were this whole time. But yeah, I think that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Discuss for
okay.
episode 2.
Yeah. Episode 2 is pretty light. Yeah, there's a lot in episode 3.
3 is what we want to talk about the most.
Much.
Well, global tensions are rising faster than P. Diddy's pants on prom night, as active weapons of mass destruction have been found at all major cities across the United States and in all Scientology buildings. We're gonna let those ones stay. But it is believed that the Middle East is responsible for these weapons after the recent attack on Mecca. This was cool because for this episode, I wrote most of it out, or Edgar wrote it first, sent it to me, and then I wrote out what I wanted. That's how we usually did it.
Yeah,
he wrote his version.
Yeah, we storyboard it together. I'll do the first draft, send it. Zach will cut and add stuff, which is
and I would just add whatever or change whatever. And then so I wrote out this one how I wanted, but this beginning part I didn't have a good idea for the newscaster. And then I opened Edgar's draft, and it was that line, the P. Diddy line. I laughed so hard at that. And then that was easy. So it's great collabing when I can if you don't have a joke, someone else might have one. It's very cool. Yeah,
or
the
even
baby.
Just like the premise for a joke, like even just riffing live when we're recording, like the dancing for the draft one. Like I remember you recorded. Okay, try doing this. Okay, do the swim, do the Macarena. Do this. Yeah.
Right, when we come out dancing for the draft, I did a lot of dancing, actually.
Yeah.
I did weird spinning, I did Macarena, I did, break dancing, I did, everything we could.
Yeah.
And then we just looked at it, see what works best. Okay, so I want to, let's talk about the CIA. I think it's time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Okay, I want to heavily emphasize this, guys. If you don't know, the CIA has done the most extreme crazy shit you've ever heard. It's actually wild. And this isn't conspiracy. I'm going to tell you some. I'm going to show some. And it's going to sound like, okay, Zach, what conspiracy theorists web? No.
No, it sounds like
it's documented. It's on the CIA website. It's on the fucking Wikipedia page. So when I say towards the middle, when I have this, the CIA has actually done these things at the bottom. They've actually done everything we talked about and way more.
Yeah.
So, we brought up a few. Like the most famous one is probably MK Ultra, which is where The CIA tried to basically use LSD for brainwashing and psychological torture. And there was one case where Fidel Castro was doing a radio show, and they planned to spray LSD into the ventilation systems to hopefully fuck with his head to make him seem unfit to rule.
For the dictator, yeah.
And this is all, like, this is just legit. This is like, yep, this happened. And there's so many things. Here's another one. Operation Northwoods. The government planned to, where did it go? This stream's about to be taken down. It was the CIA operatives to stage and commit acts of terrorism against American military and civilian targets, then blame it on the Cuban government and use that to justify a war against Cuba.
Right.
This didn't happen.
So yeah, secretly repainted civilian aircraft as U.S. Air Force planes to try to shoot down our own aircraft and ships. I think was one of the other things too.
Yes. Here's another one. We cracked up at this one. Acoustic Kitty. The CIA made use cats to spy on the Kremlin and Soviet embassies.
Yeah, spent $20 million
surgically putting a listening device in a cat's ear
and training it to like go around
and listen. Yeah. And it was hit by a car within minutes. They said, right?
Yeah, like the 20 minutes or something. That was crazy.
And that failed, and then they stopped using it. But you can literally go. This is the CIA.gov website, guys. Like, this is just, there's no conspiracy here. This is just, yep, we do this. Natural spies, animals, and espionage. And like, yeah, pigeons, fucking cats, there it is.
Which is, yeah, the acoustic
kitty.
Yeah.
Spy fish. The CIA has done all of this. They've staged coups in like countries that just had democratically elected people won. They did it in Iran. They did it in the Congo.
Yeah.
I asked ChatGPT to list all the countries.
It's a long
It
list.
was Iran, Guatemala, Congo, Cuba, Iraq, South Vietnam, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Chile, Indonesia, Greece, Cambodia, Bolivia, Honduras, Nicaragua, Grenada, Panama, Afghanistan, Haiti, and Venezuela. Probably more, but ChatGPT might have just ended it. But yeah, these are all the countries. And there were like countries where, imagine this, a country elects a leader democratically, just some random country. And the CIA is like, nope, we don't like that guy because he was either maybe, they thought he was pro-communist.
Yeah, that they would be influenced by communism or the Soviets or something.
Or they would nationalize like their oil. That was the case with Iran. They would nationalize it. So the U.S. had all these oil fields or reserves in Iran. And then this guy was elected who was going to nationalize it. And the U.S. was like, nope, along with the U.K.
Which is funny because that goes back, and somebody just commented, the whole birds aren't real thing. It's like not satire and actually serious. So there is some truth to this stuff, like that Alex Jones... Or people saying in general, like, oh, they're turning frogs gay. They're
yes.
Like, yeah, no, these are actually like animatronic birds that they would use to spy on people, which is really funny.
So we were looking up, like, what has the CIA actually done, and let's do jokes about that. So people were laughing when I said, like, the CIA has actually done this with pineapple on pizza.
Yeah,
that part they didn't do, but destroying food crops,
supplies,
they absolutely did that. They would like drop chemicals onto food supplies.
Yeah, to starve out. I think they did it. They did it in Vietnam. They did it in certain areas where they sprayed. I think it was like some Agent Orange or something like that, because the Viet Cong were hiding in the forest.
Yes.
But because you can't really control it and winds would pick it up, it would get into the actual crops for the cities, and there was like no good planning from the president at the time. Like the president or whoever the person was in Vietnam. So, no, it's kind of like, I'm pretty sure that's over there. These are safe, but like not those. So they would just start gassing all of the food supplies. It was crazy.
Someone commented and Edgar responded, what are some good books about the CIA one? So this isn't CIA, but it's a really cool book. And especially my viewers who are like engineering, STEM people, The Imagineers of War. So this is not about the CIA. It's about DARPA, which is still around. But it has elements of pretty much all the aspects of the U.S. government, including the CIA. There's one story from that. When I read it, I was like, wait, what? And then I looked it up. So apparently, during the Vietnam War, when America got involved, people from the U.S., like diplomats or whatever, would go over to South Vietnam to help out. And someone from South Vietnam was like, what can we do? What are some ideas? This was what they thought of. People in Vietnam are superstitious. At this time, were fairly superstitious. And vampires were one aspect. So they believed in like vampires and things like that. So the guy said, let's kill a Viet Cong member, poke 2 holes in his neck, drain his blood, and hang his body in like a town square to scare people into bowing down to the South Vietnamese. And I looked it up. I'm like, that happened? Yeah, it totally happened. This all happened. This is not conspiracy.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Oh, there's another comment. Yeah, they used speakers in Vietnam to pretend they were ghosts.
Yes,
we just read about that too.
Actually, didn't I bring that one up?
Operation Wandering Soul.
Operation Wandering Soul. This is what you're talking about. Propaganda campaign, psychological warfare effort exercised by U.S. forces during the Vietnam War. To increase defects. So, Vietnamese culture includes beliefs and rituals that show respect for the dead. So, it calls for proper burial, ghost spirit. So they'd have like voice recordings of dead Viet Cong people that they'd play. Girl saying, "Come home, daddy." Oh my God. They do all this shit during the Vietnam War.
Jeez.
The Cold War was insane. If you're wondering what America's ever done. God damn. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't know that. If you're someone who's very aware of what the CIA has done, you might have forgotten that it's not common knowledge. It's not taught to us.
Yeah, there's another one too where they dosed an entire French village by putting
LSD in the bread.
Yeah.
And there was like mass hysteria, mass hallucinations.
Yeah,
people,
I think a couple of
suicide. Yeah, jumped out of building. Yeah, so there you go. That's fun. But yeah, when we said like the CIA has actually done this shit, we were kind of tame in what we showed.
Yeah,
like, they've done some crazy shit.
And again, we did research that too of like, okay, how would what organizations in the U.S. would stage a coup? It was like, 100% the CIA. Then we researched what did they actually do, which we included like the inspiring fear, the propaganda.
Yep.
Which also, that reminds me, the jump scare.
Oh, yeah. What timestamp was that?
350.
And once you have enough people on your side, instill fear in the population. Remember, if you can scare people, you can make them do anything. My fellow Chinese. That's what's gonna happen if we don't overthrow the Chinese Communist Party right now. We were debating doing the jump scare. We said, should we do it? And then we did it.
As soon as you brought that up, I was like, absolutely, that's so funny.
Did it scare you guys? How many people got scared by the jump scare? I wanted it to be scary, but we weren't sure. I'm sure it did jump scare quite a few people. Let's see. There's a slight delay between.
Oh yeah.
454 people watching. Hell
nice.
Yeah. What's up, you guys? Welcome. For the people who might have not been watching since the beginning, it took us about 120 hours to make this. NSA, I won't talk about that as much, but yes, the NSA has done crazy shit too.
Yeah, a lot more like cyber terrorism stuff.
I mean,
too,
that's what Edward Snowden worked for.
Yeah,
right?
all the
so they're like the spying people.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot of crazy shit too. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was 120 hours across 3
scary.
months.
I was scared. Yeah. It was funny. It wasn't scary at all. Nope. Yeah. I guess you guys got a range of people. Did you guys? Oh, actually, I'll ask this. Did you guys know a jump scare was coming? Do you think that was obvious?
I don't think so.
Did you guys know it was coming, or did it seem like it would be he's gonna say something that's scary? Hi, sloppy schloop.
Oh, wait, to Expedia. That's true. Yeah.
Some more editing work than you'd think. Doing a proper jump scare? I mean, like maybe setting it up.
Yeah.
Do you know what's the biggest jump scare you've ever, like the scariest jump scare of any horror movie you've ever seen? For me, it's Strangers. When they're in the closet and he pops up.
Oh,
because
that's a good one.
He's looking through the closet, or maybe it was she was looking through the closet, like little blinds things that you can barely see through, and then the person is leaving the room, so you have this moment of we're good, and then it's from the bottom, it just pops up. That scared the shit out of me.
That's a good one too, yeah, because you have that sense of like you were relieved versus like the tension to a jump scare. Yeah,
people are saying it wasn't that. Okay, I didn't want to jump scare people. I just wanted a jump scare in it.
Because there's that old YouTube video of like this scary woman's face, like the ghost sort of
like
zombie.
the Exorcist kind of face.
Yeah, we thought about doing that one too.
Yeah, we were gonna do maybe an actual scary face, but P Diddy was way funnier.
Yeah,
I wanted to keep some jokes about him. Yeah, someone expected a COVID reference. We do have that, just not that scene. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I'm glad it didn't scare anyone too much. That's good.
That was a good one.
I didn't want to make it too loud or anything.
What's the next one? Oh god, yeah. There's so much in this one. That shot was so good.
All die tomorrow. Find out tonight at 11. Stop the spread. Go, go, go.
I will not go back to lockdown.
That probably took, how long did it take me to edit that? 20 minutes maybe?
I would say
15, 20 minutes?
And that's when your computer started really slowing down.
Oh my god, yeah. I did, all those were individual. None of those are copies. I did not copy and paste. So I did, I coughed turning one way.
And then tilted a little bit.
And then tilted a little, and I kept turning all the way around. And then I did that shot, that spinning shot, probably like 6 times, and I lost my balance quite a few times. It was hard to do. On carpet, it was not easy. But after that one, felt good. I didn't lose my balance.
Cool. Because you held that pose really well, too. And then up, and then the weight, and then, and then back to the phone is really good.
I was hoping like my gun wouldn't go off screen or something like that.
Oh, that's one thing that did make us do a lot of reshoots is just like, in working with a green screen, like something could get cut off or the angle could be slightly wrong, that we'll just have to redo a whole shoot, which takes another 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. No, there was I finished doing this scene and then I exported. The last person who fell. So this was annoying. When I had to what I do when I record videos is, or when I edit them, is I watch them in Final Cut. Then did the live stream go down, or is it still good? Sometimes this just goes down for me. We still good, chat? Looks like it's still good.
Yeah, looks like it is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sometimes my windows just fucking crash. Yeah, so I watch it in Final Cut, then I export, and then I watch it in full screen so I can see any issues. And usually my videos are 4 to 5 minutes, so it's pretty easy to do. But for this video, I had to sit and watch 15 minutes, and then I'd find some issues, export it, or edit them, export again, then watch all of it again, and then find more issues. Because it's just such a long video, you're going to find little things. So in this scene, for example, one of my socks, because I was just wearing socks, flies up. Because as I fall down, my lower body comes up. And it was at the very end, and it looked super weird. And I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to edit that out
and
now.
then you have to find which layer is it that...
Which layer in the Final Cut. Yeah. Super annoying. So, yeah, it was... I probably watched an hour and 45 minutes worth of this series of just... watching, editing the revisions. The music was a little too loud. Let me bring it down.
Oh, there's another song that could go a little bit better for like what's going on in the scene too.
Oh, do you want to talk about this one? I'll let it play, then you can talk about it.
Make sure to eliminate all opposition.
That was one of my favorite things ever.
Edgar thought of that one, and he told me. I remember we were drunk at Planet Hollywood, and you said, "I have an idea for like when it's a sniper shot."
Oh, sniper shot! Like you think someone's gonna get shot, and then off screen just two people come by and just stabs.
And there's some with comedy. Sometimes it's like you have to watch it. It's not funny. When you explained that to me, I was cracking up. I thought I don't think I've ever seen someone do that before. I don't know, chat. I don't know if you guys saw that coming, but we thought that was hilarious. So unexpected. Okay, good. I'm glad that was unexpected. I was thinking maybe like they thought, oh, he's gonna shoot him in the dick or something, because it went down. So I thought maybe that would be the turn people thought. But then they just come off screen.
Oh, and then immediately after too, the assassin like clear like
yeah.
like having to show the person.
The target eliminated.
Confirmed. You get your shot?
He's dead, all right. We're getting.
Yeah. So that was a very funny scene, and that was we had to buy. Oh, tell them about the retractable knife at the.
So I had retractable knives that I've just had specifically that I bought for this one scene. That I tried to bring it with me on a plane, which sounds stupid in retrospect. And thinking like, well, why wouldn't they let on? It's a prop. It's like
prop.
plastic, and you can touch it and know that it's not the case. But yeah, they asked you like no guns, knives, or anything, and I was being like, you know what? I'd rather tell you guys before you see it in the viewer and arrest me.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, it's a prop knife. Like, can I bring that? And they're like, no.
Yeah. He just
Like,
brings
no.
this to the airport.
And because it was a prop knife, they had to call. I didn't even tell you this. They had to call over a police officer, like an actual cop, not the
shit.
TSA. So they had to wait for a cop to come over so he could be the one to physically take it out of my bag.
Oh, wow.
Look at it, and then like, yeah, you can't bring this with you, but I'm just gonna take this. Like, do you want like? And that was it. And he was like playing around.
You
with
say
it.
they were playing with
Yeah,
it, like
the
they're like
TSA
stabbing
people,
each
they're, like,
other.
stabbing each other. Like,
Those
so,
assholes.
So you can play with this, but
Yeah,
I can't
okay,
take this
so
on a plane. Really?
Is it dangerous or is it not? You little assholes. But yeah, so I had to buy the prop knives. But that scene came out great.
It was
I thought.
really good.
I thought it'd be
it was
hard
such
to
a
like get
fun
all
scene.
of us, but I thought it came out amazingly.
The nukes and NSA scene. Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, Edgar did this shot. Yeah, those little wiggles right there.
Yeah.
I thought I did not know
It
how
just
Edgar did
adds
that.
to it, yeah.
There's an earthquake effect in Final Cut. Have you seen that before? It just
haven't.
shakes the entire screen.
Oh.
So you can make it, and you can adjust how extreme the earthquake is. I thought maybe use that.
And I only did it on some of them too to make it look like it's not all of them moving, because if they all move, it looks very like cartoony or like too much like an effect versus natural.
Yeah, and then we wanted, again, the negotiator is on their tail, and he just almost has them, and the fucking nukes happen to take out.
Come on, we've got him. It's not possible. It's like they have someone working for them on the inside.
Hey, are you getting sick? Because.
I love that shot.
Hey, are you getting sick?
I was like, that's gonna be really cool.
Yeah. Is this what you pictured when I described, like, I want a
Kinda, when you
silhouette
said a
with the sun
sunset,
in the background?
Yeah.
I really wanted that, like, cinematic kind of
It's nice
shot.
how crisp the silhouette is too.
Yeah, we just brought it down to pure black, and it looks really
It does.
clean.
Yeah, even just like the tiny little gap in the sunglasses, like that's awesome.
Let's play the montage scene real quick.
And I'm proud to be a Chinese. Well, at least I know I'm constantly blocked by the government, but we got like really good ducks, so that's a win. And I won't forget the baby girls who died and gave their right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God fuck the CCP.
That was so good.
I really like that ending. Yeah, we were debating on the song and what the lyrics would be, and if we should do anything more. This was towards the end, and we wanted to just keep it kind of how it was.
Five Maths, thank you. Expected a jump scare. Yeah. There was a bunch of different things too. We thought about what to put for that jump scare. that the P Diddy one was really funny because he made a couple of jokes about.
Yeah,
it
I wanted the
too.
running P Diddy gag. I wanted to kind of roast him a few times. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. You boys. So Edgar's off screen and he hands me that president paper. And this was one scene I had to do when he was here. A lot of my scenes I did before he got here, so we could focus on his scenes when he was here and just get to editing. But this was one I had to wait for him because I thought he might be on camera to hand it to me, and it ended up not being, and it was fine.
Yeah.
So I guess I could have grabbed it without you here, but
it is hard to
worked.
make it smooth though, so you don't like stumble and getting it stuck on because then
Yeah.
that is hard to do by yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Was the cop really a mole or just negotiator? Was that incompetent?
No,
The
the
cop
cop was not a mole.
not a
The
mole,
cop was not a mole. He was an innocent,
the kidnappers just got
just got
continuously
so
got
lucky. So what we were going for was the negotiator is the GOAT at this, and he's getting played, and this is so new to him. So he said the only possible way they could be pulling this off, like I'm about to catch them and then I lose signal, the only possible way that could happen is if they had someone on the inside.
Yeah.
And it's the guy next to me. No, that guy was not a mole. He was just going with the flow. He's like, negotiator's my boss.
Yeah, and
what
so
do you
one
want us
of
to
the
do?
earlier questions too of like what else would we have included if this were a longer thing? More of the backstory of like the negotiator getting pulled back by like bureaucratic politics and
Yes.
stuff. Like, oh, let me just like go after them, which
Yes.
is funny too because he's like constantly killing people.
Yeah.
But that was part of why he was holding back, and then he goes rogue.
Yeah.
So that's why there's the transition at the end.
Exactly. We were gonna have more negotiator parts. Again, the video is
It
just
is
so
already so long. Yeah.
We just said, okay, well, let's just do what we can. So in the next set of episodes, we'll have negotiator will be more of the bad guy at that point. Still, I guess a good guy, but like he'll have more of a role. And then, yeah. So now we're at the Turks and Caicos shot.
Yeah.
Let's let this run.
I was thinking also just a twist for the president too, figuring out how to button that up of like, how are the kidnappers going to get away, and what they kidnapped the president. You can't just like walk away from
Yes,
that.
exactly,
So that was
exactly.
another thing too that was also we had to figure out.
So, yeah, that's a good point. We originally didn't have the president with them. But when I had the bucket on my head, that was added in later because we thought that ending, I want the twist of he knew it was going to happen, and this is how they can kind of escape with the presidential pardon.
Right, because you can't just because then they'd be constantly on the run.
On the run, just constantly.
Yeah.
So that's why we did. So we added the president with the bucket in a few of those shots just to remind you, hey, he's still there. That's their collateral. That's the reason.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why they just negotiator won't just outright try to kill them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was our goal. Okay, so let's watch Turks and Caicos shot.
Oh, did somebody order some drink? Oh, if you like pina coladas, get caught in the rain. Oh, fuck. All right, there is a God and he's a dick. Hey, to one hell of a kidnapping. To one hell of a kidnapping, partner.
This. Yes, that is us in Turks and Caicos. Yes, we did go on that vacation. Yes, it was purely for this video. Yeah, you can see Edgar there. There were no spare white people on Turks and Caicos, so it had to be the two of us. But yeah, that is us. So,
yeah, there's so much about Turks and Caicos. I guess. If they got a presidential pardon, why is Negotiator still looking for them? It's a point of pride for Negotiator.
Yes.
He doesn't lose.
Negotiator doesn't lose. He doesn't. This is the first time this has happened. Now it's personal. Now it's, I will not let these guys get away. And he doesn't want them dead. He wants to know how they can do all this.
Who are they working for?
Who are they working
KGB,
for?
China, Russia.
What are their tactics? It's like he can learn from them. So he's not just going to try to kill him, which will add an element of like, he can find them and it's not just going to be over. We can have elements of he takes them or whatever.
Yeah.
So, okay. So a few things. First of all, look how we got this beautiful shot. We were so happy with this shot. So there is the drone operator right there. And we want to show you guys. Okay, this is hysterical to me. So let me bring this up. So we go to Turks and Caicos, and we know we want that shot. And I knew I wanted my, or I wanted a Shawshank-like ending. The blue water, zoom out, beautiful beach. I just wanted that so badly. So yeah, if you weren't here earlier, I said we looked up all the best beaches in the world, like the bluest beaches. There was Fiji, there was Greece, there was the Maldives, and this was just the closest one to us geographically, and it was cheaper. So we went here. Cheaper, yeah, Maldives we're not going to.
It was also too, we were going off season, which we got very lucky that it wasn't like pouring rain because
so we took a risk. We were like, we're gonna be there for 2-3 days. And we have one shot at this. So we said we either have to bring our own drone or have someone else there to do it. And bring our own drone, we realized, would have been impossible because someone had to fly it because both of us are in the shot.
And you'd have to learn how to fly them too. And at least now, because I remember looking it up when we were talking about it, I'd have to get a license from the FAA just to fly a drone near my house to practice for the shot. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Fuck that. Yeah, screw that. So here's what we did. We looked up drone pictures on Google. Yeah. And we found a TripAdvisor thing where they take drone shots of you in a canoe in the water. So that's what this company does.
Which I think, can you kind of see in the corner? No, I don't think you ever actually end up seeing it. Yeah, I think there's is that a shadow?
Oh, yeah, those shadows have to be canoes, right?
Yeah, because they're clear canoes.
Okay, so you see those shadows? Those are canoes in the water. So here's what it looked like.
Yeah, this is what we booked.
So here's what we booked. Yeah. So most people do this. And actually, when we went there, it was all these girls doing like ass out pictures in the canoe, like doggy style ass out pictures.
And in those canoes, it's just pure plastic. So in the middle of the sun, it is hot on those things too. There was one where there was a guy laying down, and his girl was like straddling him and twerking, and he looked miserable.
He looked like he was not having fun. He did not choose that. So that's what this company does. We roll up with 2 ski masks, and we're like, all right, here's what we want. Take that drone, fly it as fucking far as you can while we chill and cheers on these chairs. They didn't ask us why. They just were like, all right, here we go. We put on the masks, cheers, and they just did that shot.
And specifically where Zach is on the closer shot, so you don't see me as much, so we can look more.
It was like a little less obvious. There are no white people in Turks and Caicos, so this was the only thing we could do. And no one we know would have come with us on that trip just for that. So we asked him for that drone shot. And it was funny because he was doing all these things like flying the drone around us, like getting cool shots.
And then going into the ocean.
And we said, nope, that's not what we're going for. We fly that drone as far as you fucking can. And then he showed that to us. And then we both came because it was fucking phenomenal.
So and actually, they were really nice about, someone just asked about retakes for this shot. He would show it back to us, and we would just ask for a couple of things too, because I think we had like an hour or like a 30-minute block.
Yes,
So we just asked for a couple more. Okay, do one where you go even farther too. Like, okay, don't pull up as much. Like, make sure you can still see us, but like then pulling back. So there was a lot we could do.
And just look at how beautiful this day is. Like, we lucked out so hard. Yeah. And not only that, I mean, you can see the whole fucking island. It's insane.
Yeah.
We were staying on Grace Bay Beach. That's one of like the top ranked bluest water beaches in the world. But we had to drive like 2 miles for this one, right?
Yeah, something like that, which is bullshit because in their thing it says free pickup, which was a lie. It's like, no, you go to this beach and you find this guy in a hut and he'll good luck.
And this was just a shot we got of Grace Bay Beach. It's the bluest water you've ever seen.
Which actually, if you go back to the first shot of the chair, it was
This one?
The first one of the cheer with the Turks and Caicos text. It would fluctuate so much to where it was really cloudy and overcast for a little bit, and then it would get sunny on a moment's notice. So we just got so lucky.
We got completely lucky.
Yeah.
And not only that, it poured the next day. Poured.
Yeah.
Like some of the hardest rain I've ever seen. I can't believe how lucky
It was
we got.
constant, yeah.
And I mean, you can see how cloudy it. I mean, look in the background.
It's
There are a
overcast.
lot of clouds. And it's the Caribbean, so if you've ever been in that area, Mexico is kind of like that too. It's
Yeah.
just rains
Very
for
tropical,
10
yeah.
minutes and then it goes away.
And it's a very humid rain too. We couldn't even do anything.
Super
Yeah.
humid rain. So
So some of the questions we did get about Turks and Caicos, the IRS stuff, like, did we go just for this trip? Like, yes, this trip was purely just for filming.
we just filmed. We get there and we do a boat tour, like a boat tour around the island.
Yeah.
Where you can snorkel, and we got to see a cool like hidden island, like a lizard island.
Yeah, with just just a bunch of iguanas that's like isolated.
And we did that to tour to see if maybe we could find a good spot to
Yeah.
film. But it turned out that you couldn't even choose where you were picked or where
No,
the
it
spot
was in specific areas, so that was hard of like finding an area where it was mostly secluded, because if you walked like behind what this shot is, it's just crowded beaches with a bunch of resorts. They all have their canopies and stuff. So finding this, we got also very lucky that there's not a lot of resorts around there. There's like a lot of construction going on.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and now let's talk about the trip. This was an interesting trip.
Yeah.
So I want to preface this first of all. Turks and Caicos is not somewhere I'd want to retire. It's not somewhere I'd want to
No.
live. It's the thing I didn't like about it the most was it was too spread out. I was picturing like the typical like Positano, how it had bars on the beach. It was just bar,
Right.
restaurant,
And
people
everything's-
out,
in one
packed. You
area.
could get umbrellas. This was not like that. I mean, look at this shot. No one's around. I don't know if this was totally their off season either, but there's no bars and restaurants and all that here. It's not like a
Yeah, because we went. When was it? In June or May?
June.
June.
We went in June. Yeah.
Yeah, their peak time was I think in May or like late April, when it's just clear skies, just sunny the entire time.
Yeah, it's one of the sunniest places in the world apparently, or the least rain. So we figured we had a good shot and we lucked out.
Yeah, and so after we were done with this shot, we were super stoked, but then we still had to film the whole rest of like the lead up to that and stuff that's gonna happen later too. But
Yeah.
it was so insanely hot wearing the masks, sitting still for that, and just trying to record all of that.
Yeah. In mass, and as we're in the, because we were filming before or after the drone guy. So the drone guy did just that zoom out shot, but the part of just us in the chairs, to one hell of a kidnapping cheers. Edgar's recording that, and I'm doing the acting. No one else is there. But as we're doing those shots, people are walking by, so
Yes.
they're just like staring at us, like, what the fuck
with
are
our, like,
these guys
tripods and like
doing? Yeah,
setting it up.
Yeah, what are these guys doing? But yeah, okay, so we get to Turks and Caicos. The first funny story, this was hysterical. It is a poorer country, for sure.
Right. And actually getting there, I was like, one thing we when we always travel together, I always look up, do they have Uber? Do they have Lyft? Like, that's like the number one thing I always look up. They allegedly had this thing called Conch Cab, which when we land, I realize is no longer a thing because they didn't get enough drivers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why,
So
okay.
when we get off the flight, we get our bags and we're just trying to find a taxi, and they just you just go into this mobbed area.
Yes.
No signs. You're just in a huge crowd of people where a white van pulls up.
Yep.
6 people get in and then they just leave and
Yep,
disappear.
that's it. Yeah, there's no like, yellow taxi you can get in
Yeah.
with 2 people, you and your friend. No, it's just big vans that take as many people as they can. We were stuck in a van with
It was
like 8 people almost, right?
Yeah, it was a 10-person van.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Someone sat in the front too, along with the driver. Yeah.
So you sit in this big van, and the driver asks, like, where's everyone going? So this is what was funny. We tell the taxi driver, we're staying at an Airbnb. We're not staying at a hotel. So we said, here's the Airbnb. It's on this street. She says, I don't know where that street is. And I was like, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so we named it first. Like, I'm sure all taxi drivers everywhere.
Yeah,
they just know all the
they gotta know
crossing
all these
streets everywhere.
streets.
They know it's near this place. So yeah, she says, I don't know where
I know
that
that
is.
street. So I pull up Google Maps and show it to her. And she says, and I quote, I don't read maps. We look at each other
And we're like,
isn't your one job
Yeah.
in the world to get human beings to the
one
location
place, yeah.
they want to go. Isn't that the one thing you have to do? So we're like, okay, bitch, like fucking, okay, there's a hotel. Do you know this hotel? And then we go there, and she says,
because someone else is getting dropped off at that
At that
resort.
hotel,
She's like,
yeah.
okay, this is a half-mile walk, whatever.
No
Cool,
problem.
we'll just get in.
So we go there. We get to the hotel, and then we get out, get our shit, and start walking. And then the driver's like, "Where are you guys going? You can tell me." And I was like, "Bitch, no.
We were already out.
Get the fuck out of
And
here."
the worst part too is to get to that resort where we got off at. You had to drive past our Airbnb. It's like, oh, there it is. Like I see it. It's right
Our
there.
Airbnb's right there. We drove past
and we were in
it.
the back. Like, you know what? Like, I just want to get out of here. So we grab our bags. Like, oh yeah, where is it? Where's your place again? We were very polite. We were not mean. We were just like, you know what? No, like we're good.
We were so nice.
It's a walk. We're just gonna leave. Here's your money, and we just left.
That was our first impression of people from Turks and Caicos.
Yes,
We're like,
of the customer service.
all right.
Yes.
So I don't know if these people are nice. After dealing with quite a few other people, half and half, I'd say. We had some really nice people,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
others super. The only other place in the Caribbean I've been to is the Bahamas. Nicest people ever. I would genuinely think Bahamas, Thailand, and Japan have been the nicest people I've ever seen.
Yeah.
They were so fucking friendly. Turks and Caicos, not the case. So then the other thing that happened was we had the worst customer service at a restaurant we went to. I had some of the worst tipping of my life, and I am a great tipper. I'm really nice with tipping. I'll frequently do 30%, especially when I'm on vacation, just because I'm in spending mode. I'm happy to do it, and usually the people are very nice, and I want to support their economy. It was so bad. So we were at this. It was after we filmed, right?
We just finished filming. We're hauling all of our stuff, and we're just sweating. And there's a really cool looking restaurant that's like a hut on the beach with a bar. Like,
Finally, we found one.
Perfect. Yeah.
Hut on the beach. It was a Mexican place, right?
It was, yeah.
It was a Mexican place. We sit down. I don't think a waiter came to us for
25 minutes,
minutes.
yeah.
We're sitting there. We want to get drinks to start. 20 minutes goes by. No one has said anything to us. No one sat us either. We sat ourselves. People saw us sit. There's a bunch of people there.
Yeah, it's
pretty crowded.
Busy, restaurant.
We're talking to other people who are at the restaurant too, and they're complaining it's slow as well. No one talks to us for 15-20 minutes. I go up to the bar because I'm sick of waiting. I want a drink. We had just shot. I was so excited.
We were excited to like cheers.
So
and just
excited to
everything,
cheers. And I go up to the bar. This is my pet peeve with bartenders, is when they don't acknowledge you at all and say, oh, hey, I'll be right with you or whatever. So I'm there. I'm standing at the bar, like, there. No one else is at this bar. There's one person on the end who's eating. They're not being served. And then there's me. And the bartenders are making drinks for probably other people inside the restaurant or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm just there, like, looking, like, hello, can you acknowledge me? I stand there for 10 minutes. Zero acknowledgement. She didn't even look at me. It's a small bar. It was actually impressive. She did not make eye contact in 10-15 minutes. So I'm like, this is ridiculous. I go sit back down. I tell Edgar, like, dude, she didn't even talk to me.
Yeah, and the whole time we're like gaslighting ourselves. We're being like overly like, oh, you know what? Maybe they just maybe you have to go up to the bar to order. Like maybe they just don't come down. Or do we have to check in with someone?
We're the weird ones here. Maybe we're the weird ones. And then finally, a random dude comes up to us, and he might be the manager or something because he was very nice.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think it was. Not him. It was just some random waiter. We asked for waters and drinks. The drinks came out fairly quickly.
Yeah.
The waters took 25 minutes.
And we had to keep asking for it because I think
we had to keep asking.
Food had to came out by then. We just still hadn't had water.
I don't think
or the
yet.
appetizer.
Not yet. Maybe the appetizer.
That's right. Yeah.
Then I order and we asked for. Was it guacamole?
Guacamole at a Mexican restaurant. Guacamole and salsa.
They're out.
Yeah, they're out.
They're out of guacamole and salsa at a Mexican restaurant. And then we're like, okay, can we get whatever else? And then I order my main meal, and it was their special. It was like a lobster burrito.
Which
I'm a
sounded
huge
amazing,
seafood
yeah.
fan. And he goes, we're out of that. I'm like, do you fucking have food here? Or how does this restaurant work? Hit me with like, what the rule is. And then I order something else, and then it comes out like another 20 minutes later.
And yeah, the food after that point, it was fine. Yeah, it was good. Like we were excited to
it was
just
good.
sit and chill.
Finally we got to eat. We had our drinks.
Great views.
We got another drink, and then the check comes, and it was $150, And they do have tipping service there. And I said, I'm going to tip nothing or super low. And I tipped $2. I have never done that in my life.
No.
Even bad service, I'll give 10%. If it's just like, oh, that was bad, but like, thank you anyway, 10%. I tipped $2, and the lady looks at it, and she says, 2 or 20? And I'm like, you fucking bitch, like 2, you fucking bitch. Are you actually serious right now? Actually, give me one back. Like, like
for asking
like
that.
for asking that, get out of my face. It was the only time in my life I've ever done that, other than not really, but other than our Berlin trip where it took an hour and a half.
And even for the taxi too, the lady, I don't read maps, just all that stuff, just
So
was so matter of fact and like rude about it, like
Yes.
like we're the assholes for
Yeah.
expecting
I don't
her,
read
the
maps.
taxi driver, to read a map.
It was very rude, yeah. So those were the 2 worst people for sure. But there were several very nice people. Where are you guys coming from? Oh, let me give you some recommendations. What was weird was if you wanted a taxi,
Oh, we had to ask our Airbnb host.
how do we do it? How do we get a
Yeah.
taxi if we want to go anywhere?
Yeah, you have to like know a guy. Like he gave us somebody's WhatsApp phone number and like message this guy that what's your address, where you're heading to, and what time, and just hope he comes.
Yeah. It was literally, hey, 2 o'clock. Can you pick us up here to go here? And he said, yep, see you there. And we called him like hours in
It was-
advance.
Ricky's taxi. I still remember too.
Hoping that's hilarious.
Ricky's
hoping he'd remember. And that guy was very nice actually. But yeah, that was pretty much our experience. Oh, there was a nightlife thing too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So there's like it's not a big nightlife area. We expected it to be kind of like Ibiza or something.
Yeah, something
like,
closer to
yeah.
a beach party vibe.
Yeah,
like
at least
Ibiza. Not as extreme
something.
as Ibiza, but something like that. Maybe like Barcelona,
Yeah.
near Barcelona Beach or
Exactly.
something
Like
like
yeah,
that.
like not like crazy popping, but there's like stuff out. But it's a lot of like families and like older people that go to just literally just to lounge on the beach.
They had a downtown area where we were. And again, we only explored the tiniest bit of the island, but it was Grace Bay Beach, which is like the #1 ranked beach there. So I mean,
Yeah.
it should have had more. And we went to one nightlife place. It was like a hookah lounge or a hookah club.
It was like an indoor outdoor. So they had like an indoor bar that had like a bunch of seating and like stuff and bars and everything. And then they had an outdoor area with like a live DJ that would not get off the goddamn mic.
Yeah.
But yeah, and they had hookah, and there was a massive line going outside, which we waited for like I think 45
minutes maybe to get in. And this drives me crazy. They kept letting people out, but not letting people in reciprocally. Like if you let 5 out, now let 5 in. That's the deal, right?
And
I mean,
just-
if it's a fire code thing,
Yeah, and
do
just
that.
random people just walking up to the front of the line and going through.
Yeah.
But it was funny that like when we were 3 people away from the front of the line, there was like a fight that breaks out. There's 3 security guards on one guy who's holding a bottle of alcohol, and they cannot get him to the ground.
Yeah.
And he is
He's
gripping
drunk
this.
and
he
holding.
is not. Yeah, he's not letting this go. It did not break. I was so
He
impressed.
falls but still holds it. It's like a metal or a glass bottle of,
Yeah, it was
alcohol.
that bottle of Patron.
Yeah.
I still
And
remember. Yeah.
He was holding on to that, and then he gets kicked out. So that was a fun
And
view.
they're trying really hard to kick him out too, and it looked crazy. But like we see that happening literally feet from us, that we have to back up a little bit so we don't get tackled by these security guards.
Yep.
And we're still like, all right, well, we'll still go in.
Yeah. I want to see what's inside. And then we, as we're getting closer to the front, this group of girls walks out, and they are just in the worst mood. They said out loud, like basically to the line, don't go in there.
Yeah,
you
no
don't
one-
want to go in there. It's so.
And I think they had all paid a cover charge too.
Yes,
because
there
they
was
all
a
had
cover.
wristbands. Yeah, they all paid.
There was a cover, yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
there was.
sure.
Did it? No idea how much it was, but yeah, after they said that, we're like, okay, then. we
Okay,
just-
I trust these girls, yeah, because they seem down to earth. And I would guess like $20 cover. But yeah, so then we left and we went to another bar that was also open. But yeah, there was like 3 bars open by the time it hit midnight.
Yeah.
It's not a nightlife city.
No, I think we went to a bar after we left there. We were there. It might have been like 11:30. We were probably the only people in there. Maybe like one other couple that was there. Luckily, we were in that air conditioned room where we had that cookie brownie thing that was amazing.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
super good. They actually. Oh no, did that lady say kitchen's closed?
Oh.
And then another person came up and then they said like you can get it.
Yeah, and then he just quickly put in the order, and it came out.
And it came out in 5
yeah,
minutes?
Yeah.
It's like, can you guys have some sense of fucking structure in this restaurant? Do you guys need help? It's another thing. I know I talk about a lot how, like, with companies, like how I say companies are the worst. Like, let me fucking help you. Let me fix your product. Me and Edgar talk like that all the time.
Constantly.
We frequently just say, why does this company do this bullshit? Why is this club? Do you want money from us? Let people in at the rate you're letting them out. Do you want money? We say that all the time to each other. But that was our trip to Turks and Caicos.
Yeah. And yeah, I think I left really early the next morning because, again, getting from Turks and Caicos to somewhere that's not a hub like where I live, I think I had to leave early. You stayed, I think, most of the next day or the full next day?
I stayed the day you left. I stayed that full day because I wanted one just to chill. And then I went home the next day. But it poured that day, so I went out.
It was just raining.
I went out, got some food. The food was good, and went to a bar, and then just hung out. It was fun. But yeah, that was our Turks and Caicos trip. Which, for anyone asking, we did go there, but only for this video. That was not. We were not like planning to go to Turks and Caicos anyway. And we just happened to film there? No, we haven't done that.
Yeah, actually, and I'm thinking, what would have happened if it were like super overcast or pouring the whole time? Like that would.
It would have sucked. We would have paid. That's what we're hoping to make back. That trip was the expensive part.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I think that was actually the only real big expense outside of like props, like the vest for like the negotiator and police officer.
Actually, we never talked about this. If it did pour, would you have wanted to do another trip somewhere? To make up for it, or would you have been?
I probably would have, just because, especially looking at the shot now. Like obviously we didn't have that, but knowing how cool that shot was gonna be and how much we'd hyped it up, I would say so.
I knew that's how I wanted to. What would we have done at the end if it wasn't that shot? It would just been a green screen, like kind of whatever shot,
or even just like going somewhere to like San Diego, somewhere inexpensive that we can get a shot at. Although, but then you have like the restrictions too of like drones too. So that's another
San
part.
Diego water's just not nice looking. It's very dark blue with fucking like seaweed everywhere.
Hawaii or something, I don't know.
Yeah, Hawaii would have been a better shot.
One, yeah.
But that would have sucked.
Yeah, we got really lucky. And yeah, so a cool fun fact is that we filmed parts of what's coming next while we were still there. Yes. So like those were our goals, to film everything. So we had I think I was only there for one full day, which we did just for filming because the day we got there.
You're right, we got there on Friday.
That was the goal, is to film everything we needed to, and then that way we could just relax afterwards, which was so nice.
Yeah, Wormwood, you're totally right. Green screen cannot capture. Oh yeah, so for anyone who clicked off during these credits, you missed one thing.
What you want is in Turks and Caicos.
Who is this?
So that was our to be continued. There's more to come. Kidnappers will never be over. And this was funny because, so basically Negotiator has gone rogue now. That's what we're saying. He is now, I am capturing these guys. It is a point of pride.
Yes.
And he's just going to do whatever it takes. And then during this shot, we were debating what the background should be. And I think you recommended...
Yeah, like a jungle.
The jungle. He's in the jungle, just searching for them. And then we put this up, and we're like, that looks great, actually. And it's our thumbnail for this fucking live stream.
Yeah. Which also, though, too, in Turks and Caicos, there were places like this, like the little private iguana island that we went to, kind of does look very jungly and tropical, too.
Yeah, exactly. So that was cool. I think my major issue with using green screen is making sure your lighting is even. Yeah, lighting is annoying.
And that's why, if you didn't hear earlier, that's why there were some revisions that I had shot at my house that just didn't fit, work because of the lighting. So I had to come back to Vegas to
like Edgar looks really crisp here, and then the other one he was very light. Yeah. Like the exposure was turned up weirdly high, and I couldn't undo it. I couldn't change it by lowering. It just didn't work, so it was just distractingly different. Hang on one sec. Read some comments or something. But yeah,
yes,
that was fun.
Somebody asked earlier, favorite game? I don't know if I have a favorite game. I'm not much of a gamer. Like, Growing up, we had a PlayStation that my older brother used to play a lot more, and I would just mostly watch. Grand Theft Auto has always been a fun game. I always liked the first-person shooter games, like even just like Call of Duty. Those are always really fun ones. Anything interactive too, like there's a bunch of Switch games even that we've played together that are a lot of fun to do.
All right. Yeah, we can do some Q&A now, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
let's do it.
Let's do some Q&A. We'll read, obviously, any super chats will be prioritized. And also, for donations, if you don't want to give money to YouTube or whatever, I do have a Venmo, like a business Venmo. So it's just at Zach Star himself. It is in the description of this video. You can see the Venmo, and there's a link there. Sorry, I usually don't like bringing up here's how you can give me money, but this was such a long process, so I'm going to say it a few times. But yeah, sorry, I will try not to bug you guys with it. But yeah, do super chats, PayPal, Venmo, all below. And then also you can buy these shirts also at the link below.
Yes.
To Kill a Pineapple, which is our store. And then also subscribe to Edgar. His channel's below at Hey It's Edgar. It's also a comedy sketch channel. And we have very similar senses of humor.
Yeah.
So if you like me, you will like him.
Why do I live in California is the worst state? It's the most expensive state. Like, that's why I left the San Francisco Bay Area. Like, I grew up near Napa, like in Vallejo, which is very ghetto. Like, that's where I grew up most of my life. And it wasn't until this past year I moved back to our college town, which is like in Central California, much more secluded, a lot smaller town. That's just really, really relaxed, and I just definitely need. But I think I just like the California weather. I can't deal with extreme heat or cold like that.
That's
here.
true.
It's just,
That's
it's
true.
way
In
too
Vegas,
much.
it's already getting pretty cold, and then it's very hot in the summer. Yeah, our college town had great weather. It's
It
probably
did.
cold now, but it never
yeah.
gets too hot. It was never too hot.
Even this past summer, like the hottest I got was like I think in the high 90s, which was 2 or 3 days, and that was really not that bad.
Yeah. So he's lived in California his whole life, and I only moved out of California 4 years ago. But it was to avoid the fucking taxes of California.
Yeah.
I saved so much, and I paid off my loans after moving here. Like, it was a smart move.
And that's why I'm still paying off my student loans.
I'm
too.
sure you very much hate looking at the state tax line where it's like...
I only get like 60% of my paycheck. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Do you think, because you make a lot, but do you think it's because you're in California? Like, if you moved somewhere else, they would lower it because the cost of living's lower? Or is it independent?
I've asked. Yes, it's because I live in California that anyone who works remotely, they would adjust your pay accordingly. Like, you would usually get like a 10% pay cut. I've also been told, too, that there's some people that moved to San Diego that also got like a pay cut. Question for Zach. How much time in real life do you spend making your videos? Do you have a side gig or regular job? Love your work.
I spend probably, like, my typical routine is a rest day, a write day, a record day. And for my normal videos, that's usually what I can do. So on my rest day, I might think of video ideas. I might work on some math stuff that I'm trying to learn. I might do nothing. But those are chill. And then on the writing days, that's often maybe 5 or 6 hours of work, maybe up to like 10 at most if it's a longer video.
Yeah.
So those can be like a real work day. And then the editing day is almost always the entire day. Those can be 8 to 12 hour days. And then I try to repeat that if I can, but if I'm traveling or whatever, it's very busy. So I think if you were to add that up, if it was like 6 for that day and then that, and then I do it like 4 times. So maybe like 40 hours a week, almost like 30 to 40 a week on video stuff is my average, I would say. So it's kind of like a real full-time job. But that would be my guess.
Yeah. And for making videos, you kind of have to keep to a schedule like that. Like even for me, like I haven't posted one in a month because I've literally not been home.
You haven't been home
for more than
at
2
all.
days since the 30th of September.
Edgar's seen me more than like anyone else, I think, in the past month almost. Because we went on a trip together.
Actually, even more than my wife. Because when we left for Salem, I was at work and then came back and I was home for an hour and a half. I had to pack and then immediately left for Salem and we were just gone. For
So we went on a vacation, a double date vacation. And then we came back. Then he had to come over to record episode 3. And then the next weekend we go to Salem.
For Halloween. For Halloween, yeah.
And then the next weekend is this weekend. And he's over here.
Yeah.
He's been over here so much. A lot of traveling. But yeah. What else we got?
Favorite stage of lung cancer? Remission.
We could single-handedly fix Hollywood with their writing and filming. Thank you.
We complain about that all the time. Like, how often do you watch something? Like, I'm really bored. Like, this
I'm
is such
so
a
bored.
Yeah,
I was
hearing people say, "Oh yeah, you should check out this movie," but the first hour is like a slow burn. It's like, why would I watch that?
Why
thing?
is the first hour slow? Make it fun. No, I was saying I just watched Amsterdam on the plane.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was bored as hell. Banging cast. Margot Robbie, Christian Bale, like Taylor Swift was in it. Like everyone famous was in it. And I was so goddamn bored.
And that got nominated for Oscars. Like I don't understand the criteria. What level of like
I don't know,
artsy sort of shit has to happen?
I don't get it. So when you're making this, we were like, dude, it's fun the whole time.
Yeah.
If there's a dull or boring scene, we'll try to cut it. It's hard to make jokes every 5 seconds for 15 minutes, but we did our fucking best.
And pushing the dialogue that like, okay, is this dialogue back and forth needed? Is it pushing the story forward? If not, okay, we have to cut it. Or like, what is it really actually developing? Zach, have you ever considered collaborations with other large channels as well? And if so, how large must a channel be?
I don't think I have a cap on how large they must be. I would love to do a collab with bigger channels. Long Beach Griffey, I've always said, has been my top.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Stevie Emerson would be cool. Ryan George would be cool. And we follow each other on Instagram, so maybe that could happen. So, yeah, I would. I'd collab with pretty much anyone. But, yeah, if they have, like, 1,000 subs, I'm not going to put that as high priority, I guess.
And the other hard thing too, I'd imagine, is especially making sure they have a similar sense of humor. So like, if you say a joke, they're not like, "Oh, whoa, that's too much." It's got to be like, because when we're writing jokes, there are no limits for jokes. We will just
none whatsoever
back and forth, and it's just having that sense of like trust and safety. Like that's hard to have like with writing too. That you also have to have if you're collaborating with someone.
I didn't tell you this, but I was there's a guy in our apartment complex who does he's like a physical trainer, and he's at the gym all the time, and I see him a lot. So we've like got on a talking basis.
Yeah.
And he's like professional. Like he lifts for like competitions and stuff. And he asked me like, "Hey man, if you ever want some training, I can give you like a discount or whatever." And I said, "I'm willing to like talk about it. I'm not sure because I'm doing private jiu-jitsu and stuff."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Just come over, we can talk about it." And I went over to his place, and it was so much Jesus stuff on the wall. And I'm like, "Oh God, do not ask me what I do for a living. Please don't ask me." Because he'll look up my channel and shit. And he's like, and he told me, he's like, "Yeah, I'm a man of faith, of course, blah, blah, blah." And he's giving me an intro to himself. And I was like, don't ever ask me what I don't ever want to tell you what I do for a living. I was terrified you might
all right,
see
let's
it.
warm up for this bench press with a couple of prayers.
Yeah,
to Jesus
a couple
Christ.
of like praise Jesuses. What the fuck?
Were there any other nations you wanted to include in the trade deals season 1? Yeah, that was something we talked about earlier. There was a lot we had to cut, actually.
Palestine was in but cut, and it was just like they would merge with Israel, and they were owned by the Turks.
We had the UK in there too, right? Because we made a background for it when we were originally.
Well, the UK is in the second one.
the second
when
one.
Israel calls them. I don't think they were in there. And then Hawaii was in there. They'd be owned by the Japs, which would have been a Pearl Harbor kind of joke. But we had so many, and I liked Australia the most, and I really liked India, which we added last minute. India says "do not redeem" if you couldn't hear that and you don't know that reference. It's from a guy, I think I saw him on TikTok for the first time, but yeah, he fucks with like spam callers from India. And yeah, I stripped that straight from his video.
That's really funny. How do you edit your videos?
Final Cut Pro. I record everything at once and then put it into Final Cut. I'll edit both of them together. So I'll have like all of one character, all of another character, and then I'll take one piece of one character, put it in the front, then take the first piece of the other character, put it in the front, and then watch those two scenes put together.
And then I'll line up all the audio.
Line up everything, see if it looks good, and then that's it.
Yeah, but then for backgrounds.
Background I do first.
I use Canva, Chat, Dolly to like make backgrounds.
ChatGPT.
Adobe Stock has been a lot of
Adobe Stock Images. I have a license thing for like 10 per month, but it rolls over, so I have like 100 right now or something.
Nice.
But yeah, that's how I do it, and I edit again in Final Cut Pro. Yeah.
So Hollywood. Damn it, was a Hollywood question.
Question for Edgar: will you carry the character to your channel or do a spinoff?
I want to carry it over. That was something we talked about when we were doing talking about backstory. That is something I could do on my channel to have a backstory that weaves into whatever we're working on too, as we're like posting live too. That was something like, do you want to do?
There's a lot of prequels you can do with Negotiator just why he's the guy.
Yeah.
So that's something.
What are your thoughts on hiring you write for Hollywood and make actually good movies? That would be.
We would love to.
Yeah.
Give us some money, Hollywood.
But
I think we can make a better movie than
the
most
only
of
thing
Hollywood.
though that would make it difficult is giving a studio like final editing powers.
Yeah.
Because that's the hard part. So like I listen to a lot of podcasts. Like I listen to a lot of interviews, especially with comedians. Like Louis C.K. is one of our favorites too. He has done a lot of directing, and he's mentioned for Pootie Tang, which was like his first movie that he filmed, that he directed everything, and then once it was all done, they refused to let him in the editor room, and it was only someone from like the studio that did all the editing. And a lot of the comments when people actually watched it when it was released said that it felt like someone was just given this film and tried to piece together what they thought the movie was. So not getting that sort of say in what the final thing looks like would be really challenging. And I wouldn't like someone to be like, oh, you have to take out that joke because we're funded by this place and this and another. So that's the only thing that would be like a huge...
Yeah, I was reading, I think I read that in a book. I think it might have been the Sidney Lumet book. But yeah, there's this thing called...
movies?
Yeah, there's this thing called Final Say. And where apparently, like, there's only 10 directors in Hollywood who basically... What they say is the final shot, the final cut, that's it. Yeah. That's what's going into theaters. And it's like Scorsese and those kind of, it's Christopher Nolan, like it's
everyone you would imagine.
Everyone else,
Quentin Tarantino,
the directors have to send it off to the studio, and the studio has final say. If they say that part's gone, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that just sounds so annoying.
And that would be really defeating too. Like imagine working so hard on like the jokes, everything, the cuts, the back and forth, like the direction. And they're just like, no,
there's like take this off, and it's just like what do you know? Like half the movies in Hollywood are shit anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think Matt Stone and Trey Parker had final say in their movies?
I think so, because I would imagine they probably had enough money that they themselves probably funded it.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I did hear some of the behind the scenes stuff though for Team America that they did a showing, and the first scene, if you guys haven't seen it, I won't spoil it, but it gets really confusing, and a lot of the producers, the people that put all the money for it, they were really upset and like almost panicking until it changes. That's part of the joke in the intro scene that you'll see, but it's really funny. But yeah, I think they actually get final say. Favorite part of the honeymoon, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, just everything, just traveling, all of the good food. Where did we even go? What was that first time? Oh, Oktoberfest. So we went to Munich for Oktoberfest, which...
that was that trip.
Yeah, that was that trip,
Yes.
That was actually probably... It might have been part of my favorite, too, just because that was so much fun.
I loved Munich.
Yeah.
We went to... Was that the Paris, Munich, Lisbon trip?
And then we were actually in London before we went with you guys.
You guys did more, For those who didn't hear, I went on his honeymoon with him. Me and my girlfriend, actually. It was like a double date. Not the whole thing. But he and his wife kind of like invited anyone to go. Mm-hmm. Like, you guys wanted people with you?
Yeah, specifically for like Oktoberfest. Like, we wanted to get like a 10-person table. Whoever wanted to show up, cool. Yeah. And then I think you guys were the only ones that were actually down that would book stuff. We're like, cool. Well, while you guys are there, here's the rest of our itinerary. Join whatever you guys want to. Which was a lot of fun.
It was really fun. So yeah, they went on like, I think you guys did 3 weeks maybe. Yeah. And I went for...
No, we did a bunch of cities, but we did 2 weeks. We went to, it was London, Munich. We went to Barcelona, Lisbon, and I think that was it.
You didn't go to Amsterdam, did you?
No, we wanted to. But it was so tight already. Okay. Yeah, it was going to be way too much.
Yeah, so we tagged along for that. That was really fun. Yeah, we went to Oktoberfest in Munich, and that was really cool.
That was really cool.
That was my first time in Germany.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we went to Berlin together a few weeks ago, and I love Berlin.
Yeah, it was
really
easily
cool.
one of my favorite cities for
really
sure.
Cool.
Have you considered a short film like indie style? That's something we talk about pretty regularly, of like ideas of things that would be a lot of fun. We have like 2 or 3, but it's just
like a $10,000 budget.
Yeah,
I don't want to spend that much yet on anything.
No.
Like that'd be a decent spending. But yeah, we've absolutely talked about that.
Yeah, and for those specific ideas that we have for those films, like we don't want to do it on like the same sort of kind of budget for this. Like we want it to actually be like on location and like nice sets and backgrounds and extras for those, like versus doing like a green screen, because it's gonna be so much more fun for those ideas.
We have a comedy movie idea. Like we've been
a couple. I was
thinking of The Trip, and like We think we could make something like that would be like classic. Like it'd be kind of like Hangover, but you get to see the fun stuff. It's more of the fun stuff that happens, and it wouldn't be alcohol.
Yeah.
But like we have ideas for like really
Yeah.
funny movies we think we could make, but a lot of them are like higher budget.
Do you have any suggestions for making a YouTube channel?
I mean,
Honestly,
it's
just
free.
doing it.
It's free and it takes 10 seconds. So just do it. Start. Don't put too much pressure on it. If you don't want to show your face, you don't have to. You can do some of those whiteboard animations. If you are going to show your face, you can use your phone and just get a good mic. Bad audio is the worst. I use a Yeti mic. I think you use a lavalier, right?
Yeah, I have. So yeah, all of the outdoor shots that we did in Turks and Caicos, I have lavaliers specifically for that because otherwise it's such a pain because you have to have a
boom mic.
power source,
boom,
which would be a massive pain, and especially if you're doing movement too, that's hard to follow around. But honestly, even just doing it, just starting, just posting any first video, honestly, is just getting started and just keeping up, sticking to a schedule, which it's hard for me to do, definitely.
Yeah, pivot as needed. I've never done any like advertising, like genuine, YouTube ad kind of stuff or Facebook ads. I've never done that for the channel.
A question for you: how do you start to make skits? I would say the same thing. Like we both have read a lot of the same comedy books too. I've taken a couple of comedy classes through what's it called? Second City. They're the improv group based in Chicago. They've got a lot of really good like storytelling stories, but even just starting with like a premise or a phrase and then just doing the word association off of that.
Yeah.
Do you think you write South Park?
I could absolutely.
We were just talking about that last night. I think it would be easy to write a South Park
absolutely write
episode.
I would love to write a South
That'd
Park
be really
episode.
funny.
If Matt Stone and Trey Parker are watching, we'd love to come write a South Park episode.
We know they're huge fans of
Or
us.
just, we know you guys love our channel. No, I would just like to sit in the writer's room so badly. I think that'd be so fun.
Especially when they have people like Bill Hader, like just
really
good
that'd be
comedians
fun.
of just riffing back.
Because I think
forth.
our humor has been molded by South Park a little bit. We watched it a lot, so.
One other question. I film on an iPhone. Like that's been the nicest thing, just using cinematic mode. Zach uses a more professional camera, and what is it, a Sony or a Nikon?
I use a Canon T5i.
Do you ever get strikes on your jokes or for violating some of the arbitrary YouTube policy? Does the algorithm ever get tripped?
Never strikes, but I have gotten demonetized twice. Once was on my Netflix video, what guys think about during a first Netflix date or whatever. And then on one of my watching the news in this month be like, I think it was the February of this year one or something. And that one's demonetized. And I watched it, and the first line was just like, I think the first line was do you hate Jews or are you just poor? Find out tonight. And I pictured like arguing and then a human like, all right, let's see if this guy should be monetized. And then it's that.
Yeah. There were some tricks that you mentioned that like are pretty good, like avoiding cursing or anything like super offensive in the first 30
Don't
or
curse.
so seconds.
Don't say a bad, naughty word in the first 8 seconds.
Yeah.
And if you do, just bleep it out. Bleeping is totally fine.
Do you have a favorite prop you like to use the most?
The gun. Easily my gun.
The gun.
The gun has had a lot of history behind it now. So many deaths. That'd be a cool thing to know. Like, what's the death count on that in the Zack Star universe?
I would love to go back and like actually look at it. Question: despite you being a comedian, don't you feel weird when you say a lot of bad words? Surprisingly, even a racist religion blasphemy joke, nothing happened.
Wait, what? Where's this one?
Question: despite you being a comedian, do you feel weird when you say a lot of bad words?
Don't you feel weird when you say a lot of bad words? Fuck no. What the fuck kind of question is that? I wouldn't be saying them if I felt weird. Surprisingly, you even did a racist and religion blasphemy joke and nothing happened.
Yeah, but that's part of it too.
I will continue to do it.
Because we're not cursing for the sake of cursing. It's part of the joke and it fits. It's not like forced. It's not like in middle school when you're cursing every other word just to say it. It's like...
I agree. You don't need to swear or use crass humor to be funny, but I hate when people think, oh, I don't like crass humor. Well, I don't care. It's just like, that's your humor, no problem. But don't get mad if someone does. Just don't watch the content. If someone's like, stop cursing, that drives me. I'm like, what the fuck?
God damn.
Get your face out of here.
10K was the daily burn rate for the last short I worked on a 15-person crew. Almost half the money went to audio people.
Oh my god, so 10K was your daily? Wait, 10K was the daily burn rate for the last short I worked on? 15-person crew was half the money. You know what? I was talking to Zoe yesterday, who was on my channel, the girl who was in the Inside the Mind of a Guy series. But she's been working on short films lately. Oh. And I asked her, because I've always been curious, like, how much does it cost and how do you make your money back? And she said, we don't. There's like no money in it.
What?
And I was like, how does that work? And she said, yeah, everyone who works on it is very well off in their other jobs and they do it kind of for fun.
I see.
So they submit it to like festivals and stuff.
That makes sense.
Unless you're about to get brought on for a big time studio, yeah, they make no money off it.
Wow.
And I thought that was crazy. I don't know. I don't know if they're posting on YouTube, but I was like, well, that's the best bet if you want to make passive income.
Jeez, that's good that you're like not getting yourself into debt doing that, but also that's insane. 10K. That's
fucking
insane.
crazy. Mr. Terry, what up, man? Good to see you. Dude, I was cracking up watching your reaction to my Slaves video. So fucking fun. Thank you for making that one. It was cool hearing your commentary. But yeah, if anyone doesn't know, Mr. Terry's in the comments. He's got like a history channel. He'll react to
the Abe Lincoln, the Washington ones. I watched those too. They were really funny.
Yeah,
it's
really super
good.
fun. And wait, was it you who just told me that? No, I think it was Zoe. Mr. Terry, my friend Zoe, I was talking to her, and she literally said, "Oh, I saw a guy react to your videos. It came up on my feed, and I saw you commented, and I asked, oh, was it Mr. Terry? And it was. So yeah, that's cool. It's making the rounds. But hell yeah, man, I'm glad you liked it. Good to see you in here."
How much do the mics cost? I think the lavaliers, you can get inexpensive ones that have pretty decent quality for like under $50. We mostly use like the Yeti Blue mics when we're doing anything else, which is really...
My Yeti, I think, was $120.
And I got mine off of eBay used for like $40, which, yeah, you can get a ton of deals.
Did we miss this? Hang on. Steven Cardenas, did you read this one?
No, I'm not. Yeah,
okay. Steven Cardenas, thank you for the $2.
Thank you.
Zach, love your videos. Hitman, one of my favorite. It's also one of my favorite. I love that one. Mm-hmm. He'll be back. He'll definitely be back for his own little series.
How did you both meet and decide to collaborate on this stream? We met in college, so we've known each other for like 12 years. Yeah. I was the random person assigned to him and his friends. It was a 6-person apartment. And they had 5 of them, so I was the random person as a transfer student to get in, and we've just known each other since then. Have constantly had the same sense of humor, collaborated. And I think it was actually in Japan when we were in. We were talking a lot more. I specifically remember one of the bars of making series, instead of just having multiple premises, which can be hard to making a series and then following up with a live stream, just doing a lot just to hype it up.
Yeah, that's when you start talking more seriously about it for sure.
In regards to collaborations, also how about to hit 300K? We'd love to work with you guys. Do sketch comedy? Potential discussions.
Hell yeah,
we'll check out Wormwood.
I'll let you know, Wormwood. Hell yeah, thanks, man.
You're both.
You can contact me on Instagram or something if you ever want to.
Oh yeah, we both South Park, Family Guy, Simpsons. What else? Even just old school Cartoon Network, it wasn't really comedy, but Dexter's Lab, Tom and Jerry, all of those old school cartoons.
Oh yeah, very old school.
Yeah, I love watching those.
I watched that '70s show when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. I didn't start getting into the real or the more crass humor like South Park until probably college.
Yeah,
I don't think I was watching with my mom in the house. I wasn't gonna watch it.
What else? Collab with Mr. Beast, jeez.
Think I get canceled? I don't know. Do you guys think he'll be canceled, or it's just I think he'll blow over?
I don't know. Yeah, because there's even allegations around. There's a collaboration with Prime Video, right? They were gonna do a series about. It was a
Prime Video.
Yeah, they.
Oh yeah. That was the thing where they're like getting sued because of bad conditions.
Yeah, people not getting medications, not getting fed, changing
that's
clothes,
wild.
stuff like that. Yeah, insane.
He'll be fine as long as he doesn't do anything too extreme, bad conditions. David Dobrik is still around, and he had that one where he almost killed his friend because he was fucking around with the tractor or whatever.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I've heard crazy allegations of him suppressing stuff. I don't know. I think he is too big to
too big to fail kind of thing. Yeah, no, you have to do something really extreme because even the people who have been canceled, they all come back. Logan Paul is back. I mean,
that's true.
They all come back.
That's true. And they actually defrauded people with the crypto scams and all that. That's very true.
Exactly. Yeah. Fraud. All right, we'll be back. No problem. We'll still get sponsors and all that. There are drinks in every goddamn store.
Damn it. Any other Q&A questions? Any other things that I can think of? Oh, even just what's next?
Yeah, the next after this series, where our to be continued left, we're not gonna do another 3-part movie type thing. We're probably gonna do episodes. Like, all right, now,
and they might be like one-off, like 15-minute, just like
like the next
there.
obvious step is okay. Negotiator gets to Turks and Caicos
and
looks for them, kind of thing. And it could be them hiding or escaping or whatever. There's a mysterious person, of course, that we will introduce.
Right. Oh, someone did ask that even before we started the live stream too. The foreshadow, which I was very surprised. Someone, asking what was the foreshadow in episode 1, which I don't know if we don't want to spoil what it is.
Oh yeah. When I wrote that was foreshadowing, I just wanted to acknowledge like that means something. That wasn't just a throwaway line because I killed him. But it wasn't foreshadowing in this series.
Yeah.
Like, we already know what's happening, but it will be a little later. So, yeah. How far out do you plan or storyboard your videos? Not far. At least not for my normal videos. I might plan them out a few days ahead. Sometimes it's weeks where I'll think of a video idea, and I'll start writing out ideas. Okay, here's what's going to happen. Here's some funny lines. But I haven't fully fleshed it out yet, so I'll just like kind of leave it, and I know I can come back to it at some point and know, oh, okay, it'll take me maybe 2 hours to finish it because I have so much written out.
Yeah, and I always try to follow to the same sort of structure of like what's the opening, what's the first twist, which reveals the premise, what's the rising action, second twist, and then out to, and then I think just even having that structure makes it go a little bit easier.
Yeah,
and it's much more predictable. Unrelated question: when did you get that Mandelbrot set poster in the background?
STEMmerch.com. It's on my store.
Nice.
STEMERCH.com. And there's a lot of STEM stuff over there. But yeah, that's where I got it, on my store. Super cool.
Oh, someone did ask too that I thought was a good question. Is this happening in the same universe as the Founding Fathers series?
Oh, I would say yes. I'm thinking about the connection. I still am, but I would say yes. I try to make most of my videos in a universe. Although you can't, there are some videos that can't be, or they'd be weird. Like, for example, I have the Christians versus atheists after we find out we're in a simulation. Right. But then I also have my God videos. You could have them both, I guess, like super God above the...
Right, no, that's
or whatever,
true.
But yeah, so...
Yeah, most of it definitely does fall within the same sort of universe. And I think that's one thing as we start doing like bigger projects, there'll be Easter eggs of previous stuff, whether it's like a newscast that happened in this series coming up in something like another several months down the line would be really cool.
Yes, if Stalin tried to get into heaven, hell yeah. How did you get the idea for the Kidnappers series? I think kidnapping the president didn't take much thought. I think we were like, wanted to do that kind of off the bat. Like, that'd be fun. But the question was, where does it go from there? And again, what we were saying was, how do we start it at the president's kidnapped and go up? This is extreme. In a movie, the president being kidnapped is the whole movie.
That's the big thing.
It's the White House down, the Olympus Has Fallen type movies.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the whole movie. So I was like, so we were thinking, how can we take it?
What could escalate from here? Yeah.
Far as possible, but still in the realm of realness for the most part. We didn't want aliens coming. We didn't want supernatural. We didn't want God coming down, the second coming of Jesus. We wanted to keep it in the realm of realness.
And that's why we did so much research around like what would actually happen if we had to stage a coup. What would we do around like even just undoing checks and balances, all that stuff too.
Yeah. We wanted to make things historically accurate, so it'd be fun to talk about, like the draft being like the Vietnam War and the CIA actually doing those things.
Doing the crazy, ridiculous shit, yeah.
For anyone asking, the next Lincoln and Washington video, I'm hoping, I don't want to promise this because I always sometimes fail, this week for the election.
Nice.
Devil in 2024 in December. Always December. Dude, so much from this year.
I know.
Every year when I make my Devil in that year video, it's always the craziest year, and then I wait, and then the next year's the craziest year.
And that's one thing I do like about social media, that people will start like keeping those squares of like what happened in January, February, March, December, and looking back, like it's a lot of crazy stuff. Like, has that always been the case? We just never notice it.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Especially, I see or I write down things that happen throughout the year, and there will be something from February that I'll be like, oh, did that really happen this fucking year?
For the masses fighting scene, do you have to record yourself over and over again, or is there a trick?
No. What I did for that scene was I recorded myself once or a few times, but just mostly once, running in and then bow, getting hit in the head. And then I put the blood coming out the second I fall. I put the... well, I guess that's it for that. So yeah, the blood at that moment. And then I take those things, the blood and the person, and then copy and paste many times with the sound effects. Sorry, that's right. The gunshot at that moment.
Yeah.
So those three things, I copy and paste, put a slight delay on it, and then mass copy and paste it. And then it looks as it did. So they all come in at once, and they're all being shot and killed at just the right moment because it's copy and pasted.
And the only one you didn't do that for was the people coughing.
Yes.
Those were all individual positions of
Yes,
stopping
me
and redoing
moving,
it.
coughing, and then like falling.
Yeah.
And I had to think about, okay, where am I getting shot? I'm getting shot from this side, so I have to do that. If I'm getting shot from the front, I have to fall back.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had to make sure all that. So lining that up took some time.
And also, you were recovering from an injury too, or multiple injuries.
Oh yeah, I told you guys on the last live stream, if you didn't know, I was mad injured on my right leg. I took a knee to the thigh very hard in an ultimate frisbee game, like very hard, and I was limping for the next few days. And then the next time I played frisbee, I twisted my ankle. If you've never had this, you're lucky, but if you have, do you know when you twist an ankle, it just like twists a little bit, but too far, but then it's bruised on the entire thing, like up to your toes.
It was insanely purple when you showed me in
grossly
Salem.
purple, yeah.
Oh,
so,
and we were just about to take a trip to Salem too, which would be a lot of walking for all of our trips.
And I get injured, and the first thing I think was, fuck, we have a vacation coming up, this is gonna suck. And it healed it didn't heal, but I was able to walk on it fairly quickly. But yeah, we're doing that shot where I'm running, and I say, stop the spread, go, go, go. And I limp in that at first, and I didn't like the take because it looked really weird. So I had to wait till I was healed, and then I revised it. So, yeah.
When did you start working on the Kidnappers series? How long did it take to edit and film? So we actually, we looked back specifically for this so we could look that up. We started April 26th. That was like first actual storyboarding and writing it out. Finished before, was that before Salem?
Finished what?
Everything.
Oh yeah, the week before Salem.
So like last.
So a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, 120 hours, about 3 months over time, but just a lot of back and forth. You guys into F1? I've always wanted to go see it. It looks like a fun event live because they have it in Vegas.
It's in Vegas
right?
now. Yeah. They closed down.
Looks cool.
They make the strip super unwalkable, or like you can't see shit. It's really annoying.
Favorite video of this series? Definitely the third, which is why we did the poll earlier to see, but it was...
We did a poll earlier for anyone who's coming in later of what your favorite episode was, and we were guessing it'd be 3, 2, then 1. That's ours. That's ours. And it wasn't even close to that. It was 1 came in first. People like episode 1 the most, and then 2 and 3 were basically tied. 50% of people said 1 was their favorite, and about 25% said 2 and 3. So that's cool. I'm glad everyone's got different opinions. That's cool. It's weird seeing bro not saying the most random slurs. I know, super weird. We say it when the camera's off. Jova Shade, thank you for the $5. Sorry if it's random, but I'd love to get your guys' opinion. Who would win in a fight? A duck with 2 heads or a chicken with 4 feet?
I would guess a chicken, a duck, because the ducks are pretty, they're kind of assholes. They're pretty brutal.
They? Okay, I was going to say a chicken because I picture a chicken fighting. Like, I've seen chickens fight. I don't think I've ever seen ducks fight.
But chickens can peck your eyes out, though. Or can peck at you.
That's true, yeah.
Ducks are pretty round.
If you told me fight one of them right now, I'd pick a duck. I wouldn't want to fight a chicken.
Too, yeah. Who would win in a... Oh, but between them two.
Between the two, yeah. I would say the chicken.
I would say so, too.
With 4 feet, it's going down.
But a duck with 2 heads, though.
That chicken would be fast, too.
Yeah, it would. Oh, yeah, because they're already pretty fast. That's true. Then the duck couldn't catch them.
Some people are saying duck sweeps, though, so maybe they know something about ducks we don't know.
Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg.
Do you guys run a budget per video or monthly budget? Or do you base your budget on past earnings?
We don't budget at all.
No.
We go within reason.
And actually, yeah, everything's... I mean, most of the series outside of the last shot was already expenses that we already have, I have a monthly expense, a monthly subscription for Canva, so where I make most of my background. So that didn't cost anything extra.
Yep.
We are Final Cut Pro. Luckily, is not a subscription model, so that was already paid.
The most expensive thing easily was the Turks and Caicos trip.
Yeah.
I mean, just the tickets, the flights alone were in the upper hundreds, I think.
Yeah, and then the drone shot was $170.
Yeah.
100% worth it though.
Totally worth it.
And I guess all the food and stuff.
When it comes to travel, I'm much looser with my money. I'm like, let's spend way more than we should.
Because it's like, when am I ever going to come back? You're like, I want to at least enjoy.
I don't think we might never go to Turks and Caicos again.
Honestly, that's
I might
pretty accurate.
Never go again. So we got to see it, and so worth it. So it kind of 2 birds, 1 stone.
When's it going to premiere in the movies?
Dude, I know, right?
Like, seriously.
Hollywood, like, fucking get your shit together. Hire us. We got it. Leave it to the pros.
Yeah, or Mark Wahlberg, who is trying to start a Hollywood.
Yeah,
or
Mark
something.
Wahlberg lives here. He had a TikTok where he was going into an Albertsons, and I did a double take, and it was the Albertsons right by me.
Oh, wow. How do you find film? We try to find in film locations very hard to find places so that being a public place. It's just weird.
I find it very hard to find places to do so without being a public.
Permits
totally
too.
true.
Yeah, because that's actually one of the nice things about Turks and Caicos. Because when we're looking at drone shots, you could bring your own drone to Turks and Caicos and fly it.
Yeah.
Versus like most parts of the U.S., you have to have a license or something for it, and they don't require what is it called? Permits to film in public. Like a lot of places do.
Yeah, exactly. I like for my Washington Lincoln series, I did go to New York. If you saw in not the last one, it might be the one before that. There's background shots of Washington Square Park, and I did do a New York trip just to get those shots. Because what was crazy was if you look up shots of New York, just like a normal shot from eye level that I can use as a background, it's fucking impossible. I thought there'd be thousands to choose from. Nope. If you look up New York stock footage or something, all it is like drone shots of Times Square from super high up, and time-lapse shots all the way through the night or whatever.
Or people, too, and that's hard because you don't want static people. Like, if they're moving and it's a video, that's usually fine.
Yeah.
But static shots where there's people in the background, like, mid-movement, that's really hard. You can't really
it's so
use
hard.
It. Yeah.
I was like, I just want... Hold the phone up at eye level at this park for 5 seconds. Like,
honestly,
a little, like...
I'm surprised that there's nothing that I've found yet that has very good backgrounds, like stock footage, specifically
They're
for
really
this
hard to
type of thing.
find. It's stupid. And then if you use, like, Shutterstock or something, it's $70 for one fucking
or Storyblocks,
video.
too, and like, the search engine blows on Storyblocks.
Yeah.
Adobe Stock is cool, but then again, you only get 10 credits, which, like... For this one, I mean, I can't even imagine how many backgrounds we must have pulled for this,
That's a good question, how many backgrounds we
Yeah.
had. But yeah, so I find that shit's annoying. So yeah, I went to New York and got all these shots. What was funny was I had a DC trip lined up this year, which I did go on, and the Kidnappers series was in DC. And I thought, man, maybe we could record, like, out in public in DC, until you realize... Wearing ski masks around DC is probably not the smartest idea. So we X that, and there are no DC shots, obviously. But, so I did do shots around DC, but just for backgrounds in case I need them.
Yeah.
Which I will for the Kidnappers, or the Washington series, because obviously they're going to DC at some point.
Skit about the election. I mean, I had one, and then, like, outside of that, I mean, we've also just both been so busy. I mean, there's been so much travel between...
Yeah.
End of September when we left for Europe, and then now too. So it's.
I'll do a live stream on election night, and my next Lincoln to Washington video I'm hoping is going to be about the election. That's what I'm planning at the moment. So
spend most of your time on editing, like full time, or after you finish one video, start shooting another. Now, I at least for me, I always have to like film and then edit right away because resetting something up. Because like if you look back at something, like I've had instances where my microphone was cut off or something just really staticky.
It's the worst.
And having to reset everything back up is such a pain in the ass. So film and immediately start editing is usually the way to go.
It's the worst. Oh my god.
But I would say like
shit.
in terms of time editing versus filming, I would say it definitely takes a lot longer.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Conservapedia, never heard of it.
Can't you use some AI tools to generate backgrounds? Yeah, pictures for sure. That's easy. We do that all the time. Not videos yet, or you probably can, but not with ChatGPT, which is the only AI I use at the moment. Hopefully they have that out soon. That should be super easy. I can't wait for their video thing to come out, and we're gonna be screaming at it because it's not getting the fucking
know.
angle right.
Yeah, they just released the search engine thing, right? That was.
Oh yeah,
paid
yeah.
users.
Yes.
Just-
Oh yeah, I just saw the Sam
The morning
Altman
brew-
post about that. Yeah. I need to get on that.
Favorite video game voice actor? I don't know if I have one.
Favorite what?
Video game voice actor.
Oh, yeah, I don't play video games enough to know.
You ever play a Metal Gear Solid?
No.
Was that what it was? With Snake.
No.
Yeah, those video games are really good. They have really good voice actors. Not sacrificing quality. Yeah, that's true. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't play games enough to know. Oh, yeah.
When would you be running for president for real?
Dude, 3 years I can run. Wait, next election?
Yeah.
Yeah, next election. I'll be good.
I definitely can't because I'm Mexican and I will never win. I also wasn't born in the U.S., so that's an easy out.
You're not getting there.
Can I be VP? Would that not be allowed? Because if the president were to die and I were VP, I couldn't be the
Oh, that's a
president.
good question. Yeah, because you weren't born in the U.S.
No. I couldn't be VP, could I?
Could you serve... What can you serve as then?
There are
because
some... I think House of Representatives they can.
we have plenty of
sure
people.
not
We
president.
have plenty of people in the House who were not born in the
Yeah.
U.S. Maybe not plenty, but we definitely have a few. That's a good question. I don't know. That's how you'll get into the House and then just murder everyone top to the bottom.
You soy president.
Soy President Edgar Como Estás.
Manage budget with casting characters. I mean, it's all at least to now. It's just been us. Well, actually, no. You've had a couple with like Evie.
I've had people.
Couple
Yeah.
friends. Yeah.
I've had people. I haven't paid anyone I've worked with because they were either my friends or had a reason to be on, or my girlfriend, or one girl wanted like
Oh, for real? That's right.
yeah, she wanted like she was trying to get into like a Netflix show or something, and she needed like a highlight reel of her acting.
Yeah.
And so she was able to use that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but even then though, like using things like backstage, like that's something I've even looked in quite a bit because I've done smaller like acting gigs, even just like background or extras or other things. And there's a lot for free acting, which if you were to have someone like, I wouldn't want to not pay them. I wouldn't pay them at least something.
Yeah.
But there's just so many people on backstage of like local actors, even in Slow, there's a ton there, which I was really surprised.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you told me that. That's crazy. I would not expect that.
What do you do in your other channels, Zach?
What do I do? Math stuff?
Yeah.
Math, engineering,
science.
physics stuff, mostly applied math stuff. Yeah, that kind of stuff. I've only been posting like once a month on there. It's been a while, but yeah, I've been a lot of videos on here. They're just so much easier to make, and I've also done a lot on that channel. So sometimes thinking of ideas can be hard. And I'm like, oh, I've talked about this before. I've talked about that before.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to learn more myself, and then make videos on things I'm learning. But learning is a slow process.
You've done a lot of like the core stuff that you might learn in college.
Everything you're gonna
and
learn.
That's something I frequently ask whenever I visit. It's like, hey, what are you learning something cool? And it's always like super theoretical, like really high level math.
I've done all the basics though, the matrices, the applications of differential equations, and all that. So yeah, thinking of more nuanced things can sometimes be a little difficult.
Have you tried using ChatGPT to organize your scripts or storyboards? No, but like one thing that I've liked is just doing it like live, because actually being able to see it, like I like I have an iPad that I use. I like pen to paper, but it's also I don't write as fast, so I like typing.
Yeah.
So there's like nothing good in between. But that worked out really well for the first one.
Yeah, like I'll use ChatGPT for example. We used it a lot for this series for what has the CIA done in terms of overthrowing governments.
Yeah.
So we use that to get ideas. So we use it for like historical context.
And then we'll start fact checking, researching, going on Wikipedia, finding all the CIA stuff.
I'll also use it for if I'm making a song maybe. I don't need ChatGPT for this, but if I'm doing a song and I need a word that rhymes with this, I might have it generate 20 words that rhyme so I can look through it and see what might work the best. But yeah, I rarely use it for storyboarding. I've never said, hey, ChatGPT, like organize this video for me. I've never done that.
I haven't either. VP has to meet the same standards as the run as the president. Bummer. Guess I'm out. Are we sending permission? Is it okay? Hello, Zach. 3 episodes are great. Are you planning on another series as long as this one?
Oh, at the moment, like nothing is in the works, but there are several ideas for a series for sure. For example, one I want to do, it's been recommended all the time on this channel, is when a Satanist ends up in heaven. And I'd want to make that kind of a long one, and I think it'd be fun to have him go through kind of like a 7 layers of heaven, like a Dante's Inferno, but with heaven. And it'd be kind of like a As Above, So Below spoof.
That would be a really good one.
Where he has to like navigate certain aspects of heaven, and you see all these biblical characters. He sees Jesus, he sees Abraham, all these different people, but they're like not who you expect kind of thing. So it could be like a full-blown story, and I think that'd be cool. Oh, for the person who asked what math I'm doing, I'm finishing up. I'm almost done. It's been slow, but I'm finishing up reviewing linear algebra because it's been a while. Because I want to go into a quantum series, a quantum mechanics series that MIT has online. You can watch it right now for free, and they have the practice problems and all that, and exams. And I took one quantum class in school, but I want to do the next 2 because I want to go beyond what I learned in school. But quantum is a lot of linear algebra and differential equations, so I wanted to review those, make sure I have my foundations. So I'm finishing that up right now. And then I want to do like differential geometry too on the math side. So that's the next. Linear algebra has been, I've learned it way better than I ever knew it in school. Holy shit. I'm going through the MIT linear algebra series now, and I understand determinants and eigenvalues and all that way better than I ever have. It's really nice.
Pancake ChatGPT is based on a constraint. Yeah, the way they got all those like LLMs, like all that data and artwork, they definitely scraped it off the internet. And that's something too, as we're like making backgrounds, it would be nice to hire someone to do this stuff, but the amounts of revisions that it takes back and forth just to get them and tweaking stuff. That's one thing that would be nice to, like, once we have enough money to like pay someone to be able to make backgrounds and like to make it as, because we have very specific views and it takes forever to find those things too.
Yes. Absolutely can be tough. How often do you use suggestions from your Discord? Well, I've used them twice. I look at it all the time, and I have several written down. One I've written out almost all the way. It was, what was it? Joseph being jealous that Mary got pregnant. By God. That shit's funny.
Post a link to the MIT quantum mechanics. Absolutely.
Sure. Why not?
Fair use photos is good. Much more limited though too, without paying for like a subscription for one of those things or another.
The following content is provided under...
Nice.
Sure. There's the first one. There's the series. Or the playlist. 24 lectures. And I think you can, on their description, you can go through their, go to their website, and they have the practice problems, the recommended textbooks, and the exams with possibly solutions. MIT has some very cool things on their website.
Mexican Jesus.
Mexican Jesus. Bang.
Yeah, that is crazy. I keep forgetting how much that you still have your whole other channel that's
I know.
purely like math.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know. It's very crazy. I think I have 2 of the most different channels on the internet.
I would say so.
Like, I don't know anyone who has that different.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's cool doing like educational ones too. Like that's something I've started writing out too. Like, because there's no good biology ones or like life science related ones of like, especially new technologies that are coming out, all the different drugs that are coming out, what are the pathways, how they affect stuff, and like all the pharma stuff in the background. They're just making bank. It's crazy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, I wanted to ask too. Do people have a favorite like line or joke from the series?
Oh yeah.
I'm very curious. There was a lot that were quoted. I was like, we didn't really think.
A lot of the comments on most videos have comments of like their favorite line from the video, but this series there were so many jokes that everyone's comments were like, "Oh, I love the series. The series was awesome. This was better than Hollywood." Very nice comments. Thank you. But yeah, not people quoting as much. And we're curious if anyone had like a line that stuck with them or just a gag. Them whining and dining the fucking politicians.
Yeah, the politicians, yeah.
The COVID part.
All good.
All good?
Too, yeah.
Calling all the countries. The president taking
That
forever
was
to
a good one,
respond.
too.
Yeah, like I said, we put elements of Biden into the president. The microphones, yeah, the microphones were fucking
Microphones were
fun.
really funny.
I just every time I did one of those newscaster lines, I would just look around my apartment and I was like, what gets crazier and crazier? I was gonna do it with Pickle Rick, and I did several takes with my Pickle Rick.
Oh, that's
pillow.
right. You told me about that. Yeah.
It's fucking green, and I didn't even think of it. Bullshit. I was like, oh, I can't do that. Or I could, but I needed a blue screen. The draft was funny. The CCP song. Baby microphone was hilarious. Hell yeah.
The country's back and forth. That's a good. Oh, the blackface that Ugandan president. That
Oh,
was really
yes,
funny
that
too.
was
When I first
funny.
saw it, yeah,
I was
had a good laugh.
super excited to do that.
CCP song. The baby microphone too. P Diddy's really.
P.
really
Diddy
funny.
with the baby mic was,
Yeah.
was hilarious. That was absolutely on purpose.
Oh, the jazz station. That
Oh
was
yeah,
really
yeah,
funny,
yeah.
too.
We almost did that with no music, and then Edgar sent me the jazz song for it, and I was like, oh yeah, obviously we should put that in. It's way better. It's the end of the world. Rent is still due. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, we tried to put little jokes at every fucking turn we could. Every scene, every shot has something on the screen.
Yeah, rent is. Yeah.
The airplane's banner.
Oh yeah, from the USA.
I was gonna put more on it. What was I thinking?
We were thinking about animating it to
Yeah.
like show the video.
From the USA with love or something.
love.
I was gonna add like
You're
yeah.
welcome.
You're
You're
welcome
welcome.
from the USA or something. But it wouldn't fit, and you couldn't see it if I added more words. I'd have to
that's true.
shrink the
'cause
letters.
It's already so small, and I think you can look at even the analytics too. How many people watch on mobile too? And that's something I've heard. You can't make text too small
good
because then you
point.
can't see
on
it.
mobile. Yeah, most people
Yeah.
watch on mobile. I think I have like 60-70%.
Yeah. Oh, Chinese person, and then another Chinese person.
You
fucking
racist. Hell yeah.
racist. Taiwan and
I
China.
love that joke.
That
I
was so
love
funny.
that joke. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah, if we all die, find out at 11.
The kidnappers.
Oh, and then
the
Sunny
Saudis.
Skies.
Having to make a password for the app. Yeah, we were very excited to do the NSA. Like, it was just a gag on the video I did
Yeah.
of logging into anything nowadays. I thought that was like a cool callback.
Yeah, because something we wanted to do specifically for the nukes was we want them to like stop and then turn back around. Like, well,
Yes.
how do we do that?
Yes.
It's like, oh, well, maybe they have an app. It's like, oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. We were gonna show the app, like a button that said
It's reverse something,
something.
yeah.
I realized you didn't need it. I
No.
mean, there was no point to it. Yeah, just a reverse. That was what the app was. It was a single
It
button
was a single
that said like
tap,
reverse.
Reverse.
What if the FBI actually watches your Kidnappers series? Yeah, we were saying like if anything happens to the president in the next few weeks, like we're getting investigated.
Oh, and even when we flew out to Turks and Caicos, the amount of we had the kidnapper masks in our suitcases. Like, are they gonna look at this? and,
Yeah,
like,
well, they looked through our suitcase like, okay, why do you have these masks?
I did get randomly searched on the way back, but I think they were just swabbing and they just really. I mean, their TSA did not give a shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, oh, no Mexicans. Sorry. Can't be bringing this. Is it the start of the Turks and Caicos Empire we read about? Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
the British. Yeah.
You'll see. Yeah, Turks and Caicos was a British colony.
Yeah, I think we looked. Yeah, we learned that. We looked it up just before we went out there too.
Yeah.
Because we're like, oh yeah, do they speak English?
Yeah, they spoke
Yeah,
English.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a British colony. So is the Bahamas. They gained independence not too long. I don't know Turks and Caicos. Bahamas is like 74.
I remember looking at that. Was like in the 70s or something.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago. Britain just fucking owning
I
this
know.
part of the world and Africa and fucking India, like everything.
Oh, in the islands were part of UK's Jamaica colony. Oh, in 1962. Then they became their own colony. Then they gained independence in the 80s. Holy shit.
Oh wow, Turks and Caicos.
Very
was-
recent.
That's insane. Grab your retractable prop knife, but not your ski masks. Yeah, I know, right? Bang it, bang it,
Nice.
busted.
Got him.
Got him.
Nice try, KGB.
Got him, KGB.
Trying to take us down.
We got the IRS, the KGB, and the fucking president in the comments right now. Let's see.
Yeah, even other series independent of the Kidnappers. Like, I feel like, yeah, there's like ton like they could just go on forever too.
I did want to
just
ask
escalate.
my audience that. Is there like a combo of people from the Zack Star universe that would be the most fun to see together. It doesn't have to be just two, but like two groups. So it could be kidnappers and slasher villains, God and the kidnappers, Clover and the slasher villains. Anyone you've seen that would be like a cool combo, and I can try to work on it. I was trying to think of like what the most fun would be. God with almost anyone would be fun.
Yeah.
The slasher villains trying to get into heaven kind of thing. But yeah.
Number one rival in your YouTube in your niche.
Rival?
Yeah, there's a question.
I mean, you got a lot of. I mean, again, I think Long Beach Griffey and I have some of the most similar humor of big skit creators on the platform. Like Ryan George does not have the same humor as this channel. Stevie Emerson, not so much. A little bit of similarities, but he makes more like high quality, like really good. He's the channel I showed you, like they were like in a cafe and we're like,
yeah.
Do they rent out this fucking cafe or
Yeah.
something? Like, how are they doing this? And they never run ads. It's very impressive.
Kidnapping God.
Kidnapping God. Oh yeah, Zach from 12C. Yeah, he'll be back. I want Jesus to get kidnapped and negotiate with God. When the kidnappers kidnap Saw. Oh yeah, Saw could be a
That's
lot
a
of.
good one, yeah.
You look similar to Stevie Emerson. I don't think so, but interesting. Clover versus Lincoln and Washington. You know what? That'd be cool, actually. Clover, Leprechaun, Irish, and Washington and Lincoln, American. So they can both team up against the British. That's like
That's
a common
true. Yeah, that's a
enemy
good one,
they'd
yeah.
have, like historically speaking. Even today, like the Irish don't like the British, I've heard. What do you think the interaction is going to be when Adam meets an ex-Christian? It's a good question. Maybe I'll do a video on it. The McDonald's bit, hell yeah.
That was a good one, too.
Kidnappers, George Washington, that's a good one.
The trans hostage one, that was a really funny one, too.
Which one?
It was a video that you did.
Oh, the video. Yeah, yeah. I thought
it
you
was a good
were
one.
saying from the series. Yeah. The trans hostage one was a lot of fun. I love that one. Kidnappers meet Andrew Tate and Diddy. Maybe having. There could be a fun like series in jail of like Diddy, Epstein, Sam Bankman-Fried,
Yeah.
all these famous people who have like just gone to jail. R. Kelly.
All in the same prison.
All in the same prison.
Yeah.
That could be really fun. Hang on, I'll be right back again. Ugh.
The Olympics one was a really good one, too.
I love that one.
What happened between one of the kidnappers and the hostage? Oh, that's a really good question. That was something that we had to cut. We wanted to make callbacks to that one. So the reference is, I think it's in the first episode where Pink Panther falls in love with a hot hostage. And we wanted to make callbacks into that. Like, we actually did want to write like part of a love story, loosely like comedy with the hot hostage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing that. Yeah, what ended up happening to them? Like, yeah, I think... Did they end up together? I guess not.
Do they end up together? No.
Yeah, because you don't see it, yeah.
There's more love stories I have ideas for with Pink Panther, that I would do in a future video. But like, I have an idea for like a dedicated scene. I'll tell you after the show.
Yeah.
But I have an idea for like dedicated like love stories with the kidnappers that I think would be fun.
Yeah, but that was something we had to cut. We had the idea of... because the kidnappers, all they want is their money. So when China launches nukes at the U.S., why would they care realistically? Like, they're not in the U.S., why would they care?
We had to figure out, like, what do they care about? So nukes are shot at the U.S. Do the kidnappers want to stop that?
Yeah.
Or do they
and
just
I think,
let it go?
And that was something we wrote, is that Pink would, like, want to save the U.S. because of the girl.
Because of the girl. We had, we had that funny line. Yeah, we'll put that in later. But yeah, we had to think of like reasons for their motivation. We tried to stay a little true to the characters.
Yeah.
Like, what would they want? But yeah, we couldn't have the world be destroyed, because then what's the point of retiring if like there's nothing
Right,
around?
that's true,
kind of
yeah.
thing. So we had to, we thought of all this stuff.
Matrix.
Kidnappers and Escaping the Matrix.
Show.
Have you done skits on the ridiculousness of certain protest groups' logic, just like Stop Oil? Yeah, have you not seen my video? I did a full video on a day in the life of a climate change activist. I actually went out for that one.
That's really
That was
funny.
fun. But yeah, that is on the channel, and I have done that. Or vegans blocking entrances to restaurants. That's a good idea. I haven't done that one yet. But yeah, I did do one with Just Stop Oil. Would you let Ryan George do a pitch meeting if asked him? Would you let him, like, about this series or anything? Like, hell yeah. Like, or if I could be in one, yeah, I would love to do a collab with Ryan George. I have no problem with that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Thank you for the 6. No clue what that fucking is, but thank you. When is the next Lincoln, Washington video? I'm hoping this week for the election. That's the goal. Although Edgar's here till Sunday, so I have Sunday to write. Oh, it's coming up so fucking fast. I gotta be quick with it. So I'm going to do a live stream on Tuesday for the election. So maybe I can do it after the election, but it'd be cool to get it done before. I will try. Yeah. But yeah, next one this week is my goal. What if Jesus did something bad and didn't know he'd end up in hell? Like he goes down and they check his life history and he messed up somewhere. Jesus in hell would be a very funny, very blasphemous episode. I'd do it, but yeah, that'd be a very funny premise. Or like there's like a reason he's there. He actually like doing it on purpose. There could be some cool twists in there. And that'd be fun.
Kidnappers kidnapping Zach himself.
A video about the Christian and the atheist finding out reincarnation is real and dying over and over in different lives. Oh, that could be kind of fun. A reincarnation kind of thing. Where you kind of like maybe remember your past lives in a way and they all suck or something.
Yeah.
That could be fun. Yeah, there are a lot of other like premises like that. I haven't done one in jail, really. Not a full episode like they're just in jail. I'm surprised I haven't done that. I want to do more game show ones. We had the Family Feud type ish spoof, and I did the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with my Israel-Palestine video. But I want to do more. I want to do a full Family Feud one, a Wheel of Fortune one. Yeah, there are a few other game shows I think would be just funny to spoof.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeopardy's. Yeah, that's like. I mean, I guess the draft was kind of like
Jeopardy.
Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Who Wants to Be?
I did Jeopardy. Sorry, I did with the pedophile one. Yeah. That was fun. Oh yeah, so I have done 2 or 3 kind of now. I'll keep doing them. Those are fun. Do a skit on P. Diddy buying baby oil at Costco. That's fucking hysterical. I would absolutely do that. Just walking out. That shit's wild. I'm so excited for that trial, dude. I'm gonna grab some popcorn.
I really hope they do actually allow media to like record some of it, or at least like.
Do you think they will?
I don't know, because it's such a big publicized trial. Like this is the only thing that I can imagine is like this is like the next type of like O.J. Simpson. It's not a murder trial, but it's someone who's like so wealthy and high up and powerful,
and it could bring down so many people.
Yeah,
it could go either way.
But I guess the whole Ghislaine Maxwell and what's his face. That trial, that was all behind.
That was all behind closed doors. Yeah. Apparently, all this crazy shit happened. We saw the Depp Heard trial. That was the one that was televised.
Yeah.
But that was only them two. It wasn't anything that was going to bring down the rest of Hollywood.
And outside, like the stories of her like shitting on his bed, it was relatively tame. I was like,
oh yeah.
He kept his cool very well. I was very impressed. Guantanamo Bay. That's something I thought about too for kidnappers. Like. If they get arrested, escaping from Guantanamo Bay, that's like a Harold and Kumar kind of thing too.
Yeah.
Which is already cool. Really funny.
That would be a good place. Yeah, like a prison like that. What if you have to like break into Guantanamo Bay?
Breaking into
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, if you need like information from someone who's in there for some reason.
Yeah. That could be kind of cool. I think Diddy will die before his trial. You think something will happen?
No. I think.
Do you think they have more security on him now because of the Epstein thing?
I would imagine so. And just the sheer amount of allegations, I think, because it's not as many politicians and like people of power. It's like celebrities and people like that are involved in it. Which I don't think politicians give a shit to protect them.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. It depends on who he has dirt on.
That's
and
true.
It's probably a lot.
Yeah. And this one's going to be sealed for another 50 years.
day negative numbers were invented. Working on it, but that one will not be next. I'm thinking fractions might be next, or multiplication or something.
Fractions was one. I was actually in the book you let me borrow. There was something I was going to bring up to you that I thought was really funny about fractions.
Was it the mathematical thinking one?
Yes. There was a footnote about how they that up until this point, it was like the Pythagorean school of mathematics had only understood numbers as whole numbers and wasn't fractions. Like, wait, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a point where they didn't know what irrational numbers were. So, like, if you had a triangle with, like, side 1, and then the hypotenuse is going to be root 2, which is irrational. And they had no idea what those were, irrational numbers. That could go on forever. So they, like, didn't have a way to, like, say what that length was. And it was such a simple problem. 1, it's a right triangle. But, yeah. That's something. More skits with Edgar. We'll definitely do more. We have a lot of fun making these.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was so much fun.
We were laughing so hard at every episode.
And even when we get to film together too, just like having someone else say, "Hey, try it this way."
Yes.
And it's so much fun.
Yes.
Like
having feedback was really cool.
Yeah, like in the Black Kidnapper, like standing in front of the draft board, just like try one when you're like, oh, this is like a fun video game. This is like a board.
Yes.
The Wheel of Fortune.
Ooh,
You're
yeah,
so excited.
look at this. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did several of those.
Yeah.
That was really nice. No, working together, it made things much faster, especially like the editing situation. If you weren't there making backgrounds and getting music done, oh my god, I would have done all this editing only to have every background to have to do, every song. It would have been all the special effects. That would have been so annoying.
Yeah, and we got really lucky that like in the songs that we picked, there were so many that just lined up drops perfectly.
Yeah,
for, like,
yeah.
a release or some tension or something.
This is a really random fun fact, but often we'll put songs in the video. So we find a good song, put it in, and then we'll put it like the beginning. So the beginning has to line up here, and it will rise with the rising action or whatever.
Yeah.
But then a minute later, the song is still there. It's a 2-minute song. And there's a dramatic drop that should happen, like the screen goes black, or someone just died and it should go to black, like when Negotiator shoots the other guy. And then the song will just so happen to have a downbeat that like drops off, like
you can just fade it off. Yeah, it's a nice release.
And it just coincidentally lines up. And we've had that happen multiple times.
Yeah,
it's very weird.
Why do the guns have a red ring on the muzzle? Oh, that is I think a U.S. law for like toy guns have to have like an orange tip. Same thing for like BB guns, so you know it's not a real gun.
Oh, okay.
Because if you were to spray paint it and go out in public, you could get shot at. Like
yes, the police could shoot you because they reasonable belief. Do you think you could bring that on a plane?
No. No. If they're retractable and knife was an issue, I would guess the toy.
I guess because you could like pretend it's real and pretend to like take a plane.
Yeah.
Because how would they know if you could like spray paint it?
Or just like only show it in tucked in.
Yeah, tucked in. Hey, don't mess with me kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. Airsoft too, yeah.
We wanted to take it to Turks and Caicos, and we didn't because we were like, there's no way they're gonna fucking allow us.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, actually, you might be able to on a checked bag, but like when we travel, we try.
Yeah, like a checked bag. Do you think that'd be fine?
Yeah, well, actually, because
would that show up on the X-ray screen as like a gun?
I think
shape?
so, but it'd be plastic. Like you could tell the difference between plastic and metal.
Yeah.
Because you can actually put guns in your carry-on. They have to be in a specific case and like.
Do other countries like the UK or just Europe, anywhere in Europe in general, do they allow even fake guns like that?
I would guess no because of how illegal it is. Because like, even when I was talking to Jade, who lives in London, he has mentioned how illegal guns are, which is why stabbings are so much more common.
Oh, interesting.
But if you get caught with a gun and you're not a police officer in like the UK, it's several years in prison.
What's stopping someone from painting the tip of a real gun orange?
That is a very illegal life.
Giving ideas for criminals in these chats. Someone's like, "Oh shit!"
All right, CIA agent.
Yeah, CIA agent in the chat right now. Yeah, it was really annoying because we wanted to bring all this shit, and we're like, "Fuck, we can't just do that."
Yeah.
Maybe on a checked bag you could, but you couldn't. Yeah, on a plane.
Which I think for Turks and Caicos, I had to check a bag because of just the sheer equipment. We just all the tripods and everything else that I brought for shooting for that. Yeah. Which I guess we could have, but I guess we didn't really need them for any of the shots we did out there.
Yeah, that's true. God catching Adam after he's kicked out trying to sneak into the Garden of Eden to get another apple. It's a good idea. I definitely will continue doing more of the Bible series. I want to do Job. Job would be a good one. Paul, I think would be cool. And then I'm trying to think of any. Oh yeah, the Exodus. I want to do more. That's where the to be continued of my last one was. Moses shows up, and now they gotta get out of Egypt. So yeah. The Israel-Palestine video I watched with no headphones with my friend, and the teacher ended up walking by and asking what it was about. Nothing. Just slow-mo Schussberg schlong. Yeah, that was that still gets like quite a lot of views on my channel, and still gets comments, and still a lot of angry people commenting on that one. A lot of butthurt people.
Airsoft is allowed in Europe. I think U.S. also has more stabbings. That's right. Number one, bitches. Come at us. Scoreboard.
We're not number one in shooting. I realize, like, we're not even close to number one.
Really?
But of developed countries we are. But like, there's plenty that have way more.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, like the Congo. Just
yeah. I think there's a lot in I think there's some in South America. I don't know about Middle East or like Southeast Asia, but I feel like there's some like kind of like the most dangerous places in the world are often Middle East. Some places like South America has quite a few.
Yeah.
I think Peru has like one of the most dangerous neighborhoods.
Yeah, and a lot of gang activity too, especially. Lawyer goes to heaven and tries to sue God. There's something like that could be kind of funny too, like a lawyer getting denied from heaven and then tries to sue God to appeal.
Yeah, that would be
Like
that's a good idea actually. The lawyer ones on my channel do great. One of the last lawyer one I did with the guy with the Nazi tattoos, that one's like still getting mad views right now. Hang on, if I pull up my analytics. Oh, did we have a random jump? Oh no, it's just this live stream. Oh no, that one's it's coasting at like 300 views per hour right now. But that's still crazy. It was released weeks ago. God meaning a deity from another. Yeah, that's a very common one that's brought up on my channel. Other gods, other Zeus, whatever.
Yeah, or Buddha trying to get into heaven.
Buddha trying to wrong choice, bitch. So does he just drop into hell? That video was hysterical. And I saw that on I think TikTok, and it just shows up and I see his face and I'm like, what? So why are we here? What's the point of this trial? There's no point. He did it. He did all of it actually. Even the things he didn't do. It was him.
COVID was the virus.
The Prophet Muhammad meeting the Christian God and getting laughed at. That'd be really funny. Get some angry Muslims in those comments. No, I wouldn't play Muhammad because I'm not trying to fucking die.
Yeah, that's when you might get actually tracked
that
down.
One you might
somebody
like
shows
haunted,
up to your door.
That'd be scary as fuck.
You guys ever get together and just spend time laughing at comments? Some people just understand the context of some jokes. It's hilarious. I would say
Do you want to tell the story of the merch store that you posted the ad for?
Oh my god. So, when did we have the merch store? I think as we were filming the political back and forth, we were like, let's just launch the merch store now, claim the domain name, do all that stuff.
We got to get it ahead of time.
That we're like, you know what? As all the election stuff is ramping up in the U.S., let's advertise on Facebook. So we did. So we had a Facebook page, had a couple of posts where we were advertising merch, and I never go on social media, just usually, and I went back on Facebook to check this specifically. There were so many comments about people saying that it was so obviously Russians, like
right
Chinese,
wing,
yeah,
it was. If you look at the store, the merch store with all these shirts, it's pretty even in what it makes fun of, right and left. Arm the fetuses, but then they got in the beginning there was income equality. So it makes fun of both sides. And the comments were like, look at this right-wing propaganda.
Yeah, so obviously. Just some Russians just trying to make money.
And someone commented, What'd they say? It was like, well, they have this other stuff too. And the guy's like, read between the lines.
It's
They're
so
trying to
obvious.
trick you. Like, Facebook is full of fucking morons.
And we didn't tie it back to either of the pages because we didn't post any of the videos yet, which we could now.
Right, yeah. Now,
Which we
actually,
could
yeah,
now.
now we could. Now we have a reference.
But it was just so funny just reading that. I was like, I expected just a couple of people like, oh yeah, these are kind of funny, haha.
It's interesting.
I did not expect that.
Because at this point, I'm used to having a channel with my audience. I know what the comments are going to be for the most part, but you forget when you post something into the void of the internet that you've never done. You run a Facebook ad. You are now posting into the void of the internet. It can go out to anyone, and none of them are going to know you most likely.
Yeah.
You just see how stupid and just extreme the
Yeah.
internet is in general.
And the pages even listed like under comedy, and the post was like, it was titled like, oh, the founding fathers would want you to buy our merch. Like, cool,
Yes,
it's
it was
funny.
so
Yeah.
innocent.
So, yeah.
It was just something we wanted to try. Zach looks Russian and Edgar is Mexican. I am Russian. I'm part Russian. I'm Russian, Austrian, and Polish is my background.
And I am very Mexican. Actually, well, no, I did the 23andMe. I'm like technically more like Spanish Portuguese than I am Mexican. It's like 43% Spanish Portuguese, like 42% like North American,
Yeah.
which I thought was weird. But like it's honestly kind of the same. Like really.
Do you know when your ancestors arrived in?
No, it's actually really annoying. I've asked my parents I've asked my parents because we don't know anything about our grandparents, anything like that. So
Your parents' parents? Like
yeah,
your own
they
grandparents?
don't know.
Oh,
They just have never asked. Like, okay, so like, what do you get? Like, where do they come from? They're like, oh yeah, you were always in Mexico. I was like, okay. I did 23andMe, then I showed that to my dad. I was like, hey, we're more Spanish Portuguese, and he was like, oh yeah, my grandpa was like 6'4", blonde hair and blue eyes. I was like, what the fuck? You just never mentioned this? Are you serious?
The Aryan race? The fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
went to
part
Mexico.
of the superior race, Dad? You gotta tell me this shit. That's interesting. Are your grandparents still alive?
One grandparent. My mom's mom is still alive.
If you were to ask her, is she like
I've asked them, and they're just like, yeah, you know, we just like grew up poor. It's just they're very very bad at going to the doctor and very bad at like any genealogy stuff.
Yeah, I asked my grandma. I have one living grandparent still, 90, and she's still doing good. She's her brain's going slightly, her hearing's going a lot, but she can like when she stands up, it's quick. She like doesn't like walk with like a limp or anything.
Yeah,
it's very quick. But I asked her, do you know where your parents or even grandparents are from? Because I love to trace back as far as I can. And she was like, I don't even know where my parents. I was like, I think you do. I think you're just at this point
like,
you don't know.
You just be real. Did we own slaves?
Yeah, grandma, come on, hit me with it.
Which side of history?
What?
Are we on the nicely dressed side that we're a little angry, or are we on the?
Yeah, okay. The South had some good ideas. Like, let's not be.
Or did we have stores broken glass? That whole thing.
Yeah, so I wish I could learn more, but I can only go back.
My grandma, she's still cognitively there, so she is actually coming in a couple of weeks to the Bay Area, which I'll see her, I'm sure, for Christmas. So I will ask her actually, but she like I've heard different things like, oh, they were raised by like family friends or like aunts and uncles, so it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I would love to know more. I think the furthest back on my genealogy was a great grandma that we have a picture of.
Shit,
that was very cool.
That's really
it's
impressive.
the oldest person I know I'm related to that I can see a picture of, and she was like, she looks like 90 in a picture from 1903 or something. Like, yeah, it went back.
Damn,
I think it was great.
Was it one of those where they like don't smile?
It was one of those. Yeah, exactly. The classic.
That's so funny. Yeah, I'm so jealous because like Jacqueline, for those who don't know, my wife, she's white. She is. Her family, I think...
German, right?
German, yeah. So when we went to, like, Munich and Germany, and, like, her parents actually met us up on this past trip in Munich because we were there for a day. Because they did, like, a whole, like, genealogy sort of tour, which is really cool. And I was so jealous of how much they knew back. Like her dad sent us a picture of a church that one of their great-great-grandparents was born in. And I was like, what the fuck? It was still around in, like, Bavaria somewhere. And I was like, we know... None of that. Like, we did not do any record keeping, just trying to live life. Like,
yeah, right?
Nothing else.
God damn. Someone asked, did you get anything from the 23andMe data leak? I got notified of it.
I did too.
You know what was interesting? No, I got a message from someone the following day or something that said, I think we have some family history that's tied together.
Shared ancestry.
Yeah, we have some shared ancestry. I was looking to get some more information, and I felt so bad because I didn't respond because I was thinking right after the data leak is too sketchy. I don't want to do that. So maybe they'll respond, or maybe I can follow up. But like that was just way too weird of timing.
Yeah, and that's something I've been trying to find too. Like every time I look back at it, I want to see family that might still be alive in like Spain, Portugal. But yeah, it was cool going there. Is Zach in NorCal? No, Zach is not in California. He's in.
Oh, is Zach
Nevada.
in NorCal? No. Edgar was born and raised in NorCal.
Or born in Mexico. Yeah, raised.
Raised in NorCal. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I was born and raised SoCal. I've never been to. I've never lived in anywhere north of San Luis Obispo where we went to college.
Yeah.
But my sister lived in San Francisco for about a year. She got her apartment, storage, and car broken into 4 times.
Jesus.
And then moved out.
And
San Francisco, it's not just a rumor. It is
it does happen. And actually, it's funny because like we talked about like when we were in school, we talked about just doing trips to places. We went to Vegas a lot when we were in school.
Yes, when we were in school.
Never went to San Francisco, and actually, you've never gone as an adult except for when you came up for my wedding.
Yeah,
just 2 years
that
ago.
was
Which
it.
was really funny.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun though.
Ironically, I went for Edgar's wedding to San Francisco, but never to visit my sister who lived there for a full year.
And your sister still came through, which is awesome too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and she came for the wedding as well.
It's so funny.
That was fun. But yeah, other than that, I've seen San Francisco. I enjoyed what I saw. Actually, it was actually very beautiful. We went to Pier 30.
Pier 39.
That one, yeah.
Fisherman's Wharf.
Pier 39. We did a boat tour around.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. On the free day. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Under the bridge. Yeah, that was cool. It was very beautiful over
there. Did you guys
there.
go to Alcatraz?
Not to it. We went around it.
Okay.
Yeah, we took the boat tour around it. It was beautiful there. But we also went to a comedy show. Where was that?
Oh. That was like in the Tenderloin, which if you don't know is hands down like one of the sketchiest. It's like the Skid Row equivalent in San Francisco where it's just a street of just...
We're driving to this comedy show and there's a homeless woman who just... It's a green light.
Yes. Oh, but it's like in the city street. So it's a green light, but we're stopped. She's walking alongside the car like inches away from us.
Yes. And then she starts punching another...
Yes, another lady runs up behind her, hits her on the head. She falls down and like is like up in this like weird turtle position right in front of our car.
Front of the car. We couldn't move and we're not helping because fuck that.
We're not
We're
getting
like,
out of the
all right,
car.
we're staying here in our safe space.
And no one else, like everyone's like, this is normal. Like no one's paying attention. So we slowly back up and just go right around, which is just so funny. And because, you were there for a day and a half. Like that was such a San Francisco experience that like sounds like, okay, you made that up. But no, it actually happened.
Didn't we see Tony Hinchcliffe during that weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like in under like fire right now. Yeah, that's who we were seeing.
I think that's who we saw the first night. Then the second night we saw Big J Okerson.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the 2 in one weekend.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Classic Tenderloin District. Yeah, if you know, you know. I didn't know. Edgar knew.
Yeah.
Going there.
Yeah, luckily there's good parking, like parking garages too, but like it was...
Yeah,
it was
I was
really
expecting
fun.
no car after we got out. I was expecting car gone.
Oh, that's why, because we parked at next to a police station, which they had a parking garage.
That was a pretty good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking San Francisco.
Great food though. That place we got, those, what was it, the fried pork bun bows?
Oh yes, that was very good.
Delicious.
Yeah. No, it was very good. No, some areas were really fun. Where you got married in front of the town hall? Or
yeah, in the courthouse, City Hall.
Yeah, City Hall was beautiful.
Amazing.
That building was gorgeous. Outside of it was nice. And yeah, where I went was really nice. But not all of San Francisco was nice. And San Francisco's not big, right? It's very small.
No, it's a 7x7 square. That's where the 49ers come from. Yeah.
Like San Diego, where I'm from, has some ghetto areas, but San Diego's so big, it's pretty much their own neighborhood. It's kind of like LA has Santa Monica, Venice Beach, Hollywood, downtown. It's kind of like their own cities almost.
Well, and actually, so for my wedding, where we had gotten Airbnb for the whole wedding party was in the Mission, which is like the gay district, which was very safe, very quiet, and really chill. And there was a lot going on around there. So it does have some nicer areas, but there are definitely areas that fit the stereotype that's like in the media.
Yeah, 100%. It's not totally inaccurate. People are slightly accurate. Same with Venice getting worse.
Venice Beach.
Like you said, it definitely got worse.
Yeah, during COVID, that everyone's like all just all the tents along the beach that like along like Muscle Beach, where it was like super famous for like the longest time, and now it's like
yeah,
sucks.
Have you been to San Antonio, Texas? I have not. Have you been?
I've been there, yeah, mostly I think just for family. Never really spent a whole lot of time in there.
I've been to Austin only.
Austin's really fun.
Austin
too.
was actually very nice. Is this Turks and Caicos? Yeah.
We're there.
Yeah, no, it was very fun.
It's the Netherlands. I have not been, but Zach has been to the Netherlands.
I love the Netherlands. Okay, so if I could live in any place outside, or if I had to live anywhere outside the U.S., in order right now, it would be... Oh, wait. What was the place we went to recently where Berlin, yes, that was it. So it was Tokyo, Amsterdam, and Berlin, and London, I'd say, are my top right now. The places I've been... Oh, Barcelona, too. Barcelona. I'd say Barcelona before London.
Yeah.
So kind of that order at the moment. If I had to live somewhere outside the U.S.
And a lot of the stereotypes about, like, the Europeans are so true in Barcelona specifically because at, like, between 4 and 6... It's just, like, empty in the streets. People literally are taking naps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's having their siesta. But it's such a cool city. Like, it's so young, and there's so much going on. Like, I think when we left, we had an Uber ride to the airport at 6 or 5 a.m. It was still dark out, and we drove past a nightclub that there was a line still going out.
Still. That is a
That's
nightlife
amazing.
city. Berlin's a true nightlife city. Tokyo's a true nightlife city. That's what I need. I need something fun like that.
Yeah.
Something actually exciting. Where things are open late.
Been to China? No, but we actually do want to go to China.
We want to go. We really want to go to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And Shanghai. A few other places. China has everything. The naturey parts of China look amazing.
Macau,
The cities, the big cities look amazing. It's supposed to be more modern.
Yeah.
We might be banned from China after this third video.
We honestly might be, yeah.
We might just get there.
Korea's the other one, too. We do want to... We actually are... starting to plan a trip that we do want to go to.
We want to do like a 3-part Asia trip, and we're thinking South Korea, Hong Kong, and then like maybe Singapore or Phuket or something like that. Yeah. Vietnam would be fun.
London, yeah, I love London.
I really liked London.
Place.
It was like a cleaner New York. It was very high energy, gloomy. That's for sure.
And I like that they actually do keep a lot of their architecture, which is pretty sick.
Yes. Architecture was really nice. China have good ducks. Yeah, dude. Chinese food's so good. I love fucking Chinese food. God damn.
The series take to film. Yeah. Or for filming, just filming alone, I want to say it was about 50-ish
to
hours.
60 hours of filming.
And then the rest was editing and, all the post work, essentially.
Having the camera on. Yeah, it was a lot of filming. God damn.
Yeah.
It took so long. We are so happy it's over. After this live stream, we don't have to do shit. Oh my god, that feels good.
It was really funny that, so in April 26th, that weekend I was here, we were writing it, and we had booked Turks and Caicos by the end of that weekend, and it was so funny that we were like, you know what, let's try to finish everything everything so that the only thing we have to film is in Turks and Caicos, and we're both like, yeah, that sounds good, we could totally do that. And that did not happen at all.
Nope.
We maybe got like the first script, like a couple revisions in.
Yeah.
And then that's how Turks and Caicos ended up being the first thing we filmed.
Yep.
We're like, okay, for sure for like Labor Day weekend, and then just...
Yeah. We kept pushing it back. And I kept mentioning it, like on Discord. I would keep saying, oh, it's coming out Labor Day. It's coming out this. And we just couldn't get it fucking done. It just took too much time. I wrote a lot of it on plane rides, like around, on our trips. I was like, okay, well, I might as well make the most of this.
Right.
Video idea. You visit the red light district in Thailand. I was in Phuket, and I was on, is it Patong Beach, I think? And it's basically this, it's kind of like their Vegas strip. It's this street, fairly long, and it's just bars, clubs, prostitutes, weed everywhere. Like, weed is legal in Thailand now, so they had dispensaries. It was a crazy, vibe for Southeast Asia, and it was actually very fun being in Phuket. I love that. I went to see more of the scenic places, like the big Buddha statue, which was really cool, on top of a mountain. It was gorgeous. But Phuket's a fucking party, dude. Oh, I will say this. If anyone's going to Thailand, it's one of my favorite places I've ever been. It's amazing. I highly recommend anyone goes. Bangkok, the most famous, arguably, place in Thailand, it's not pretty. except for their temples. Their temples are gorgeous, but like driving around it, it's not the most beautiful. There are so many other places you should go first, even though Bangkok's kind of like the most famous. It's in Hangover 2 and all that, but it has beautiful temples. People are nice. It's not like sketchy or anything. It's just not the first place I'd go in Thailand.
Is it just like dirty or like
it's kind of like LA. Yeah, it's like LA. It's like a bigger LA. Bigger. Oh yeah, 11 million people live there, I think, and LA is like 8 million.
God,
it's a giant city.
Holy shit.
But yeah, you see the temples, and then Koh San Road is one of their most famous places, but it's like a small road. It's got cool things on it, but you see it in the day. But Koh Phi Phi was fucking gorgeous. That was an island.
Yeah, that was the
Phuket
island.
was beautiful, and I'm gonna go to Pattaya next, which I'm really excited for.
Most exotic animal have either of you eaten? I want to say, was it alligator?
I think I had alligator we had in
Louisiana.
Gator, which does taste just like chicken.
Yeah.
It was delicious, actually. And then I've had squid eye or something. Squid something weird in Thailand.
Oh.
It was very weird. I had something in Thailand. I have no clue what it was. It looked very much like testicles, but I have no idea. But it was like two like oval-shaped things. Delicious. It was so good. It was one of the best things I had in Thailand. But I ate it, and my girlfriend after, she's like, do you know what you just ate? I'm like, I don't know. She's like, me neither, but what would you guess? I'm like, I know what you're thinking, and I know what I'm thinking too. I know what we're both thinking. And it was delicious. I didn't ask. Don't need to ask. I've said before, I am not a picky person. I'll try almost anything.
Yeah.
I'd try scorpion, but I didn't get a chance to in Thailand. I would.
I've tried a chocolate-covered scorpion. There's like that candy shop in Slough that
Does that have taste to it?
No, it's just like a crunchy, like dry thing. Yeah, not a whole lot to it.
Interesting.
Why did Negotiator kill his friend at the end? Because he thought that he was working with the kidnappers.
So if you didn't hear before, the Negotiator killed the guy because the Negotiator's top dog with this stuff, and he just can't beat the kidnappers. They hung up on them, or they hung up on him. Amazing psychological tactics. He couldn't find wherever they were, and then finally, when he gets so close, service out, because they just so happened to launch the nukes at the satellites. And he thought at that moment, this isn't possible. The only way this can happen is someone is on the inside feeding them information. The guy fucking next to me. And he shoots him.
And that's why at the end, he's still chasing them because he's a guy that doesn't lose. Like, that's a point of pride for him to catch them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why we'll continue this with that. It's a point of pride, and he's rogue now.
Yeah.
He's no longer working under the government.
He's no longer just killing nobody.
He's killing everyone.
Kidnappers being retired? No, still going. Have you ever had clam testicles? I don't think so.
No. I don't think so. I would remember that. Someone asked, what's the most unhinged video you've made? I want to turn that to the chat. What do you guys think is my most unhinged? I have a few that come to mind. My Israel-Palestine one's coming to mind. Some of the trans videos are coming to mind. The slavery in 1865 one comes to mind. Flat Earther one comes to mind.
The Flat Earther one's really funny.
Yeah, because that one's so, like, not subtle. I just go on a complete roast. Yeah, do clams have testicles? That's a good question. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something real. All of them.
Oh, is it Rocky Mountain? Is it the same as Rocky Mountain oysters? Because I've heard those. Those are bull testicles, which I've heard are really good, but I've never tried.
Yeah, I've never tried those. Yeah, that could have been what I tried. Yeah, I'm giving you the funny trans jokes pass.
The what was it? The cave diving one is really funny too, I would say.
Oh yeah. I really like that one.
Yeah, similar vein to the Flat Earthers one.
Just like the same. I like that style, the commercial style.
That's something in comedy. Complaints are always really funny. Like when something really gets you upset or like elicits that strong of a reaction, those are really fun.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the most. I think the angriest comments I get are on mostly religious videos.
That would
I
make
feel like that
total
just
sense.
sparks people because if they're religious enough where any display of God or Jesus or whatever is going to get them mad, that brings them to those videos. I did get some angry people on the Flat Earthers one, which was hilarious. And then like the trans ones, I don't get angry comments. Like there might be 2.
Yeah, like even
I
this
really
one,
don't.
And it wasn't really angry ones. Like we got some like Muslim ones that like oh you should.
There's one guy who was mad.
It wasn't like angry. Like yeah, it was. Just,
It wasn't like how dare you. It was
Yeah.
just like oh you. I mean I wish you didn't do this.
Yeah.
It reminds me of because there was one guy who commented on the video from earlier this week about like the Muslim jokes, which were very tame in my opinion. But he said like, oh, as a Muslim you shouldn't do that. And I got a lot of people saying I'm Muslim and this is hilarious. But the guy said like I usually like your channel, but this was blah blah blah. And I thought it reminded me of the Scientology episode of South Park because that guy. The chef
yeah.
was a Scientologist, and he said he wouldn't make fun of that. That's why he quit the show. And they said, like, we've made fun of everything on this show, and you draw the line at the one thing you believe. Like, that's just you're just being biased. Everyone has that. Everyone has. This is the one episode. If the creators stopped making videos because of one person being mad, they couldn't make any episode.
Yeah.
So
and I did hear allegedly that the guy who did the voice for Chef was being pressured by the church to either like you have to either like leave or get them to like
I believe
stop,
that
which I believe
because the church investigated Matt Stone and Trey Parker. That's what they do.
Holy
That's what
shit.
Scientology, the people in high up in the Church of Scientology do. They investigate and they look for like anything they can. I watched a documentary on it, and they do that for people coming in. So people would come into the church, and it was usually people going through a tough time in their life, and Scientology would promise all these benefits, and they would say and then record like, tell us what's bugging you in your life, tell us what's troubling you, and they talk about marriage problems and personal shit, and they record it, so now they have dirt on you.
Oh, what?
And then if you try,
Holy
this is like recorded, documented, and people still join the church.
The church is doing this.
It's
Oh my
fucking
God.
crazy. So yeah,
Jesus.
I love how the $500 is still at the top of this.
I
That
know,
was
that's
such a
insane.
goated fucking donation. God damn.
Devil in 2024. Yes.
Yep, I will do that. I have my list of things that have happened this year that I continually update for that series every year. So I write down things that happen. That's why I'll sometimes remember shit randomly from way earlier in the year that I'll look at myself and I'll say, oh, that happened. That's right. And then I'll include it in the video. Isaac Hayes. Yeah, that was his name.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right.
Before he went to work. I'm surprised you haven't done anything on the assassination of Julius Caesar. Brutus literally stabbed him in the balls, and I'd love to see what you do with that. I was just watching a video on or a documentary on the Roman Empire, and they did not show him stabbing him in the balls. That's unfortunate. I would have remembered that.
It's in the footnotes.
I remember he got stabbed 23 times. I remember that was documented by multiple historians at the time. Merch in the link below.
That's right.
To kill a pineapple, and there's a promo code. We'll run it till like the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I put to Sunday.
Oh, did you have it?
Sunday? Yeah,
It expires on Sunday.
Sunday,
Cool. Yeah, so little discount. Thank you to anyone who purchases.
Yes, thank you.
Really appreciate you guys.
Favorite religious based sketch.
When God Attempts No Nut November.
That was a good
That
one.
was my favorite. I love that one. I hated making it. Fuck making it. It was a lot of green screen work. That was just very complicated. Or very complicated, comparable to my normal easy work. So yeah, that was kind of annoying. Zach, what's up? Football fraud. Good to have you here. I hope you know. Oh, Kelly, is that you? You see this comment?
Which one?
It says, I hope you know JD and I are planning to call you Mexican Jesus and Feminist Zach now after your videos. Hell yeah. Change our name in your contacts.
That's right.
Those are our friends. What's up, guys? Glad to have you on.
Oh, Jacqueline was on commenting earlier too.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, she also pointed out that I completely forgot we went to Paris too.
Yeah, the Paris, Munich, and Lisbon trip. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Was Munich the first part of that trip?
Yes. No, because we flew to Munich together.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
We met you. No, no, we went to London. We met you in Paris.
Yes, we did meet in Paris.
And then we
flew to Munich.
That's right. Then we flew into Munich.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we took the taxi from the Munich airport with that guy driving 1,000 miles per hour. That dude was fucking crazy.
video idea: Mario after saving Peach, finding out she's a lesbian. I've always thought of ones like that where like the expectation is like Peach is supposed to be like happy or like saving somebody from that, but like what if they're not? Like I think Family Guy also did something similar to that.
Oh, really?
I feel like they've
I
done
don't know
a
if I remember
joke
that one,
like
but that would be
It
funny.
might have been a throwaway like cutscene joke.
That would be a funny one. One I'm working on, I'll give you guys a little taste of a video I'm working on, but not super related, but it's when Rosa Parks is sitting in your seat. And it's like assigned seating. It's like, bitch, get the fuck up. What are you doing? And the whole crowd will start like booing, like, no.
Reserved.
No. This is assigned seating.
33C. It's
get
not
the fuck.
here. It's towards not
And
the front.
there'll be stuff. Yeah, it'll be like they're seating in the back, and then boo. Oh, okay.
Racist.
I'm the bad guy here. I think that would be hilarious. Yeah, so that's what I'm working
would
on.
you do a John Wick?
I mean, I kind of did.
hard,
I mean,
yeah.
Clover was kind of a John Wick, more of a James Bond, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the John Wick series.
Those were good.
There could be a cool series we could do of a revenge type thing because they kill the dog and then he goes on revenge. So there could be something that happens where a revenge of just a purely I'm gonna murder people until I murder that guy,
Right.
kind of thing. That would be fun.
Yeah. I feel like those are fun. Like the high stakes John Wick one is really good. Like that's something that's always bothered me. The 007 ones, I feel like they could do so much more action and just like killing and technology, cool gadgets and stuff. That, I still like Daniel Craig as 007, but like there needs to be something cooler, like higher stakes.
Yes. No, I really like all the James Bond, but yeah, I feel like we can make something a comedy James Bond like the Clover, but on a bigger, more movie scale would be really fun. I think. Rosa Parks on an airplane. Actually, she might be in a few places. She'll be in a theater, maybe an airplane, and then maybe they'll have a battle of musical chairs.
That reminds me, that actually did happen. Something similar to me when we took a train from Munich to Berlin on this past trip, where we reserved our little like cabin thing on the DB train weeks and weeks ahead of time. And we specifically got these two seats right by the window so we could like look at the greenery as we're going through. Yeah. And we get to our train, and there's like these two older women sitting in there, like older white German women. Yeah. And we're like, oh, that's our spot. Like, oh, like, this is first class, and we're just like, yeah, I know, I booked it because it wasn't that expensive. It was a train ticket. It was like $80 for each of us. And she was just like, no, and she was just trying so hard because she could not believe that we had booked it. It was just like trying so hard to not give up these seats. That like they finally did, and like we reserved these seats. I had to show her my ticket, I don't know who the fuck she is, and then they ended up leaving. I was like, what a bitch, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Making me seem like an asshole.
Get
but no,
the fuck out of my spot. I don't know what we're doing here. The Germans lost, so get out of our seat.
Hard choice, music's room.
My favorite so far, it's a hard choice. Has to be the emergency row exit Zach from 12C. That's a good choice. It's a classic on the channel. Any plans for the creation of negative numbers? Yeah, negative and like imaginary. Those are all coming. We'll get there. I need to get up on that. I want to hear Zach make the Jordan Peterson accent clean your room. I don't think I could do a good Jordan Peterson accent. Some people of mine are so fucking good at it. I want to be good at it. I suck at accents.
Yeah, me too. I've been like wanting to take videos on doing like cowboy, like Western accents,
yeah,
like British accent. I feel like that could come in handy.
I tried to look up because there are rules. Like when you do it like a German accent instead of the th, you do the z German. Like there are rules. You just do those things. Yeah. But I don't know the rules, and when I try to do it like off just my own intuition, it sucks.
What people have said is like it's like when you watch someone else do a really good impression, you see what they're emphasizing, and then you can quickly pick that up and do it. But it's hard to figure that out yourself.
In my improv class, a lot of people have great accents, and then they'll jump on stage. Like I'll go on scene, and then they'll jump on stage with a hard accent, and I'm like, oh fuck, do I have to match this? This is bullshit. And I rarely do.
History of engineering. Another history of engineering. I feel like modern engineering. There's like something there. Like I think. As we were looking at houses too, there's so many houses that have just absolutely fucked foundations that like one of our neighbors who just bought a house were just telling us like, oh yeah, there's like these newer technologies that like they use like a polymer that's like stronger than like concrete that it can stop slipping. I would love to know about this the engineering behind this stuff even like newer technologies too. I feel like
That
it's
would,
very cool.
yeah. There's a lot of cool things. I love making my history of engineering video. There's a lot more I could do. That was very fun. Who's the most powerful character in the Zach verse? I mean, God.
God.
Except for maybe the people who make the rules, you know. God doesn't make the rules, guys.
Mexican Jesus crossing the border.
You should do a crossing the border one. And Zach is border patrol.
Jesus Cristo.
Jesus Cristo. Por favor. America. Do a video on companies mistaking satirical internet trends for things people actually want. I'd love to do more companies one. I want to do one where it's just like my company's one, where dear companies, you suck. But I just want to do dear people, you suck. And it's kind of the annoying thing.
Types of people.
People at airports, people just in every grocery
even
stores.
when we just got to Boston, when I was waiting for you, I had one of those exact moments where I was trying to wash my hands and it wouldn't. The water wouldn't turn
it
on.
doesn't turn. That's a real fucking thing.
And I put it away, and then it started going. And I wanted to punch someone.
I was like, how is this possible?
Yeah.
How is this?
Yeah, who designed this?
It turns off automatically for Mexicans. Sorry.
Ooh, brown. Oops.
Ooh, yeah. We have a.
Let's just say we can't clean your hands. There's no cleaning.
It's just biology has done the best it can do.
Sorry, no.
No, it's fucking true, and it's every goddamn airport. It's so annoying.
That's something I feel like we could do really well too. Is like actually good commercials for companies.
Yes,
like the Super Bowl,
100%.
Like, some of them are just so not good.
I want to. If a company came to me and said, "Zach, make a commercial for us," no limits. We will say yes to whatever you do.
Yeah,
I would make the fucking best commercial ever. I think I can make something so funny. And the crazier the product, the better. Like, I can make it so stupidly good, I think.
Yeah.
But all the companies are so like, we didn't like this part. It's slightly controversial. Blah, 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 blah. Go fuck yourself. It's so annoying.
Yeah, because even showing how, like, in your videos, you have worked in ad reads into the sketches.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just showing that you can do it. You can piece these things together and make it entertaining. That it's how often do people see commercials that you actually enjoy watching? That you'll just click away,
remember it.
Yeah.
When you see it again, you're like, oh yeah, I remember that commercial for it. I wish they would. Like, companies are just fucking pussies, dude. Any interest in doing a skit on movie snack/popcorn prices? No, it's very specific. But putting that in a sketch would be cool. I missed out on a whole lot. Yeah, anyone just joining the live stream, this will stay up so you can watch it from the beginning.
Right.
We went through a lot of the series and all that, explained some of the behind the scenes, our trip to Turks and Caicos. Stories from that. Yeah, our Turks and Caicos trip had a lot that happened, so there's stuff in there.
Can you edit your live stream so you can go back and like add chapters for things too?
I don't know. That's a good question. I've never tried that.
Yeah.
You can edit, like you can like delete stuff. Oh wait, adding sorry. Adding chapters to any video is totally possible. You just have to put the timestamp down below.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's something we can do after the fact. Be good.
Yeah, because now they have it where you can literally just put the timestamp in the description, and it's usually pretty good at detecting that. So pretty cool. Just thinking of language. If America was communist. Yeah, there's a lot of Cold War stuff I could do. I mean, just the CIA stuff alone, I could go into more detail on.
Yeah, and even just having been to Germany a bit more, just even like premises we thought of, like, what if Hitler had won World War II? Just like, what would that look like? There's a lot around that too.
Oh yeah, we kept joking about like what haunted houses would be like if Germany had won the war. It's just super anti-Semitic in every fucking. That'd be so goddamn funny. Where was the UN in this series? Yeah, there's a lot we could have kept putting. We had to draw a line. I mean, with how much happened, you can add anything.
That's
anything.
So true.
Because why wouldn't? Of course, if World War III is about to break out, of course the UN's going to be in it.
Get involved.
Of course, all these countries are going to be in it. Of course, nukes are going to be involved. Like, of course, it's all going to happen. But we had a time limit. And we didn't have a time limit. And we wanted to do it.
And we didn't want to drag it out, too, because imagining having to right now, like, let's say even one or two more would be like, okay, we could do it. but then it just gets delayed more and more, and it's just like other things pile up too.
Yeah,
And these are long day like weekends when we're here working on this. It's the entire.
It's
like,
the entire. It was the entire time. It took a very. We did not have fun those weekends outside of this, but we had a great time editing.
Yeah, it was just laughing
were
to ourselves. But yeah, we
cracking
were
up.
like we didn't like go out and just like go to sightsee. Or
Exactly.
anything.
Yeah,
We just
it wasn't. Yeah, we
here
weren't
the
hitting the
whole
clubs
time,
or anything. But we had a great. It was so much more fun than editing alone. Like we got to laugh and all that. So that was great. Yeah, that's why working on. I mean, I remember seeing an interview with one of the How I Met Your Mother people where they said the reason I wanted to do this show is because I wanted to laugh at work. I can see why doing a comedy
100%.
completely changes like how excited you are to go to work.
Yeah, especially if you're in a comedy room with other people writing and joking too. Like that definitely. There's so much more you can just do. It's really fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Maryland.
Exactly. Hell yeah, we're still live. Yeah, we'll go a little longer. We'll keep answering some questions, and we were possibly doing one tomorrow just because Edgar's here.
Yeah, and also
do more
people who aren't able to make it today.
And some people might not be able to make it today, so maybe we can do it like earlier tomorrow, so we can get because if we start at like 1 or 2, a lot of European countries will still be awake.
Yeah, that's
for
true.
that.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
And then obviously everyone in the States will be up, so that's a possibility. But we'll go for another little bit.
You from Maryland? No. Or Zach? No, your family's like from the East.
My
Coast.
family is from the East Coast. I'm the first generation. Me and my sister are the first generation to be born on the West Coast of the U.S. My mom and dad were born in Pennsylvania. Went to school at NYU, New York, and then before they had me, they moved to San Diego, and then they had me there. So I was the first generation on the West Coast. I don't think there's anywhere. I said for a while I'd want to live in New York. I thought it'd be really fun. After we went, what'd you think? I thought it was. I love a loud, high energy city, but it was too much in the city to live for me. I like living slightly off the craziness and being able to go to it.
For how good the public transportation was to that, like, oh, okay, cool, I could live like in outer Manhattan and just like take a train into wherever I want to go. That's actually more fun. Like that's doable, but also I think the other thing is we had just such high expectations of New York that it was the city that never sleeps.
Yeah.
There's always something going out. All the big TV shows are based there. How I Met Your Mother is, Friends.
Exactly.
Well, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but still, that's why we were like
we were so excited
surprised.
for that. Yeah.
Because especially when you compare it to Vegas, there is literally something always, not something. There's a lot of stuff always open in Vegas.
No, we have a bone to pick with New York, and basically after we visited for the first time, we spent like 5 days there. Our conclusion is New York does not deserve the title of the city that never sleeps. Not even slightly. It was genuinely hard to find things open later at night, like past like 1 even. Things are open, but you have to find them, and that is not a nightlife city.
No.
When you're in Vegas, you don't say, where's the open stuff? When you're in Ibiza, when we were in Tokyo, it's not, where can we find something?
And funny
Everything
enough,
was open.
In Berlin at that random, like, food place by the hotel that you guys stayed at, we met that woman from Chicago that was traveling by herself that overheard us saying that.
Yes.
So it was like, oh, well, you just have to, like, go to these areas.
You
Like,
have to look
no,
for stuff.
that does not qualify
That
for,
doesn't
like,
count.
city that never sleeps.
No. It's the city that never sleeps is everywhere. Not, you gotta find it and then it's open underground or whatever. No. Best nightlife cities: Vegas, Ibiza, Tokyo, Berlin.
Their techno nightlife
is insane.
In an abandoned building.
Yeah.
Until 6 a.m. We
No,
left
it
at
went till
4:30. People were just getting
It
there.
was going till like 10 a.m.
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
It was
yeah.
like 9 or 10 a.m. And it was like 4 in the morning, and we found a bar that was wasn't even that crowded, but it was open. They were like, hey, we're open. And look, you have a customer, you made money, didn't close early. You know what city fucking closes way too early? Boston. Fuck you, Boston.
Yeah.
Everything in Boston was closed. So for a call, it has like 35 colleges there. It is
in
a
the one
college
city area.
town.
Yeah.
It's historic. The world knows about it. People from all over are visiting to see the Boston Massacre site and Tea Party.
And we were there for St. Patrick's Day, which is arguably one of the biggest celebration
we were there
weekends
St. Patrick's
for
Day.
Boston.
We were in the Sam Adams Tavern the Sam Adams Tavern. It's in the central part of Boston. It has his statue in front of it. They kicked us out at 9 p.m. It was packed.
Yeah.
And all I was thinking was, this is another, like, companies are so dumb moment. I was like,
Right.
do you want money? You have customers in this goddamn building right
Yeah.
now wanting more. Stay open. How is this hard?
Yeah, because even just selling 2 more beers would have paid that guy for his bill for another 2 hours, like easily. Like, it was so much. Yeah.
You have like 8 workers probably making very little in terms of their hourly wage. Just stay open. You sell a drink per person. You've made up all that money. Like, it's a no-brainer. It drives me crazy
Yeah.
when it doesn't make sense.
Is there a specific spot in your house where you film your videos?
Right here, pretty much. Which I have a pop-up green screen. And it's in my living room area. And I used to film in my studio, but it's small. And it's not a big deal, but when you have a green screen, you need to stand kind of far in front of it because green screens will pick up a big shadow if you're very close.
Yeah.
And then when you try to key out the green, it's really grainy. That's what you see on TikTok a lot. Really grainy background. So you have to stand at least maybe 6 feet in front of it, at least.
To not get a shadow.
And then have your box lights on the side. And that I wasn't able to do that as easily in my office, so I got a pop-up green screen. This is much wider, side to side here. So I set up the camera on this side and then green screen on that side. And I say the distance between them is maybe 15, 20 feet or something.
Yeah, and I also record, in a small studio room too. And I have to do a lot in post because I'm trapped. Like, I just don't have a lot of space, so.
Do you guys have a 2-bedroom?
We do, but yeah, the second bedroom is like 10 by 10, like.
Oh, that's a dorm room. That's a dorm room.
It's
Fuck
tiny.
that.
Yeah. Are you gonna do more of Inside the Mind of Guys?
Yes.
Those are one of my favorite videos that you've done. It's just really
Yeah,
funny. It's like, there's
thank
so
you.
much you can go off of that.
I love that one. The next, I've been saying this for a while, and I'm gonna do it. I just have to write it all out. Is inside the mind of a guy at the club. That'll be the next one.
That's a good one.
That is what's on my mind.
Edgar Zach, what inspired you to do comedy? Like, what really hit you was like, yeah, I could do something edgy with this. Love y'all. Do you want to go for it?
Neither of us grew up like comedians studying comedy
Or even
making
anything
videos.
artwork, really, no.
Nothing related. I was an engineer and he was a bio major. We were both very dedicated
Yeah.
to our studies on top of like partying in college, but
Yeah.
we were like going into our field.
And I was in band like all throughout high school, so I did like performance or like doing something like art related.
Yeah.
But I think at Cal Poly too, even just like the riffing back and forth of just jokes, and even just making like our other housemates like Jorge and Kenji laugh as we were watching like a random movie.
Yeah.
Was fun.
We both like making jokes. We both love comedy, and we both thought like we can make funny videos. Like we can absolutely make funnier videos than what. Nothing's funny out anymore, and we've complained about this to each other.
Yeah, and especially even asking you like what the process was like and how like it's actually not that complicated outside of the writing and learning how to write.
Yeah.
Box lights, green screen, a microphone, and something to record, which most everyone can record on their phones. Like, oh, that's actually like doable. So just trying to do is so much fun. But even just like watching comedians, like the thought of just like spending your day writing jokes or thinking of new sketch ideas to write, like that's just so much fun. Especially because when we're writing, we're just laughing hysterically to each other.
We're cracking.
Constantly.
It's so fun. It's so fun. And maybe you have something like that where you have ideas for something, books, movies, plays, but we have that for sketches, and you can make them. Movies, you can't just make a movie, but with these you can. So it's like, it's hard not to. I'm like, oh, I have an idea. It's hard just to keep it in my brain at this point.
Right.
When it's, because I grew up like as YouTube was being made. So when I was 16, it wasn't as simple as, let me just start posting sketches.
No, I mean, that was back when like
YouTube was just getting started, so I didn't know about it.
That was back in like the final countdown video getting posted. Like everyone's watching that, but yeah, not much. You didn't that was before you knew that could be like a career. Like you could make a career and a living off of that, which is hard.
Yeah. Oh, someone asked how old you are. I'm 32.
And I'm actually also 32.
He's about
for another day and a half.
2 days.
Yeah.
Wish Edgar happy birthday. It's on November 3rd.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to him.
Could you do sketch of Superman fans versus Dragon Ball Z fans? That'd be hard to do, but funny now, Dragon Ball Z. Did you ever watch that growing up?
Not really. That was one of the shows I didn't watch much of.
I loved Dragon Ball Z growing up, and that's actually the reason why I rejected a lot of religion out of my life. because in middle school, that's when Dragon Ball Z episodes would come out. I think it was like 6 p.m. on Fridays. And because I was raised Catholic, I had to go to like the first communion school, all of this Bible study prep, and it was all at 6 o'clock. So I would always miss it. I would miss the new episodes, and that's what got me to this, like, to think like religion, like fuck that, like why would I do that? I don't want to do that. I want to watch my TV shows.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
That's ridiculously annoying.
It is.
I remember specifically when I was, I think probably 8 to 12 was my waking up at 6:50 a.m. every day. I set an alarm. It was easy. And I'd start the cartoons, and it would start at 7 o'clock, and all the shows I like would go till about 11 to noon.
Yeah.
And it was every Saturday. I loved it. I knew exactly the schedule.
I miss so many of those shows too. Like Danny Phantom was one of my favorite shows. That I wish they would have kept that one going.
I watched all those shows. But yeah, that was the Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Static Shock, fucking Jenny the Teenage Robot. Like that was that era of my life.
Yeah, those are
throwbacks, dude. That was fun.
What about Texas? Actually, we've been talking about going to Texas, even just like to Austin, because like Joe Rogan has his comedy clubs out there. There are so many comedians that go in and out of those comedy clubs. That would be so much. Like there's a ton in that one area.
Seeing
Vulcan,
fucking
Mothership.
Kill Tony is also out there, right?
Yeah,
that'd be fun. Austin was a fun town. I'd never moved there. It's not like crazy or anything. It doesn't stand out as one of the best cities.
I was actually considering moving there for a while, but it's just it's so goddamn hot in the summer. I can't do that.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. It's. I remember driving. It was like 5 a.m. maybe, and we're driving back from a show, and it was the freeway was packed.
Because of the show?
No, not because of the show. It was a small show. It was because rush hour starts early. Like, it was so fucking early. And I was just like, oh, this looks awful. It was like LA status.
You still do tutoring because I'm going to buy a lesson?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I could do online tutoring. No, I don't do tutoring anymore. I could go back to it if I ever just want extra money or someone asks. But no, I don't. The YouTube makes enough for me to live off of, luckily. And I like tutoring. At the end, I stopped liking it for a little because I was doing SAT and ACT, so it was very repetitive.
Oh, yeah.
Involved no intense mental effort because I had stuff memorized by that point. And a lot of the people I was working with, they were just so fucking annoying to deal with.
Which actually, you had a couple of videos on your main channel about that too, of like kids you tutor.
Yeah,
that's right.
Some of them were, and it's never the kids who think they're dumb. I have kids who will come in and say, I'm stupid at math, just letting you know ahead of time. And they're fine. They struggle, but they're fine.
Right.
But some people lack basic logic and reasoning and just cannot do a simple problem. Like with fractions, like they can't do basic, hey, I've said this in live stream before, but this cup is half full and it has 40 fluid ounces of water in it. How much could it hold in total? And they're like, I don't know. Like, really? Because a second grader would know.
Half.
Because it's half full and there's 40, so can you do simple math right now? And they're just like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, well, you're never going to do anything in life, so maybe just, stop trying.
Yeah, keep it up. Do you ever go to Beirut nightlife?
Beirut?
Yeah.
No, I would love to go to Beirut.
That would be cool.
That'd be cool. I want to go, like, Budapest is on my list.
Yeah.
Over Eastern Europe.
Ever plan on visiting Macau? Yeah, that's definitely
Macau
one of
looks so fun.
Sure.
I would love to go to Macau.
100%.
Hell yeah.
Do you ever drink tea in Boston? I think I...
Did we have tea in Boston?
I don't think so. I think I had a lot of coffee.
We threw tea. We threw tea in the
We
harbor.
actually- we did, yeah.
You're able, if you do there's a Boston Tea Party tour, and you can actually throw, not tea, but like the crates. They have a recreation of the crates, actual size, that you can throw over. It's attached to a rope. You just pull it back up.
And what was funny too is that they were giant metal and like wooden box crates that had a metal seal inside to keep the tea fresh, that were in larger wooden crates, that when the tea party actually happened, it took several hours.
It was not just some tea. It wasn't
like, in the night they snuck in and they just...
Did they say how many pounds? Like 50,000
It was several
pounds.
It was a couple of tons of tea.
Tons of tea. It was an insane amount of tea, and it took them hours to throw it all out.
Yeah.
We were joking about, like, how I was like, all right, guys, I think they get the point.
Take breaks, yeah.
I think they get the point. Maybe we could stop.
And all the meanwhile, like, they're already starting to revolt, so, like, there's a clear shot into the bay that they can see the British ships right there watching them, so they knew they could see them.
The British couldn't do anything because they didn't have instructions from the king to actually go, and you can't just make a phone call at that time, so they had to just watch it happen. And they dressed up in blackface and like tomahawk masks and stuff like that. So, because I didn't know this, they wanted to keep it a secret, so no one would know who was responsible for the Boston Tea Party. And it came out over several years, decades, of who was there.
Yeah, I think the last person who was allegedly involved with it came out and like they knew most of the names, but like it was
they were there at 15 years old, and they got interviewed when they were like 65 or something, and they told the story of like who else was there, but they tried to keep it a secret. That was super interesting.
Yeah. Was it Turks and Caicos clip in the last video real? Yes, that was actually in Turks and Caicos. Yeah.
We went to Turks and Caicos just for that shot. We got a drone pilot guy to film that, and we just said, go as far as you can with that drone, and he showed it to us, and it looked fucking phenomenal. And and then it poured the next day. Poured a lot of rain for like an hour straight during the time we would have had that drone shot. And then it was cloudy and gloomy the rest of the day. It would have not been a good shot. We were so happy we got that. We were so proud of that.
Do you plan on releasing more engineering-related sketches on your other channel?
Yeah, I will. I actually have several planned that I'm going to do probably in the new year.
The ones when you released the day whatever number was invented, is that on this channel or the other one that you do?
This channel.
Oh,
this channel. Yeah,
cool.
This channel. That's actually a really fun series, kind of more engineering related. Feels like a Shane Gillis podcast. I've never watched his podcast, have you?
He's pretty funny, yeah. I like Shane Gillis. Favorite line and or episode? Yeah, I think we talked earlier. Episode 3's favorite, just overall from just being so action-packed. As far as just line, I don't know. There's so many.
The line in this series? In episode 3 specifically?
I think just in general. Because even in the first one, like a lot of people quoted that one too, that we can't be terrorists for America.
We can't be terrorists for America was really funny.
It was really funny.
I really liked Praise Allah, but boy am I hungry. I really liked there's a towel. That guy's a towel he's wearing. Any other? What are some lines from the third that I really liked?
More of just like the physical comedy that this guy's loyal as fuck.
We cracked up at that actually. Looking at the guy reading the Bible, kill that guy, just shoots him and elbow. Edgar was one. See, this is the kind of thing we do. I originally just shot him, and then Edgar was like, "Oh, do something like WWE, like something crazy." Yeah. And then I just like went like as hard as I could, and then Edgar cracked up at it, and then we watched it, and then I was cracking up, and we're like, "Oh, that's a
because what we try to do too when we can tell something's gonna be funny, we'll find all the sound effects in background, so the first time we watch it back, it's all together. So having the thump when the elbow comes down, like all that is just so funny. That was great.
Edgar, on your channel, what is your recommended video?
Oh, I have no idea. I'll have to look. Oh, well, it's like, what would I recommend?
Maybe. They might be asking that. Do you have a favorite of yours?
There was one actually very similar to what we were just talking about. The nightlife one in cities. If cities were like nightclubs, I think that was one too. Of just shitting on cities, especially how fun some of them were.
Yeah.
That one was a fun one. Fix live stream midnight. Is your first live stream? No, I think this is your third or fourth.
Yeah, fourth or fifth at this point. Yeah, I've done a few. Zach, did you have a weight loss journey? You look so much better now than when you were looking back at your videos. Thank you. Yeah, when I was working on this full time, trying to get it like as trying to quit my job and do this, I was not working out. I was not doing anything. I was eating like shit. And I told myself, like, okay, you're going to do this and then fucking work out afterwards. Because I've always been really skinny. So that happened. And then right after I moved to Vegas, I was like, okay, time to hit the gym again. And then I started doing jiu-jitsu and frisbee. And then, I lost weight again. This is more of my normal weight. I just had that time because I was so busy working on the channel. And if you have a business, you don't need to do that. But I was like, oh, you gotta eat like shit and just work all day. I was in that mindset, like that business mindset.
And you had a really crazy schedule too, because when you weren't tutoring, you were working on the
videos.
The main channel.
I would tutor for 10 hours a day sometimes. Come home and work on the channel. I didn't have time to do anything.
Yeah,
else.
that's insane.
I was exhausted. I'd work from like 7 a.m. to maybe 7 p.m. with an hour break in between.
Yeah,
get home at 7:30 and then start working on the channel till 10 or 11, and I'd be exhausted and I'd need to go to bed. It was only 2 hours of work.
And that's when you were living with JD too, right? So you were like...
It started when I was living with
JD,
JD, but then I moved into my own place, and that's when I really started doing it full time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was kind of the journey. It was just because I was working on this channel a lot, and I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't playing frisbee, and that's what I love to do. I've grown up playing sports, so yeah, this is back to more me. But yeah, I'm finally more active. I'm traveling now. I wasn't doing shit in like 2019, 2020.
And that's one of those things too, where it's like you have to like when you're filming, like that was one thing I was nervous about, going on a trip for fun for Europe. I'm like, you know what? I'm on vacation. I'm gonna eat good food, but then I'm like nervous. Like, fuck, when I come back, we're gonna have to film.
Exactly. I'm gonna look fucking fat. God. So true. Yeah. No, my rule is when we're on vacation, I'm not gonna give up good food for the sake of my own health.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I've never. I mean, looking back now, do you look back at any trip and say, "I wish I didn't eat that food"?
No, it's the exact
not
opposite.
even
Like, I wish I would have tried more.
I wish I had more. Yeah.
Random
I've never
things.
said, "Oh, Paris, we shouldn't have had all those." No, I've never said that.
Yeah. If you answer this, how did you guys meet? Yeah, from college. We roomed together. We have known each other for like 12 or so years and have just constantly been.
He was randomly assigned as a roommate in college. Yeah, he's been one of my best friends for 12 years.
Yes. So, Mr. H, thank you. Haircut, yes, thank you. Favorite comedian? That's a good one.
Mine is Bill Burr, I'd say. Tom Segura's up there, and Nate Bargatze is coming up on 3 for me. I really like him.
Man, I'd say...
Do you have a favorite?
Louis C.K. and probably Bill Burr.
Louis C.K. is another good one, actually. You're right. I laugh at him a lot. He might be in the 4th.
I just paid for his, on his website, he's got, all of his specials for $20-something. You have them all, and you have them for 5 years, and you can just watch them as much as you want.
Yeah, yeah. I saw that.
Really fucking funny.
Yeah, no, he's really funny.
So good.
But honorable mentions would be Jesselnick. Really like.
He's very good.
Mark Norman and Sam Morril.
Mark Norman, yes.
Really like them.
Yeah, Sam Morril actually we saw in New York, which was so much fun.
Really fun.
Which we forgot that I pointed out to you. Sam Morril, part of his stand-up special was in the original Joker movie.
Oh yeah, Edgar told me this recently. If you don't know, in the Joker movie, when he's at the comedy club,
he's in the back before he gets called up. The comedian that you hear over the speaker while he's in the bathroom is Sam Morril.
Going to finding having sex is like finding a parking spot for guys. This works.
This one's tight. Yeah, this one's handicapped. Hope no one sees this.
Yeah, hope no one sees this. Yeah, that was really funny. That's Sam Morril. I did not know that, and I've seen that movie 1,000 times. I just didn't know of Sam Morril at that time. That's why. Mark Norman too, and then Shane Gillis. I really like.
Wait, who did we just see also too in Vegas when we took a break? Actually, one of the times we were writing to go see him. David Tell.
Oh, David Tell is so funny. If you have not seen David Tell, he's hilarious. We've seen him live twice now.
Yes.
Yeah,
very
he's
good.
So fucking funny.
Who was the second Robert in the last episode on the beach? That was me. So yeah, that was one thing that was hard. Filming the two shots, Zach switching back and forth between the chairs. And then for the drone shot, making sure Zach was in front so you mostly see him.
Yeah, exactly. So I was in front and the drone. So you can see Edgar's tattoos on that. But there's no other white people on that fucking island. And no one else went with us. So that's what we did. And I think it was kind of cool in a way because it showed me and you made this series. And we genuinely went together to Turks and Caicos. I think it's kind of Richard Pryor is the GOAT. Yeah, Richard Pryor is definitely the GOAT. Trying to think of old school comedians that I genuinely found really funny. I watched Richard Pryor. I did laugh, but it's not the hardest I've ever laughed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even just watching
no.
Comedians who can be funny outside of their specials, like Bill Burr when he's on late nights.
Yeah, Bill Burr's hilarious. He's just made for comedy.
He's one of the few people that's made people like Conan just bust out laughing. That he's had to hide his face because he just can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
While he's just in the middle of a rant.
Have you seen the Drop the Baby comedy stand-up by Jesselnick? I've seen all his Netflix series, The Fire and Fraternity Ward, and there was one other that I'm blanking on the name of. But I've seen all of those. Is there on somewhere else? Ricky.
look.
Okay, Ricky Gervais. I love him as a person. His stand-up has not made me laugh hard. I don't laugh at it, and I love what he talks about. He talks about religion and free speech.
Yeah.
Just his punchlines don't make me laugh. I love him as a person. I love when I see him on podcasts or fucking late night shows or whatever.
Norm Macdonald's another good. Jimmy Carr, I also really like
Jimmy
too.
Carr's
Jimmy
funny,
Carr's
yeah. Jimmy
fucking.
Carr's
He's
funny.
so witty and so good.
Norm Macdonald, absolutely.
Yeah.
You seem like a Chris D'Elia guy. That's an insult if I've ever heard one. Some of his bits make me laugh.
I have laughed,
definitely
yeah.
he has funny bits. The That's So Random bit, I laughed at really hard the first time I saw it.
No, he was genuinely funny. It's just a shame that he was.
Yeah, he had to do with the fucking
yeah.
cancellation
Which
shit.
is really funny too. That he was. Do you ever watch the show? You.
No, I
on
know
Netflix?
what is he in that?
Yes, he is.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Which is funny because he plays someone who is a legitimate predator
Oh,
in
that's
that
so
show.
fucking funny.
Yes, very very funny.
That's fairly new too. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
John Mulaney's pretty good. Fluffy. I don't know if I've heard much of his.
I've seen some of it. Not that funny. John Mulaney, I do like. I saw him live once. He was very funny. Brian Reagan, I think I've seen him. Nothing crazy. Like I didn't laugh super hard. How do you feel about YouTube comedians like Trevor Wallace? I like Trevor Wallace a lot.
like Trevor
I think
Wallace.
he's very funny.
I listen to a lot of comedian like podcasts, like traditional comedians like Tom Segura, Bill Burr's.
Yeah.
One thing that they mention a lot that they've noticed about YouTube comedians is that you can tell about in some of their comedy they don't tour with it, and that's where you get a lot of the feedback and how to really tweak the jokes that end up being like what you see in a special. So when YouTube comedians film a special that's like in a club for like a couple hundred people, some of the jokes could be slightly funnier, and that you can tell like they didn't take it on the road. So not everyone does that. So that's part of the hard part is with YouTube comedy, getting the live feedback on a joke right that moment.
Yes, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
Daniel Tosh is another good one.
We've seen him I
Daniel
think
Tosh.
twice also. At least I've seen him twice with you at least.
Oh, someone said, is Kevin Hart good at comedy? He's very you'll get, I love him or hate him, I feel. For his stand-up, I have absolutely laughed hard at some of his specials. It's not the entire time, though. And I think his worst special was the one that he released during COVID. I might have nose exhaled once.
Was that when he was like in a living room or
Yes,
something?
that
that
one
one was just okay.
I laughed. I don't think I laughed once.
There's a couple that I really laughed a lot when he's like doing a stadium tour like in a football field, and he's talking about like all the secret guns he has hidden. That was a really funny sketch, but he's got a lot of really good ones.
Yeah. I like him as an actor. I mean, he's not a good actor, but he's a fun actor. He's just fun to see.
He is.
He's entertaining.
Do your parents know? My parents,
About-
I would assume just doing comedy. My
parents watch my videos.
My parents very loosely understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also don't.
You said it's not their humor, though, right?
No,
Like-
but also they don't speak fluent English. They're mostly Spanish
that's
speaking.
true,
I
yeah.
only speak to them in Spanish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to remember. When I talked to your dad, he's pretty. I guess there's an
Yeah.
accent. There's a heavy accent.
Yeah,
a little
but
bit,
like the wordplay, like not being able to get that would be
right.
A little
Yeah,
more
you're right.
challenging.
Yeah. No, my mom actually called me earlier this week. She watched the first. She was gonna watch all of these. She watched the first one of the series, and she told me. She said, when I started watching, I did have a slight thought of, ooh, can they keep it going for 15 minutes? And she said, you guys did it amazingly.
Damn, that's
she was
awesome.
like,
That's-
she was very
that's
impressed.
Awesome. And that's awesome too, because she's worked in film pretty much like forever too. So
film
it's-
and comedy, and my grandma, her mom, did stand-up comedy and casting for movies. And my uncle, who lives here in Vegas, he's done stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
So my whole family has been around it. And she was a comedy writer too for a newspaper.
Damn, that's awesome. Eddie Murphy, yeah, really good one too. Chris D'Elia, Dave Chappelle, he started getting more preachy, which I'm like.
Dave Chappelle, okay, everyone says he's the GOAT. I find he's the best storyteller, not the funniest comedian. I don't laugh the hardest when I watch him. I do laugh, but not the hardest.
Yeah, I think the last couple specials I didn't laugh nearly as much. The ones before, there was a lot that was cracking up. Even just like Chappelle Show, like just such great sketches.
There was
really, really
two
funny.
ago when he was like getting mad canceled, and not canceled really, but people were complaining like crazy because of the trans jokes. That special I was laughing at a lot, but it wasn't as much as my favorite comedians like Bill Burr, Tom Segura, where I laugh pretty much the whole time. But I think he's the best storyteller for sure. He doesn't make me laugh the hardest though.
And he's very good at like giving you just enough details in his story, but like you're so engaged, and he's like going slowly too, which is so impressive that he can do that.
Yeah.
Would your parents come to your show if they had one?
Mine would.
Mine would, yeah.
My mom would come to anything.
Actually, I'm sure it depends. How far is it?
Where are we talking?
Where?
No, if I had a big show, my mom would.
Oh yeah, if it was a big show, yeah, I'm sure they would.
My mom is my biggest fan.
Yeah.
She watches everything I put out. She watched me play Hitler, like, and she
really funny.
told me about it. It's like, oh my god, how did I miss this? This was amazing. So yeah, definitely. And my dad watches my show or my episodes too. I don't think as much, but he does. My dad's a huge horror fan, so he'll watch like my slasher villain videos and stuff like that. What's your favorite Kidnapper video? I mean, the third one of this series is just one of my favorites now, or probably my favorite now.
Same. Never found SNL funny. There's some in SNL sketches that are pretty good. Like I think there's a couple that had Ryan Gosling. He's a very good. He's got good comedic timing. I think it depends on who the guest is and what the sketch is. There's a lot that are hit or miss.
My first exposure to SNL was seeing Norm Macdonald do the SNL Jeopardy.
Oh,
that was hysterical
really
to me.
Good.
That was like older school, I guess. SNL for me, and I was cracking up. Nowadays, I saw. Oh, speaking of Nate Bargatze, I saw his SNL appearance and was loving it.
Yeah.
Did you see those where he plays George Washington?
Very good.
I really enjoyed them.
Yeah, I love his delivery too. Have you seen Daniel Thrasher or Ryan George? Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Yep.
Ryan George is actually really one of my favorite channels too. Post your favorite comedians in the Discord. Definitely.
Wait, what?
Could you post your favorite comedians?
Oh, yeah, I can do it in the FAQ. That's a good call. That's a good call, actually. A lot of people do ask me that.
Notes,
Thank you.
Post. Do you get numb with comedy at some point? I think it depends. If they're not taking as many risks, if it's just the same sort of jokes, because there's a lot of jokes that seem hacky or that have been just so done by someone else or like culturally in general, that's like it's not as funny anymore.
Yeah, no, I'll never not laugh at comedy, but if it's the same comedy, the thing that's made me and Edgar laugh the hardest recently was the TED show that came out, and we texted each other after it did because we were like, oh my god, dude, there's something funny out.
That's
for the first time in forever.
Edgy humor, really, really good.
Edgy humor, classic kind of Family Guy humor. It was just like exactly what I wanted. And I haven't seen that in a while, other than like South Park that's still going on. But I mean, other than that, it was a new show. And that was so cool. And now they're going to take 4 years before the next one.
Colin Jost Michael Che. Which one am I?
Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor and SNL. Yeah, see, I didn't watch like back then. I didn't grow up watching SNL. My parents might have, but I didn't. I wasn't exposed to it much or anything.
I didn't. Yeah, my parents just watched like Telemundo, the basic, just Spanish speaking stuff. So,
do they watch like what are those, like those Spanish soap operas or anything?
Yes,
really. Oh,
all the
so
time. They're
funny.
So dramatic. And,
oh
like,
my god!
And I remember asking my mom multiple times, like, "Why are you watching this? Like, this is objectively terrible." And they
that's
just love
hilarious.
It. And,
oh my god!
And the Mexican game shows that have the randomest activities. It's like girls with like really skimpy dresses trying to like pop balloons with their crotch and all these sound effects and like they slime them.
Oh god!
Really it's really funny.
Dude, yeah. See, that's like a totally different world than I grew up in. That's funny as hell, though. Favorite video game? Mine was Ocarina of Time. I grew up on that. I grew up on that. I love that. Super Smash. If you want to talk about like one I continuously played. I played Peach.
I like co-op games. I don't like playing games by myself nearly as much.
I mean, as an adult, I never play games by myself. But yeah, if E's over or like
GTA is, I think, one of the ones that I've gotten into like playing. Like there's been a couple weekends where like, all right, I plug it and I'll start a whole new story and I'll have to unplug and not save it at the end of the night just so I don't get sucked back into it, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, so I still enjoy playing, but it's not like as much. VR's fun. If you don't have a VR thing, it's actually a really fun thing to do to stay active. You can get a really good workout in if you pick
with VR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of games like picture DDR, Dance Dance Revolution.
Oh yeah.
But with your hands. So I have one of those games. It's called Synth Riders, and you have to like move around and like duck under stuff, and it's actually a workout. You will get a sweat going for sure. So you can stay active. There's a boxing game that's super tiring.
The Wii Sports was actually like that too. It was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed like bowling, boxing.
Yeah,
all
Wii
those
Sports
were
was
cool.
really fun.
Yeah.
That was class. Oh yeah, tennis was actually fairly tiring.
It was, yeah.
Who said that's not Zach? Yeah, this is me, guys. This is my identical twin.
It's just the green screen.
Yeah,
effect.
the green
Really
screen.
weird.
We're really good at special effects.
You consider doing a video with Lando Calriss?
Oh, we
That's-
follow each other. I could do that. Yeah, we
Yeah.
follow each other. He commented on mine.
That's something I'm surprised that there's not more YouTubers that are like collaborating with each other.
YouTubers, we're all just selfish, maybe. Like, it's like, no, it's like, that's work, and it would go on your channel, or it's like, I am busy doing my shit. I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's
I
harder.
agree
It's harder to
too.
get those. I am too. I people have asked me for collabs that I've bailed on, and it's just, yeah, I'm busy. Synth Riders is actually the best rhythm game. Yeah, it's super fun.
Yeah.
Synth Riders on Quest. It's so fun. And it's a great workout. Yeah, it's not a video game. It's a workout. That's what it is. And you get to have fun doing it. And they have a pretty decent catalog of songs. You can download some from I forget where, but you can go online and download like real songs, like top 40 kind of songs. And so dance to like things you actually enjoy listening
Right?
to.
Yeah, it's like modern, not like
Yeah, not
music
like
that our
the
parents-
random songs. Yeah.
Oh, those are other games that I really like. I like Guitar Hero and like Rock Band.
Yes,
those are
yes,
a lot of
yes,
fun.
those are exactly
But again,
those
those
types
are
of games.
all like with friends. Answer the questions: who are you voting for? Also, Kiss.
Myself. I'm going for the win, boys.
Going for the write-in.
Let's fucking go.
Everyone write in Zach's or
Let's
himself.
fucking go, guys. I think if we get enough subscribers, we can go for a Zach Star win. I'll fix everything. I swear to God. I'll do it in 10 seconds. I have so many ideas. Pistol Whip is super fun. I love Pistol Whip. Yes.
Is that another game?
Yeah. It's another VR game. The shooting. You have to like bullets come at you, and it's pretty fast, but it's just fast enough where you can see them.
Oh, I
so you
see.
kind of feel like you're in the Matrix, kind of.
That's cool.
It's super fun.
Oh, I have a MetaQuest. Why haven't I played this? Also, I feel like I just have I have a Switch, an old like PS3 or 4. I just
Yeah.
don't
I
have
mean,
the
you're not
time
gonna
to sit
play
down and
them.
do
Yeah,
it's
it's just so rare.
true.
Can you make funny Borat noises? Very nice. Great success. Borat's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. And How I Met Your Mother is also one of our favorite shows in that Barney does a Borat impression
Oh, yeah, he
as
does.
Halloween in that was
Yes.
like one of the another really funny
Yep,
Clash
that's
of
right.
Worlds. Red Dead Redemption 2. I've played it a little bit. It's a lot of fun, but it's also one of those like you just need to dedicate a lot of time into playing games that I
Yeah.
just like can't do.
What headset and strap add-ons do you have? I have the Quest 2, and then I have the only add-on I have was the strap that goes along the top here. The original I took out, and I have like the comfier one or whatever that is. But yeah, that. Borat got sued by Kazakhstan. Is that true?
Really? I need to fact check that.
Yeah, that's crazy. If so, how is that possible?
Oh, first denounced Borat in 2005 following Borat's appearance. Country's foreign ministry threatened to sue Sacha Baron Cohen. That's really funny. Wow.
What is his background? Is he actually
I don't know.
from there?
I know he's actually has a British accent, which fucking
What?
Yeah, that threw me off.
I've listened to him. I swear. Do I know that? That's crazy.
Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen, where is he at?
What's the game called where you dodge bullets? Pistol Whip.
Pistol Whip.
Assuming I'm thinking of the right one. Pistol Whip. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Early life. Born into a Jewish family he's in London. That's not what I'm out. That's not what I'm asking. A Belarusian Ashkenazi Jewish family in London.
Doesn't say his background.
No. Which is
They're
like
hiding
what
it.
I'm trying to ask.
They're hiding it. Oh yeah, I also have the battery pack. I forgot. Yeah, the Quest 2 only lasts like an hour and a half without a battery pack, but with it, it's 8 hours. Yeah, that's the one thing I would say that's like worth it as an investment, because even if you're not a gamer, you can enjoy VR. Because again, it's a workout. It's also an escape. It's really fun playing mini golf, for example, because they play really like relaxing music. You can just step away from the world, and it feels like you're really in the real world.
Yeah, and especially if you're trying to like stay in shape too, like getting 10,000 steps or whatever a day, it
Yep.
gets like boring doing like same
Yeah,
walking
treadmill,
doing something like that is a
run,
lot of
run.
fun to do.
Yeah, it actually keeps you entertained. I remember I took my Quest home to my parents, my mom and stepdad, who, they're in their 60s, 70s, so they're not gamers or anything, of course. They didn't grow up with anything modern. So I said, you will love this, I promise. And I had them play mini golf. And my mom, the first thing she said was, I hate that I want one now.
Damn.
She really
that's
wanted
awesome.
a Quest, yeah. So they are cool. They are cool. And they're much more expensive now, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, mine was only it was $300. And then you got to pay for the games.
that's not
But
too bad,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not $3,000 for the Apple headset.
Yeah, that's very true. Change plus. Post Malone country version. Favorite artist or genre? I like a lot of jazz in general, because I played a lot of band in high school. I was a saxophonist and was in drumline too, so I love jazz music and played jazz a lot.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays, I mostly listen to a huge range of things. It's very rarely consistent, like hip hop, R&B, like a lot of Kendrick Lamar, and just EDM also too, like a lot of hardstyle, which is or hardcore EDM.
Yeah, I listen to a lot of EDM, not hardstyle. I listen to more house. I'll listen to pop. I'll listen to some old rock. I'll listen to hip hop.
Yeah, I don't dislike top 40s. I'll still listen to it, but just like when people show me songs, like, oh, I don't know what this
It's
is.
like yeah. The more modern stuff, I'm not as into. Like, there's a lot of famous people who on TikTok especially are just viral for their songs.
Yeah,
and
and-
I don't listen to.
Yeah,
like, any
and
of
now
them.
I'm getting to the age, I think, where I don't recognize names. Like, oh, what do you think of this song by this
I
person?
know,
Like,
it's
I don't
so
know.
sad. It's so
Yeah.
sad. But yeah, it's true.
Pineapple Head was also your Pineapple different person. What?
I heard a lot of stories about people being idiots wearing VR goggles and driving. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Oh,
maybe the Apple headset, which
yes.
is still insane.
The first day that it was released, there were people driving their Teslas with them getting pulled over.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever
Yeah.
heard. No, because I have the Apple glasses, and the see-through is good, but not great.
Yeah.
You're not looking through glass. You're
it's
seeing
grainy.
a screen.
Yeah, it's a little
projected.
pixelated.
Yeah, by cameras. So there's delays. There's graininess. Yeah, it's not something I would drive with. That's insane.
Yeah. Do you think you guys will ever be on TV, or are you okay with being YouTube comedians?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd love to do like a Netflix series
Yeah,
or
that'd be
something.
sick.
That'd be
Yeah.
really fun. I'd love to do something higher budget, but getting into that, I feel like this is a good way to get kind of into that
Definitely,
space.
just
Just
like
to
a
have
proof
like a
of- yeah,
resume
it's a
of
proof
here's
of
what I
concept,
can
yeah.
come up with
Yep.
on my own. Give
and
me
from
money.
a storyline perspective too. Yeah.
Yeah, like here's what we can come up with on our own. Give us $1 million now. Let's see what we can do.
Field vision is proposed. Okay. You're straight up.
Whoa.
Oh, To Kill a Pineapple. Oh, that is so we wanted to have like a name for all the collaborations we do to exist under this umbrella thing rather than under one channel or another. And that was something we tried really hard to come up with a fun name, and that's when we're like having a hard time, and then that's when we
Yeah,
felt like
it was hard.
To Kill a Pineapple, which sounds like tequila pineapple.
Yep,
which is
yep.
what we always drink when we
It's
go out.
it's our go-to drink when we were together. So we went with a pun on that, basically wordplay.
Yeah.
And the URL was available.
Yes,
so when we
the
saw
actual
that,
.com, that was
the
sealed
.com
it.
was available. We were like, oh fucking, we're running with that. So you can think of it as our production studio that doesn't exist exactly, but
like A24 or all those where they have those
Exactly.
cool intros before movies. Yeah.
So you can think of it as that for now, but it just means we did it together, kind of thing. Which TV station? I mean, I would love to do a South Park episode. I
Yeah,
think it'd be
that would be
fun
so
to
much
do
fun.
A fucking... And I know Matt Stone and Trey Parker are watching.
Yeah, they're right
So
now.
they'll text us later. HBO, Netflix.
I do wonder how do you pitch nowadays? Because there was a period of time where there were people you could pitch to for Netflix. They were just funding anything while they
Yeah.
were trying to get as much content as possible.
Yeah.
And they were ending all they were stopped all the big ticket ones like The Office, Friends, all those TV shows.
I feel like you have to
wonder how
know
far-
someone and have something established.
Yeah.
Like I don't even think my dad could pitch something.
Really?
He's the highest up I know. He's not high up, but he's the highest up in Hollywood I know.
And he's worked on
halfway
big movies.
He's worked on
Holy
big movies,
shit.
but he's halfway down the credits. So
But I do think that's also because that is Hollywood.
That's Hollywood, yeah.
Hollywood getting into that is hard.
it's hard to do,
Which
yeah.
I don't consider like Netflix or any of the things that are on there. I don't consider that part of Hollywood.
Yeah, but it's starting to. I mean, he worked on Don't Look Up, and that was Netflix.
It was on Netflix.
But that was the
Yeah.
biggest cast of any movie for a while. So it's kind of like there is some crossover, but it depends.
Like there are elements of it because you're right. Because for acting, you still have to go through like the SAG-AFTRA,
Yeah.
the whole Writers Screen Guild, all that stuff. So that's very true. Actually.
Yeah. What's your favorite South Park episode? I have an answer to this. The hardest I ever laughed at any South Park episode was the Tourette's episode. I watched it with my sister
That's
and
such a good
cousin, and I couldn't. We had to pause it so much because we couldn't stop laughing. It was so goddamn funny.
For me, I say that the Tally one.
Oh,
the
you
first
laughed
one,
really hard
I
at the Tally.
love-
Yes,
love-
I think
love
that's
the
easily your
one.
Tally. Yeah.
So good.
What code?
For what?
For what?
The
That-
Melody to fuck
Yeah, that one was hilarious. We had a great time watching that one. What does your dad do? My dad's a locations manager, so he'll have to deal with like paperwork for a set, closing off certain sections, safety on set, that kind of stuff. So, for example, he worked on Hunger Games 2, and I got to go see him film that, and they were in Hawaii for the scene. And it's in the middle of the fucking jungle. They had to make zip lines to like put the equipment down, and a branch fell where Jennifer Lawrence was going to be doing her scenes. So my dad was the one who was called, like, hey, what do we do about this? He's not the one who fixes it. He has to find people to fix it, make sure they're safe. They can get in trouble if the actors aren't safe. And then he has to handle paperwork. When they have to block off streets and shit like that and Don't Look Up, there's a scene where they're all rioting in the streets. My dad had to talk to, I think he had to talk to all the businesses, say, hey, can we ransack your business and we'll pay for the fixes. And that's what they did. They truly just went
Trashed
ape
actual-
shit
damn, that's
on those
awesome.
businesses. They had to close off the streets. All this shit. So.
Damn, forgot to hit record. Do it again.
Oh no! Out of film, ran out of
God.
battery.
That would suck.
That
ass.
would totally
fucking
suck.
suck.
I did read in the Sidney Lumet book, there was one scene they were recording where it was the hardest shot of the movie, and I forgot the movie, but it was outdoors, and they had to make everything perfect. They had to wait for the wind to die down because it was way too windy. So they had like a moment. They finally got it. It took hours of setup. Finally got it. Then they looked at it the next day, and the exposure was too high on something, and there was a glare right where the main part was.
Sucks.
And the guy, the person whose fault it was, looked, and he's like, I can't believe I can't believe it. And Sidney Lumet said, "There's nothing we can do. Let's go figure out how we're gonna reshoot." And that was it. So really good job on Sidney Lumet. But I was like, dude, I'd be fucking pissed.
I would be too. Damn. Yeah, because even for like shots, like we were talking about La La Land, when they're dancing, I don't know what hill they're on, but they're dancing and
on the intro scene, or
no, it's like somewhere towards the middle, and it's Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone, and they have this like whole choreographed dance. It's like off of a hill, and then you see LA in the background.
oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking
So
about.
for that shot, they specifically filmed it around the summer solstice where they would have the most time for daylight because it's the perfect lighting.
Oh,
that
wow.
like they had to nail it perfectly because they
Right.
only get one shot to get that because of how long it takes.
Wow, yeah.
Crazy.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, I think that's the one after the party where they're walking to the car, maybe.
I think so.
Because that was like a sunset.
Yeah, it was
shot,
a
it
sunset
might
one.
have
Yeah.
That's crazy. I did not know that. Can you get Ryan Reynolds at the next barbecue? Yeah, I'm trying. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday in the comments of the Kidnapper episode 2. You're welcome, and happy belated. Hell yeah.
Yes, during the golden hour. That's what it was. Yeah.
What was your favorite part of creating the Kidnapper series? Favorite part? I mean, I enjoyed traveling for a trip. That was like kind of the first
Yeah,
time we
that
did
was a
that.
lot of fun, yeah.
And that felt cool. This is a business trip we're doing to generate money and a cool product by going somewhere.
Yeah.
that we can't do from home. That was like a cool kind
And
of thing to
especially
do.
knowing it was gonna pay off for how cool those last shots
How
were.
cool that
It
shot
was-
would be. That was fun. But we could also say like just laughing at
Just
the video
the
itself.
writing of the jokes, because when you film together, just like the ad-libbing, it was just how funny.
We were cracking up. Like it was 10 hours a day of work when we were together, and it was just laughter for like 8 of them. Like it was just so fun. So, oh, we got another payment. Thank you, Flixie Tip, for the $5. If only Zach from row 12C wasn't off saving the universe, he would have been able and willing to save the president. I know. He was saving the universe. Then we got people on Earth dealing with that shit. Was it fun traveling to Saudi Arabia? Hell yeah. Would you go to Saudi Arabia?
Would I go? Probably.
I'd go.
Yeah.
I'd go. You can. I wouldn't go to most of the Middle East, I want to say. But
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, I would go.
Yeah,
I'd go to Israel, not now, but I would go. I think Jordan I'd go to.
Jordan's one we talked about too. Yeah, just to go for like the religious
Yeah.
aspect would be really
Yeah,
cool.
that has some really cool things on it. I want to go to any of the stands. Turkmenistan,
Yeah.
Uzbekistan. But Saudi Arabia's right. I mean, from that picture or that video we got, it looks like a very cool city.
That's actually Saudi Arabia. Yeah,
They're the one building that wall city they're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's
oh,
them.
that's right.
That's
right.
them.
They look super futuristic.
Yeah. So that's cool. It's nice. It's nice you can laugh at your own jokes. What's interesting about making videos is you don't laugh at the joke because you know it, but you laugh at seeing it come together for the first time.
Right.
You laugh at when you do like the shot, like a shot that I elbowed. I didn't see that. I just did it. But watching it was hilarious to me.
Yeah.
I was cracking up at watching it.
Or even just like one of the really funny ones in this one was the guy of just like holding the grenade and just explodes.
Yes, and it just, how does this grenade work?
Because it
just
matches
explodes.
with the music. The God Bless the USA is so funny.
Oh, Bahrain and UAE. Yeah, okay. Dubai I'd go to. I don't know anything else about the UAE, but Dubai I would absolutely go to. $1 Kuwait dollar is worth $3 US bucks. Interesting. The Lion City is such a wild project. I know. I'm very curious if they're going to actually do it. It'd be very cool. I mean...
Is that like one of those things where you see like a concept car, but then the real car doesn't look anything like it?
It could totally be. They have to be able to pull it off. I mean, Dubai, from the videos I've seen, has pulled off some very cool things.
Yeah, they've got money.
They're mad
making
money.
They're making a sphere out there, right, in Dubai?
Oh, yeah, they are. And you know what my mom told me recently? Dubai has the biggest Ferris wheel in the world, I believe.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I thought it was like the London Eye or
London Eye,
something.
yeah.
It's not. The Dubai.
But is it bigger by like an inch or like a foot? Or
No,
something?
I think it's like way bigger. Like that picture kind of shows how tall it is. Yeah, it's fucking huge.
I wonder how long it takes to do a whole rotation of that.
Yeah, right.
What scene took the longest to make? Weirdly enough, I think we said the very first introduction one for Negotiator.
Yeah, when Negotiator walks on and shoots the guy, that didn't take the longest to do. We just worked on it the longest because we did so many lines. I started ad-libbing for like 25 minutes, I think, like on and off, and then I ended up redoing it later. We spent so much time on it. But what was like the hardest to do? We just did over and over. Oh, my monologue with Pink Mask at the end of episode 1, where he's with the controller.
Oh.
That is all in one take. That took a while for me to get because it was just so long.
There's a lot of stuff. Yeah,
I even got it at one point and then realized something was off with it, and then I had to redo it.
Sucks.
So maybe that. It was just the longest one-shot line I think I had. Everything else we had pretty quick cuts. Yeah. Oh, does Dubai have the fastest roller coaster? Someone commented that. If so, I didn't know that. That's very cool. Yeah, Dubai's got a lot of cool things.
They do.
I would definitely like to go.
Yeah, we 100% have a negative $1 trillion fucking social credit score from CCP.
CCP is definitely downgrading us on the credit
I am very
score.
curious. Whenever we do go to China, and we like go through like customs, is there gonna be any flags?
Hang on, hang on, these two. I have to go to China actually.
Yeah.
I'm going to Thailand later, and we have a stop in Hong Kong.
Ni hao. How do you think of your video ideas? I think for this one is just like
I've answered this a few times. What's
I
your
think
answer?
for Kidnappers, for this specific series was very much just like looking at what else they've done and like what would be the next sort of like logical big leap for them that could be this whole thing. I think even just independently of ideas, just thinking of sketches or conflicts. Because that's something a lot of the books make is like part of the comedy is the conflicts even between characters, the tension between them. So even like between the kidnappers, Pink crashes and blows up the Mecca during the first day of Ramadan, right when they're about to get their money, and just like the conflict between them that creates the comedy. Figuring out even just characters, types of people.
Yeah, absolutely. No, making them in general. Often it comes from one strategy I learned from a book was taking two unrelated topics and mashing them together. So there's one exercise they had that I've done sometimes where it was write a lot of nouns. Random nouns. You can have ChatGPT generate them, just a lot of nouns, and then pick two randomly and then see how you can make a video out of them. And often you'll find skits very easily.
Yeah.
Just from those two ideas. If there was a zombie apocalypse and a superhero or something like that, and you're like,
Right.
oh yeah, I can do that. And things kind of just come. So, yeah. The Cassio Robinson, I love you too. Much love. Pink Panther was the best character from the series, no doubt. I wanted him to be the main guy in this series because it's always Black Mask.
Perfect.
So I wanted him to kind of lead the way and show how much chaos comes from it because he's the one who crashed the plane by looking away. He's the one who had to deal with all the phone calls, and it was kind of funny seeing him in that element. Hey, Sean. What's up?
Woo.
Happy Hanukkah, man. Happy fucking Hanukkah. Enjoy your 8 days of... Shalom, Sean. Enjoy your 8 days of presents. I love the noun idea. Yeah, I got that from a book, a comedy book. Do you remember what that was called?
Was it the Hidden Tools?
No.
Or no, it was.
No, it was the first one we read.
Oh, Secrets to Comedy Writing Secrets.
Yeah.
It's the picture with the microphone on the front.
Yeah, one of those.
Another one too that they mentioned, even just like professions, like what name 20 professions. Okay, what's something that could happen that's a bad?
Yes.
Like, what's bad? What could go wrong badly in this profession?
Did you tell me that one?
Yes.
The professional one? Yeah. I remember I've heard that before.
That's a really good one.
Firefighters, and then in this situation,
a dog
kind of thing.
Yeah, lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah, there are ways you can kind of think of ideas just by just seeing random things and then making connections. And you'll notice a lot of my videos are like that. When God attempts No Nut November. God, No Nut November. Boom. Video idea is born. It's very simple sometimes. Can you call your mom on stream? Sure, maybe someday.
How far of a gift a nation didn't make? What?
I have no idea what that means. He's going to love this. Thank you all. Thank you.
Of course.
Hope he enjoys. Tell him we said hi. How's everyone know? Oh yeah,
that's right.
It is No Nut November.
Right.
The first of it, guys. I already failed, dude, 3 times during this live stream. That's why I left, actually.
Just gotta get the point out. Can't focus.
Doesn't start till sundown. I should do another one of that. That'd be funny. I could do like the devil doing it or something. That'd be funny.
How did the CIA took over?
Oh, that'd be a good one.
That was
yeah,
a fun throwaway, like
a very fun
joke.
throwaway line.
That
Yeah,
was another good one too.
Just, damn, these guys are hardcore. He's asleep, but I think I'm gonna wake him. Hey, Zach Starr says hi. He says shalom. Wake him up, say Zach Starr says shalom. Now go back to bed.
Point of the Edgar's character, somebody coming in to try to negotiate with the kidnappers to get the president back. So that's his entire point was getting back the.
The point was someone trying to stop them.
Yeah,
I mean,
to get the
they needed a
president back.
lead. Yeah, someone trying to stop them. But we wanted like someone rogue. Again, we could have so many centralized characters.
I know.
Someone stopping them. We could have done it without someone stopping them. but we just wanted that element.
Right.
And then we didn't have a leader of China that was centralized in the third episode.
That's true.
But we could have, and that's something we would do if we did like a longer version of this. We didn't have any of the war shots, like when they're actually like recruit the Mexicans, feminists, and all that.
all of them
we could have
actually on the
shown them
front
going to
lines.
war. Again, time-wise, we just didn't. But we cut out so much fluff. Tried to find every little. Okay, does this important?
Yeah.
No, cut it out. Kept the jokes coming. But yeah, that was the goal. We wanted you guys not to be bored at all. And it's very hard to make no boring moments at all, but we really tried our best. Like, keep it moving. If I'm bored, fuck this.
Is there going to be a prequel to the series? Kind of. I'm thinking
Yeah,
at least
probably. There
backstories,
will be.
for
There
like
will be.
Negotiator for Kidnappers.
There will absolutely be. You know I do prequels a lot. You should do God and Devil team up to take heaven back from the CIA after they threat to take over hell. That'd be a fun series for
That would
sure.
be.
See, that's something I would do as another three-part
spray
kind of thing.
LSD and
Yeah, they use all their tactics. That'd actually be really fun. I think the CIA would start coming after us.
100%.
Hey, stop telling everyone we've done that.
stuff that we've done that's online.
Okay, we've done it. It's on Wikipedia, but like, don't tell people
Just
all
not
the
remind-
time.
yeah.
You don't need to remind them. That's the old us. We were talking about like what we think the CIA does now, because there's no way they're like good all of a sudden. But I mean, we're not going to hear of anything like that now. We're going to
Yeah.
hear about it in 50 years.
Yeah, they're not waiting for warrants to.
Yeah. Exactly. No, it's crazy. Yeah, for anyone who didn't see earlier, this book is really cool on like crazy shit the government has done, and it's like engineering based, the Imagineers of War. So it's a really cool book.
Yeah, and I wrote down that to post it in the Discord later too.
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
and along the comedians.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn some crazy shit, and if you join late,
Really crazy.
if you happen to watch this live stream over, we go through a lot of the shit the CIA did, which is what we based the episode 3 off of. A day in the life of a CIA agent. So I wake up and spray LSD into my apartment complex to get free rent. Where's the red shirt? Okay. I think we'll go for like 10 more minutes.
Yeah,
and then
let's
call
do it.
Yeah. So, any last minute questions you guys want to get out? Now's your chance. And again, we might do a live stream tomorrow just for people who didn't get to see today's, or we can do it like more casual or
Sure,
whatever.
yeah.
So we might be repetitive in tomorrow's, but Edgar's here till Sunday, so
Yeah, just hanging out, yeah.
we have nothing to fucking do
It's so-
tomorrow.
it's such
I'm
a good
so
feeling.
happy.
It's such a
It's
good
actually
feeling.
weird having you here and not having to do
work on
anything.
something.
Like it's kind of like the psychology of you being here is like ingrained in me. Like, oh, work
Yeah.
has to be done now.
Because when we did the Spanish one, the escape room one, from then on out, every time I visited, we've been working on something or another too.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, the vacations. I mean, even on a vacation, Turks and Caicos, we still
We
worked.
still worked, yeah.
So yeah, the last vacation we got to have fun with.
Did you know what would happen at the end of the series from the start? Or you just improv along the way? Yes,
We knew
did.
we knew the ending shot. Yes, that we got that Turks and Caicos shot before the first episode was even written. The whole thing was storyboarded. So we had like president gets kidnapped. Then what happens? Oh, they have to remove checks and balances or somehow get Congress on their side. Okay, we'll have like a wine and dine scene with Congress.
Yeah,
Then they'll call the Federal
montage.
Reserve. Why can't they get the money? Oh, we're broke.
We're broke.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now how
We're
do
in
they
debt.
go about? Ooh, calling Ukraine. Okay, then we can have a country montage. Then what do we do? Oh, crash into what? How crazy can it get?
Yeah, like what's
Crashing-
like what's a good twist ending where it can stop there?
Yeah.
where there's already a whole 2 twists and a rising action's already happened. Yeah, it's so good to do.
So they crash into the Great Mosque in Mecca, and we're like, okay, that's as crazy as we can think for that. And then how does it get crazier? Okay, World War III is starting. Weapons of mass destruction.
yeah.
That's pretty crazy. We originally had like nukes hitting stuff in the second episode, and we realized, wait, that's kind of like the end of the world almost. I don't know.
Right.
It'd be
Because
hard to go.
Yeah, because once the first bomb, like realistically, once the first bomb hits, I think it's all out from there. Like it's
Yes,
very hard
it's
to pull
all
back.
out, and it's kind of chaos, and there's no more structure or anything held together.
Yeah, so you can keep the tension going by like the threat of the bombs going off, and oh, now they're in air. Now they're right over a
Exactly.
city.
Yeah, exactly. We're right here, and then we had to think, okay, so now we got almost end of the world, World War III, bombing of Mecca. What is the next thing? And then overthrowing the government was the next.
Second nukes.
and we had to pick which country do we want to overthrow. We had many.
Yeah.
We were thinking North Korea. We were thinking China. We were thinking Iran or Saudi Arabia or something. But what's the biggest country outside the U.S. and China?
And then when you go back to the storyline, okay, well, if you overthrow Iran or somewhere in the Middle East, then you have to go back and like rewrite. Okay, well then now it doesn't make sense that they're like negotiating with them. So there's so much to it.
Because China wasn't in it much, so like there was an excuse for them to do it, I guess. So yeah, that's the direction we went. And then, but yeah, we knew I wanted that shot at the end.
Yeah,
I really wanted that blue water shot. And we fucking got it.
Nailed it.
We were so happy
lucky
when we got it. You have no idea how, when we saw that, we spent all this money on this trip. We stayed up all night actually on the plane ride to get there, and then didn't sleep at all. Planned out everything we were gonna do in Turks and Caicos. Woke up the next day and was like, "This is the shot." If everything else fails on this trip, fine, as long as we get this
one
shot.
Yeah.
And we acknowledged, like, dude, what if it rains? What if it's really cloudy and it's not a great shot?
And actually, that's what some of the locals were telling us in Turks and Caicos, that there is a rainy season that's several months just on and off, that there's a few months during the early summer where it's beautiful, where everyone goes, it's very expensive, and we had just barely missed it, so we were very lucky too.
Yeah, exactly. So how long did it take to create the CCP overthrow scene? That probably took, recording it maybe 15 minutes, because I didn't have to do all of those people getting hit. I just had to do one and copy and paste it. So I did several. Like with the butt of the gun, I did several just running across and doing that. I did several where I shot and then kept running. And then we tried or we edited it together to see what looked funniest. I like the butt of the guns being hit. And then we just copy and pasted. So it didn't take that long, maybe 30 minutes total. But that entire scene of them overthrowing was definitely quite a while.
Yeah. Any more upcoming videos or series? Videos, you mentioned the Washington Lincoln series.
Washington Lincoln, I'm hoping
this
week for the election in the U.S.
Yeah.
I said I have when Rosa Parks is sitting in your seat is in the works. That'll be funny. When Joseph is jealous that Mary got pregnant is a Discord video I got. Some prequels to this, like The Negotiator.
Backstory.
Go subscribe to Edgar's channel if you haven't. It's linked below. Hey, it's Edgar, all one word, 3 Y's, and hey. And he might do some like prequels to Negotiator on his channel.
And also just other random ones around the holidays. I think the holidays are fun because there's videos to do around them. Like one specifically
100%.
around Black Friday and retail stores.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. I haven't done a Black Friday one. That's surprising.
Okay, what else?
How'd you take that Turks and Caicos shot? We discussed before, but we got a drone pilot. These people in Turks and Caicos do shots of people in canoes, like see-through glass canoes, basically, that they do pictures of, like your Turks and Caicos trip. We asked them, hey, can you film us in the ski mask on these seats? Just have the shot go as far as you can. And they were totally fine with it. They did not care. No. So, yeah, we basically paid someone to do it.
Yeah, with masks. Asked 0 questions.
Zero questions.
Actually, the only thing I asked, okay, do you want to do another one? Do any other ones you want to do? And they never addressed
anything.
Masks. Yeah.
We were curious what they thought. What do you think they were thinking when we're in masks on a beach in Turks and Caicos, cheersing our
champagne that we did buy. We had to go to the store, put it in the fridge the night before, specifically for that.
We popped champagne on the beach. And I did that shot where I popped the cork. That took a few tries because it kept... We only had one shot at that. So it took a few tries of like, I pushed it a little bit and then it didn't pop off. I was like, okay, keep going. And then I just kept trying. And then when it popped off, it flew. You can't see it.
Yeah.
It flew. And then I reacted to the bird falling and we were super happy with that. Hey Edgar, let everyone see your arm sleeve.
It goes all the way up. It's actually through my full chest. I'm actually working on a bodysuit, so my back is being worked on right now while I'm also lasering this arm. Very painful, very annoying, but it's a very traditional, like, Irizumi style, like, sleeve that I'm gonna do full body eventually, but it takes a lot of time and it's very fucking painful.
Somebody asked in U.S. dollars how much money was in the Chinese White House. We have an answer for this because we've already recorded this for the next series or the next part of this Kidnapper series, and it's 200 billion. Technically, I guess you could say 400 because they split it.
Right.
The Kidnappers walk away with $200 billion in gold is what we have. We have them say in the next episode.
Right, which is factually true, which is really funny.
Which is, I think, roughly China's gold reserves, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like 200 billion. So, again, fairly accurate. Pretty cool.
Yeah. How long did it take for writing the series script?
I think writing aspect?
We storyboarded all in one weekend, which I was like, I think full storyboarding plus the first drafts for each of them, probably a full weekend, which, what did we do, like 13, 14 hours plus?
Yeah.
First, maybe like 15, 16 hours, I say. That was after we had already like storyboarded.
Yeah. So, roughly that. I wrote a lot of it on a plane. That took probably 4 hours for writing part of the third. So yeah, it was definitely up there.
Zach Sturms of trim on Discord. Nice.
It's like 5 Bitcoin. Do you have a sketch plan for Russia going after Google? Oh, maybe that would be like in the Devil in 2024 kind of thing, or watching the news. I haven't done one of those in a little bit, but that
and
could
wasn't
be cool.
it like that because they sued because Google would refuse to take down? What was it?
Yeah, I
some
think
political
Google
stuff or
no, Google took down some YouTube channels of Russia.
that was misinformation. They were getting
Something like that.
That's ridiculous. What?
How many more episodes or seasons are planned? So, like we said, the next part of where this Kidnapper series is going to go is not going to be another three-parter movie that ends with a beautiful ending. We're just going to kind of continue it like a TV show now. It's kind of going to be a chase of Negotiator looking for kidnappers, and kidnappers there will be something that happens that makes them have to leave Turks and Caicos eventually. And that will be kind of the chase. So we can kind of do stuff around the world if we want to. We can't film around the world, but we can do green screen.
Yeah, which is funny that like when we were there, we hadn't had anything finalized yet. That we had to think of how it's going to end and how the next one's going to start. So like what pushes them out of there, which is like super out of order. That we've like heard from like movies, like they never film in order. That doing that was like, oh, this makes total sense.
Yeah, exactly. We got that shot and expected to finish it up before we saw each other next.
And that
it was the most insane,
impractical,
most insane assumption we've ever had.
If we did nothing else, we could have done it. But yeah, we have lives.
It was the most insane thing ever. But yeah. All right, we'll wrap that up. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I'm down for some food. Yeah,
we'll get some food. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything, but we might do a live stream tomorrow for the people who couldn't get in. I'll try it earlier, maybe 1 or 2. I don't know when we're gonna get up, but maybe 1 or 2.
We'll see. Yeah, maybe
so
1 or 2.
people in Europe will be awake at least for those. So we'll talk about the same things. Maybe we'll do a casual Q&A.
And I think at one point I'll go back and send you the timestamps to add back into. So if anyone wants to rewatch, we can actually jump to different sections too. So
that's not a bad idea. Yeah. At least the beginning was more organized.
Right.
So we can do that. But yeah, I think that's good. But to everyone who tuned in, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
To everyone who donated, seriously appreciate you guys. And to everyone who just watched, thank you. We worked very hard on this. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream, and we'll probably see you guys tomorrow, and I will see you in future episodes and a live stream on Tuesday, Election Day. That'll be just me, but I will be there.
Nice.
Go check out Edgar's channel, also